plural of proteinate. Proteinemia, the presence of protein in the blood which is always true, often, more specifically, an excess hyperproteinemia. Proteinic, proteinaceous, proteinless, without protein. Protein-like, having the characteristics of a protein. Proteinogenesis, the biosynthesis of proteins. Proteinogenic, protogenic that serves to produce protein. Proteinogram, a graphical representation of the proteins present in a sample. Proteinograms, plural of proteinogram. Proteinoi, a polypeptide formed abiotically from by heating a mixture of amino acids. Proteinoids, plural of proteinoi. Proteinolysis, alternative form of proteolysis. Proteinolytic, alternative form of proteolytic. Proteinomics, the identification of the totality of the proteins in an organism. Proteinomimetic, that mimics the action of a protein. Proteinomimetics, plural of proteinomimetic. Proteinopathies, plural of proteinopathy. Proteinopathy, any disease, especially a neurodegenerative disease caused by a malformed protein. Proteinoplast, a specialized leucoplast containing protein in crystalline form for use in enzyme activity. Proteinoplasts, plural of proteinoplasts. Proteinosis, any of several diseases characterized by the buildup of protein, typically lipoprotein. Proteinous. Proteinaceous. Proteins, plural of protein. Proteinuria, misspelling of proteinuria. Proteinuria, the presence of protein in the urine which is always true in small amounts, and usually, more specifically, an excess hyperproteinuria. Proteinurias, plural of proteinuria. Proteinuric, of or pertaining to proteinuria. Proteian, describes an organism that begins as a parasite but emerges as a free-living adult. Protid, any member of the protelidae. Prothids, plural of protlid. Protelomerase, any enzyme that generates and protects hairpin telomers. Protelomerases, plural of protelomerase. Protemporaneous, temporary. Protenant, in favor of tenants as opposed to landlords. Protent, to hold out, to stretch forth. Protended, simple past and past participle of protend. Protending, present participle and gerund of protend. Potens, third person singular simple present indicative of protend. Protonema, alternative form of protonema. Protonemata, plural of protonema. Protension, a drawing out, extension, stretching, duration. Protensions, plural of protension. Protensity, synonym of protension. Protensive, drawn out, extended. Potentially, in a protensive fashion. Protension, an anticipation of a future event. Protensional, of or pertaining to protension. Protensions, plural of protension. Protentomid, any protein in the family Protentomidae. Protentomids, plural of protentomid. Protein, protominoglycan, a protoglycan composed of aminosugar moieties. Protominoglycans, plural of protominoglycan. Protonabolic, related to the biosynthesis of protein. Prot or keel, relating to the protorchiota. Protostases, misspelling of protostases. Protobacteria, plural of protobacterium. Protobacterial, or pertaining to the protobacteria. Protobacterium, any microbe of the phylum Protobacteria, many of which are pathogenic. Protocatabolic, relating to protein catabolism. Protocatalytic, catalytic by means of a proteasome. Protosphalidian, any tapeworm of the order Protosphalidea. Protosphalydians, plural of Protosphalydian. Protostrata, any extinct cephalopod in the family Protostratidae. Protostratids, plural of Protostrata. Protochemometric, relating to chemometrics involving proteins. Protochemometrics, the chemometrics of proteins. Protoclastic, protolytic. Protodynamic, relating to protodynamics. Protodynamics. The dynamics of a protostases network. Protoform, a specific molecular form of a protein product arising from a specific gene. Protoforms, plural of protoform. Protogenic, that is used in the production of proteins. Protogenome, a protomic genome. Protogenomes, plural of protogenome. Protogenomic, of or pertaining to protogenomics. Protogenomical, alternative form of protogenomic. Protogenomically, with regard to or by means of protogenomics. Protogenomics, a field of study that encompasses proteomics and genomics. Protoglucan, any protoglycan in which the sugar moiety is glucose. Protoglucans, plural of protoglucan. Protoglycan, any of many glycoproteins that have heteropolysaccharide side chains. Protoglycanase, stromycin. Protoglycanases, plural of protoglycanase. Protoglycans, plural of protoglycan. Protoglycolipid, a protolipid formed from a glycolipid. Protoglycolipids, plural of protoglycolipid. Protoheparin, a complex of protein and heparin always as a sulfate. Protohormone, any protein that acts as a hormone. Protohormones, plural of protohormone. Protohydrolysis, the decomposition of proteins by hydrolysis. Protohydrolytic, relating to protohydrolysis. Protein, relating to or characteristic of protea. Protolipid, any lipoprotein that is soluble in lipids. Protolipidic, relating to or composed of protolipids. Protolipids, plural of protolipid. Protolipoprotein, synonym of protolipid. Protolipoproteins, plural of protolipoprotein. Protoliposomal, relating to protoliposomes. Protoliposome, a liposome into which one or more proteins have been inserted, usually by artificial means. Protoliposomes, plural of protoliposome. Protolyze, alternative form of protolyze. Protolyze, subject to or obtained via protolysis. Protolyzes, plural of protolysis. Protolyzing, present participle and gerund of protolyze. Protolysis, the hydrolysis of proteins into peptides and amino acids, especially as part of the digestion of food. Protolytic, of, relating to, or promoting protolysis. Protolytical, protolytic. Protolytically, by means of protolysis. Protolyze, to lyse or split a protein. Protolyze. Simple past and past participle of protolyze. Protolyzes. Third person singular simple present indicative of protolyze. Protolyzing. Present participle and gerund of protolyze. Protum. The complete set of proteins encoded by a particular genome. Proteomes. Plural of protum. Protometabolic. Relating to protometabolism. Protometabolism. The metabolism of proteins. Protometabolomic. Protomic and metabolomic. Protometric. Relating to the measurement of proteins, especially of the folds. Protomy. Throughout a protom. Protomic. Of or pertaining to protomics. Protomically. With reference to or by means of protomics. Protomicelle. A simple micelle formed from protein and detergent thought to be the precursor of biological cells. Protomicelles. Plural of protomicelle. Protomycist. A scientist whose specialty is proteomics. Protomycists. Plural of protomycists. Protomics. The branch of molecular biology that studies the set of proteins expressed by the genome of an organism. Protomimetic. That mimics the structure and function of extended regions of protein surfaces. Protomimetics. Plural of protomimetic. Protea. Any composite particle composed of two fermions. Proteonomics. Protomics. Potens. Plural of protein. Protopathic. Relating to protopathy. Protopathies. Plural of protopathy. Protopathy. Any disease caused by a misfolded or otherwise abnormal protein. Protophoresis. Chemophoresis by means of proteins. Protophosphoglycan. A complex of a protein and a phosphoglycan. Protophosphoglycans. Plural of protophosphoglycan. Protoplast. A proteinoplast. Protoplasts. Plural of protoplasts. Protopolymersome. A polymersome containing lipoprotein. Protopolymersomes. Plural of protopolymersome. Prod or hodopsin. Any of several proteins found in marine bacteria that are light-dependent proton pumps. Prod or hodopsins. Plural of prod or hodopsin. Protos. A mixture of peptides produced by the hydrolysis of proteins. Protoses. Plural of protos. Protosomal. Misspelling of protosomal. Protosomally. Misspelling of protosomally. Proteosome. Alternative spelling of proteasome. Protosomes. Plural of proteosome. Protosomic. Relating to protosomes. Protostases. Eukaryotic protein homeostasis. Protostatic. Relating to protostases. Protostatically. In a protostatic manner. Protostome. Misspelling of proteosome. Photosynthesis. The biosynthesis of protein. Photosynthetic. relating to photosynthesis. Prototoxic, pertaining to or causing prototoxicity. Prototoxicities. Plural of prototoxicity. Prototoxicity. Any impairment of cell function caused by misfolding of a protein. Prototoxin. A protein that produces prototoxicity. Prototoxins. Plural of prototoxin. Prototypic. Describing a peptide sequence that is found in only a single known protein and therefore serves to identify that protein. Protosicle. A vesicle composed of protein. Protosicles. Plural of protosicle. Photo. A version of rummy played in Sri Lanka. Composed of protein. Protosicles. Plural of protosicle. Photo. A version of rummy played in Sri Lanka. Protrandric. Alternative form of protrandrous. Protrandrous. Protandrous. Protrandry. The condition of being protrandrous. Protranthus. Of a plant, having flowers that appear earlier than the leaves. Protranthi. The condition of being protanthus. Proterguri. A dopamine agonist derived from ergoline. Protorhina. Any weevil in the family Protorhinidae, now considered part of the belid subfamily Oxycoroninae. Protorhinans. Plural of protorhinin. Protero. First. Protrochampsian. Any extinct reptile of the clade Protrochampsia. Protrochampsians. Plural of Protrochampsian. Protrochampsid. Any archosaur in the family Protrochampsidae. Protrochampsids. Plural of Protrochampsid. Protrodynamic. Protrokinetic. Protroglyph. Any protroglyphous snake. Protroglyphus. Having shortened maxillae bearing few teeth except for a substantially enlarged fang that forms a hollow needle for injecting venom. Protroglyphs. Plural of protoglyphs. Protrogenous. Protogenous. Protrogeny. The condition of being protrogenous. Protrogyrinid. Any embolomer in the family Protrogyrininae. Protrogyrinins. Plural of protrogyrinid. Protrokinetic. Having an accent that tends to shift rightward when weakened. Protrosuchian. Relating to the Protrosuchids. Protrosuchid. Any member of the family Protrosuchidae of archosaurs. Protrosuchids. Plural of Protrosuchid. Protruller. Synonym of Prototheriid. Prototheriid. Any extinct ungulate in the family Prototheriidae. Prototheriids. Plural of Prototheriid. Prototype. A first or primitive type. Prototype. Plural of prototype. Proterozoic. Or relating to the geologic eon from 2500 Ma to 541.0 plus or minus 1.0 Ma. Proters. Plural of proter. Protovides. Plural of protovidae. Protovidae. Wantonness, waywardness, petulance, peevishness. Protosomal. Misspelling of protosomal. Protsum. Misspelling of proteasome. Protests. To make a strong objection. Protest song. A song that is associated with a movement for social change. Protest songs. Plural of protest song. Protest too much. To insist so passionately about something that people suspect the opposite of what one is saying. Protest vote. A vote cast in an election to demonstrate the voter's dissatisfaction with the choice of candidates or refusal of the current political system. Protest votes, plural of protest vote. Protestable, able to be protested. Protestancy, Protestantism. Protestant, a member of any of several Christian denominations which separated from the Roman Catholic Church based on theological or political differences during the Reformation or in some cases later. Protestant, an island of the United States Virgin Islands. Protestant ethic, alternative form of Protestant work ethic. Protestant work ethic, a Calvinist value emphasizing the necessity of constant labor in a person's calling as a sign of personal salvation. Protestant work ethics, plural of Protestant work ethic. Protestantical, Protestant. Protestantize, alternative form of protestantize. Protestantize, simple past and past participle of protestantize. Protestantizes, third person singular simple present indicative of protestantize. Protestantish, resembling or characteristic of a Protestant. Protestantizing, present participle and gerund of protestantize. Protestantism, the Protestant rather than the Roman Catholic or Orthodox Christian faith. Protestantisms, plural of Protestantism. Protestantize, to make Protestant, to convert to Protestantism. Protestantize, simple past and past participle of protestantize. Protestantizes, third person singular simple present indicative of protestantize. Protestantizing, present participle and gerund of protestantize. Protestantly, like a Protestant, in conformity with Protestantism. Protestants, plural of Protestant. Protestered, a protester. Protesters, plural of protester. Protestation, a formal solemn objection or other declaration. Protestations, plural of protestation. Protestator, someone who makes protests, a protester. Protestators, plural of protestator. Protestatory, being or relating to a protest against something. Protested, simple past and past participle of protest. Protested too much, simple past and past participle of protest too much. Protester, one who protests, either alone or in a public display of group feeling. Protesters, plural of protester. Protesting, present participle and gerund of protests. Protesting too much, present participle and gerund of protests too much. Protestingly, unwillingly, with protests. Protestings, plural of protesting. Protestive, expressing protest. Protester, alternative spelling of protester. Protesters, plural of protester. Protests, plural of protests. Protests too much, third person singular simple present indicative of protest too much. Protestware, software subverted to serve the ends of a political protest, for example by deleting files or displaying propaganda messages. Photius, a sea god who could change his shape at will. Proteus effect, a phenomenon in which the behavior of an individual within virtual worlds is changed by the characteristics of their avatar. Proteus effects, plural of Proteus effect. Proteus syndrome, a congenital disorder that causes skin overgrowth and atypical bone development, often accompanied by tumors. Provangelion, alternative form of Provangelium. Provangelium, God's statement to the serpent in the Garden of Eden about how the seed of the woman would crush the serpent's head. Proth number, any number of the form k2n plus 1, where k is odd, n is a positive integer, and 2nk. Proth numbers, plural of proth number. Proth prime, a proth number that is prime. Proth primes, plural of proth prime. Prothalamia, plural of prothalanion. Prothalanion, a song or poem in honor of a bride and bridegroom about to be married. Prothalanians, plural of prothalamium. Prothalamium, alternative form of prothalamion. Prothalamiums, plural of prothalamium. Prothalli, plural of prosalis. Prothalia, plural of prothallium. Prothalio, relating to a prothalium. Prothaliform, resembling a prothalis. Prothali, synonym of prothallial. Prothallium, a plant usually a pteridophyte in gametophyte stage in the metagenesis cycle. Prothalis, a prothallium. Prothalis, plural of prosalis. Prathama, a statement or prayer by a preacher following the thema or lesson based on the gospel of the day. Prathamata, plural of prathama. Prathiabromine, a diuretic drug. Prothero, a surname. Protherogenic, misspelling of protherogenic. Protheros, plural of prothero. Phthes, alternative form of prosthesis, artificial body part replacement. Protheses, plural of prothesis. Prothesis, the prepending of phonemes at the beginning of a word without changing its morphological structure, as in Spanish esphera from Greek via Latin sphera, sphere. Without prothesis, the word would have become *esphera. Prothesized, affected by prothesis. Prothetellate, prothetolus. Prothetolus, exhibiting prothetely, prothetelic. Prothetely, the abnormal development of parts of an insect larva, often as a result of abnormal conditions. Prothetic, of, relating to, or involving prothesis. Prosthetician, archaic form of prostitution. Prostheticians, plural of prosthetician. Tathecher, a particular fungicide. Prothiokinezo, a particular fungicide. Prothionamide, alternative form of protionamide. Protypendil, an antipsychotic drug. Prothoxine, a sedative and hypnotic drug. Prothinatario, relating to a prothinatary. Prothinatarias, the college constituted by the 12 apostolic prothinataries in Rome. Prothinatariats, plural of prothinatariat. Prothinataries, plural of prothinatary. Prothinatary, a registrar or chief clerk in various courts of law, especially U.S. in a county court, Australia in certain state supreme courts, Canada in federal court. Prothinatary warbler, a small North American bird, Protnataria citrea, having a yellow body and blue wings. It breeds in swampland. Prothinatary warblers, Plural of prothonotory warbler. Prothonotaryship, the position or office of a prothonotary. Prothonotaryships, plural of prothonotaryship. Prothoraces, plural of prothorax. Prothorace, of or pertaining to the prothorax. Prothoracic gland, either of a pair of glands in the prothorax of insects which produce ecdysone. Prothoracic glands, plural of prothoracic gland. Prothoracica tropic, that modifies the behavior of the prothoracic gland. Pra-oracicotropic hormone, a peptide hormone found in insects produced in the corpora cardiaca or corpus allata, which initiates the release of the echosteroid hormone from the prothoracic gland. Pra-oracicotropic hormones, plural of pra-oracicotropic hormone. Pra-orax, the anterior segment of the insect thorax. It carries the first pair of legs. Prothoraxes, plural of prothorax. Prothro, a surname. Prothrombi, misspelling of prothrombotic. Prothrombin, a glycoprotein produced in the liver that is converted into thrombin during bleeding and subsequent clotting. Prothrombin time, the amount of time required for the plasma of one's blood to clot. Prothrombintines, plural of prothrombintine. Prothrombinase, a complex that catalyzes the conversion of prothrombin to thrombin in the presence of calcium ions. Prothrombinases, plural of prothrombinase. Prothrombinogen, synonym of proconvertin. Prothrombinogenic, relating to the prothrombinogen. Prothrombinopenia, synonym of hypoprothrombinemia. Prothrombinopenic, relating to prothrombinopenia. Prothrombins, plural of prothrombin. Prothrombogenic, that produces or initiates thrombogenesis. Prothrombinase, synonym of proconvertin. Prothromboplastin A, synonym of antihemophilic factor A. Prothromboplastin B, synonym of Christmas factor. Prothrombotic, describing any agent or condition that leads to thrombosis. Prothrose, plural of prothro. Prothallosome, a spherical envelope of the nucleolus in the nucleus of an ovum. Prothyl, alternative form of protyl. Prothyl, alternative form of protyl. Prothymocyte, a precursor of a thymocyte. Prothymocytes, plural of prothymocytes. Prothymosin, any precursor of a thymosin polypeptide. Prothymosins, plural of prothymosin. Protherocyte, the precursor of a differentiated thyrocyte. Protherocytes, plural of protherocyte. Pochette, describing a compound that contains the normal isotope of hydrogen rather than deuterium or tritium. Petuial, relating to the tibia of a phylum. Prode, that contains and can donate or accept a hydrogen ion proton. Particides, plural of particity. Particity, the quality of being patic. Prodi, the normal hydride in using protium. Protidemia, the presence of excess protein in the blood. Proteids, plural of proti. Protidic, pertaining to protein, peptides, and similar materials. Proteidai, an area containing a lower proportion of iodine than any other area of the same substance O series. Proteidite of mercury, synonym of mercury, iodide. Proteidides, plural of proteidai. Protalphase, a drug used in gynecology. Froshinamide, a drug used in the treatment of tuberculosis. Alternative spelling of pro-tip. Products, plural of product. Prodiarlin, thyrotropin releasing hormone. Protirement, early retirement from professional work with the positive idea of pursuing something more fulfilling. Protists, any of the eukaryotic, usually unicellular organisms including protozoans, slime molds, and some algae historically grouped into the kingdom Protista or Protoptista, now distributed over several clades, any eukaryote that is not a plant, animal, or fungus. Protista, plural of Protestant. Protistal, relating to or characteristic of protists. Protestan, of or pertaining to the protists. Protestans, plural of Protestan. Protestant, alternative form of Protestan. Protestans, plural of Protestant. Protestic, of or pertaining to protists. Protistological, relating to protistology. Protistologist, one who studies protists. Protistologists, plural of protistologists. Protistology, the scientific study of protists. Protestant, a Protist member of the former taxonomic kingdom Protista. Protists, plural of protists. Protium, the lightest and most common isotope of hydrogen, having a single proton and no neutrons, H. It is the only stable nuclide with no neutrons. Protium, plural of protium. Further, a surname. Further, alternative letter case form of proto used for proper names of proto-languages and their associated people. Proto-Afrasian, synonym of Proto-Afroasiatic. Proto-Afroasiatic, alternative spelling of Proto-Afroasiatic. Proto-Afroasiatic, the hypothetical ancestor language or proto-language of Afroasiatic languages. Proto-Albanian, the hypothetical proto-language that is the progenitor of modern-day Albanian. Proto-Algic, the theoretical, second-level proto-language of the Algic languages, spoken about 7,000 years ago, the ancestor of Proto-Algonquian, Yurok, and Wiyot. Proto-Algonquian, the theoretical proto-language of the Algonquian languages. Proto-Altaic, the hypothetical prehistoric ancestor of all Altaic languages, the existence of which is now often rejected. Proto-Ancestor, alternative form of Proto-Ancestor. Proto-Ancestors, plural of Proto-Ancestor. Proto-Armenian, the reconstructed ancestor of the Armenian language. Proto-Atayala, a proposed common ancestor to the group of Atayalic languages. Proto-Athabascan, alternative spelling of Proto-Athabascan. Proto-Athabascan, an undocumented hypothetical language from which all the Athabascan languages later emerged. Proto-Athapascan, alternative spelling of Proto-Athabascan. Proto-Australoid, belonging or relating to a prehistoric racial group, propounded by Roland Burridge Dixon in 1923, that developed into the later Australoid. Proto-Australoids, plural of Proto-Australoi. Proto-Austric, the hypothetical proto-language common ancestor language of the Austric languages. Proto-Austroasiatic, a proposed common ancestor to the group of Austroasiatic languages. Proto-Austronesian, a proposed common ancestor to the group of Austronesian languages comprising Malayo-Polynesian and Formosan languages. Proto-Balearic, the hypothetical proto-language of the Balearic languages. Proto-Baltic, the reconstructed ancestor of the Baltic languages, descended from Proto-Balto-Slavic. Proto-Balto-Slavic, the hypothetical ancestor language or proto-language of Baltic and Slavic languages, descending from Proto-Indo-European. Proto-Bantu, the hypothetical proto-language of the Bantu languages. Proto-Basque, the reconstructed ancestor of the Basque language, spoken in roughly ancient Roman times. Proto-Berber, the reconstructed proto-language from which the modern Berber languages descend. Proto-Briton, the formations far back in geological time that resulted eventually in the British Isles. Proto-Brythonic, hypothetical ancestor language of all Brythonic languages, including Welsh. Proto-Bumkudalaki, a proposed common ancestor to the group of Bumkudalaki languages. Proto-Chalcium, the proto-metal form of calcium. Proto-Canaanite, the Proto-Sinaitic script when found in Canaan. Proto-Canaanite alphabet, an abjad of 20+ acrophonic glyphs found in Levantine texts of the Late Bronze Age from ca. the 15th century BCE by convention taken to last until a cutoff date of 1050 BCE, after which it is called Phoenician. Proto-Celtic, the putative ancestor of all the known Celtic languages. Proto-Central Algonquian, the formerly hypothesized proto-language of the Central Algonquian languages, now recognized to be in effect Proto-Algonquian because Central Algonquian is not a genetic group. Proto-Central Malayo-Polynesian, a proposed common ancestor to the group of Central Malayo-Polynesian languages. Proto-Central Eastern Malayo-Polynesian, a proposed common ancestor to the group of Central Eastern Malayo-Polynesian languages. Proto-Chamic, a proposed common ancestor to the group of Chamic languages. Proto-Chromium, the proto-metal form of chromium. Proto-Circassian, the reconstructed common ancestor of the Adega and Kabardian languages. Proto-Czech, ancestor language of the Czech language, descendant of Proto-Slavic, spoken between the 10th and the mid-12th century. Proto-Differentiation, the differentiation of non-smooth functions. Proto-Doric, alternative form of Proto-Doric. Proto-Dravidian, the hypothetical ancestral proto-language from which the Dravidian languages are descended. Proto-Earth, the planet Earth at an early stage. Proto-Eastern Malayo-Polynesian, a proposed common ancestor to the group of Eastern Malayo-Polynesian languages. Proto-Eastern Polynesian, a proposed common ancestor to the group of Eastern Polynesian languages. Proto-emotion, an impression that could evolve into an emotion in the course of personality development. Proto-emotions, plural of proto-emotion. Proto-Eskimo, hypothetical prehistoric ancestor of all Eskimo languages, including Yupik and Inuit. Proto-Fascist, alternative spelling of proto-fascist. Proto-fascists, plural of proto-fascists. Proto-Finnic, the hypothetical ancestor language or proto-language of the Finnic-Baltic Finnic languages, usually written with the UPA transcription system. Proto-Finno-Ugric, the hypothetical ancestor language or proto-language of Finnic and Ugric languages, usually written with the UP transcription system. Proto-forester, an officer appointed chief of Windsor to hear all causes of death or maim or of the slaughter of the king's deer. Proto-foresters, plural of proto-forester. Proto-Germanic, hypothetical prehistoric ancestor language of all Germanic languages, including English. Proto-Greek, the earliest form of the Greek language, the common ancestor of the Greek dialects, including Mycenaean and the classical Greek dialects. Proto-Hittite, synonym of Hattic extinct language. Proto-Hli, the reconstructed ancestor of the Hli languages. Proto-Human, the speculative most recent common ancestor of all the world's languages, according to a monogenetic theory. Proto-Human, alternative form of Proto-Human. Proto-Humans, plural of Proto-Human. Proto-Lado, adjuvanto. Proto-Indo-Aryan, the reconstructed proto-language having descended from Proto-Indo-Iranian, that is the immediate predecessor of Old Indo-Aryan. Proto-Indo-European, the reconstructed ancestor language or proto-language of the Indo-European family of languages, which includes most European, Iranian, and Indian languages. Proto-Indo-Europeans, plural of Proto-Indo-European. Proto-Indo-Germanic, Proto-Indo-European. Proto-Indo-Hittite, the hypothetical proto-language that split into the Anatolian and Indo-European languages. Proto-Indo-Iranian, the hypothetical ancestor language or proto-language of Indo-Aryan languages, the Iranian languages, the Dardic languages, and the Nuristani languages. Proto-Indo-Iranians, plural of Proto-Indo-Iranian. Proto-industrialization, a phase before the industrialization of a country in which the necessary conditions are established. Proto-industries, plural of proto-industry. Proto-industry, domestic manufacturing or commercial activity seen as being a precursor to industrialization, cottage industry. Proto-Inuit, a language that preceded the Inuit languages. Proto-Inupic, a hypothetical prehistoric ancestor of all Inuit languages, including Greenlandic, Inuktitut, and Inupiaq. Proto-Iranian, the hypothetical proto-language reconstructed by comparative method from which all the Iranian languages descended. Proto-Iranians, plural of Proto-Iranian. Proto-Iron, the proto-metal form of iron. Proto-Isaiah, chapters 1 to 39 of the biblical book of Isaiah, thought to be the actual words of Isaiah. Proto-Italic, hypothetical prehistoric Indo-European language, ancestor of all Italic languages. Proto-Italo-Celtic, a hypothetical branch of the Indo-European family. Proto-Japonic, the hypothetical ancestral language of both modern Japanese and the Kyokuan languages. Proto-Kartvelian, the reconstructed ancestor of the Kartvelian languages. Proto-Kh-Muic, the hypothetical proto-language of the Kh-Muic languages. Proto-Korenic, a hypothetical proto-language from which Korean, Jeju, Beach, and all the other Korenic languages and varieties later emerged. Proto-language, a language which is reconstructed by examining similarities in existing languages in order to deduce the form and aspects of a common ancestor language that is no longer known. Proto-languages, plural of proto-language. Proto-magnesium, the proto-metal form of magnesium. Proto-Malay, an Austronesian speaker who moved from mainland Asia to the Malay Peninsula and Malay Archipelago in a long series of migrations between 2500 and 1500 BC, before that of the Deutera Malays about 1,000 years later. Proto-Malaic, a proposed common ancestor to the group of Malaic languages. Proto-Malayo-Chamic, a proposed common ancestor to the group of Malayo-Chamic languages. Proto-Malayo-Polynesian, a proposed common ancestor to the group of Malayo-Polynesian languages. Proto-Malayo-Sumbawan, a proposed common ancestor to the group of Malayo-Sumbawan languages. Proto-Malays, plural of Proto-Malay. Proto-Manganese, the proto-metal form of manganese. Proto-matter, alternative form of proto-matter. Proto-Mayan, the hypothetical prehistoric ancestor language of all Mayan languages. Proto-Mediterranean, of a specific human cranial type associated with populations in the Mediterranean region during the Mesolithic period. Proto-metal, a supposed finer form of a metal associated with high temperatures and spectral lines similar to those observed in stars. Proto-metallic, being or relating to a proto-metal. Proto-metals, plural of proto-metal. Proto-Mon Khmer, the hypothetical ancestor language or proto-language of the Mon Khmer language group, which includes Khmer and Vietnamese. Proto-Mongolic, the hypothetical ancestor language of the modern Mongolic languages. Proto-Mongoloid, a human phenotypical classification thought to be the ancestor of the Mongoloid race. It consists of various subtypes found in Southeast Asia, Japan, and among indigenous peoples of the Americas. Proto-Monic, the hypothetical proto-language of the Monic languages. Proto-Mallet, alternative form of Proto-Mullet. Proto-Mullets, plural of Proto-Mullet. Proto-Munda, the reconstructed proto-language that is the ancestor of the Munda languages. Proto-Muslim, a Muslim-like person who lived prior to Muhammad's first revelation. Proto-Muslims, plural of Proto-Muslim. Proto-Nak, a hypothetical or reconstructed proto-language from which all modern Ak languages are descended. Proto-neutron star, the degenerate core of a massive star prior to its emergence after a supernova has a neutron star. Protoneutron stars, plural of protoneutron star. Proto-Angarda, the hypothetical common ancestor of the Angarda languages. Proto-Nickel, the proto-metal form of nickel. Proto-Nicobares, the hypothetical proto-language of the Nicobares languages. Proto-Nilo-Saharan, the theoretical proto-language which is the common ancestor of the Nilo-Saharan languages. Proto-Norse, an Indo-European language spoken in Scandinavia and ancestral to Old Norse that evolved from Proto-Germanic over the 1st centuries AD. Proto-Nuclear Polynesian, a proposed common ancestor to the group of nuclear Polynesian languages. Proto-Nuristani, the reconstructed ancestor of the Nuristani languages. Proto-Oceanic, a proposed common ancestor of the group of Oceanic languages. Proto-Hamotic, hypothetical prehistoric ancestor language of all Almatic languages. Proto-Oncogene, a gene promoting the specialization and division of normal cells that could become an oncogene due to mutation. Proto-oncogenes, plural of proto-oncogene. Proto-oncogenic, relating to proto-oncogenes. Proto-organism, alternative form of proto-organism. Proto-organisms, plural of proto-organism. Proto-Pom and Yungbin, the hypothetical common ancestor of the Pama-Nyungan languages. Proto-Philippine, a proposed common ancestor to the group of Philippine languages. Proto-Photon, a theoretical but not yet detected particle proposed to explain, among other things, the mechanisms of gravity, a gauge boson. Protophotons, plural of protophoton. Protoplanetary, alternative form of protoplanetary. Proto-Polynesian, the hypothetical ancestor language or proto-language of most Polynesian languages. Proto-Polynesians, plural of Proto-Polynesian. Proto-priest, alternative form of proto-priest. Proto-priests, plural of proto-priests. Proto-prog, the earliest work associated with the first wave of progressive rock music. Proto-punk, alternative spelling of proto-punk. Proto-race, a primal or primordial race, an race. Proto-races, plural of proto-race. Proto-racial, of or relating to early or formative racial ideas or ideology. Proto-racism, attitudes and actions displaying prejudices and stereotypes analogous to those of racism which predate the modern biologically based concept of race. Proto-racism, plural of proto-racism. Proto-racist, characteristic of proto-racism. Proto-racists, plural of proto-racists. Proto-rap, performance art forms that served as precursors to rap, especially those that feature rhythmic spoken and slant or half-sung lyrics. Proto-raps, plural of proto-rap. Proto-romance, the reconstructed ancestor of all the Romance languages. Proto-Yukuan, a language family comprising of the Yukuan languages. Proto-Sabellic, hypothetical reconstructed ancestor language of the Osco-Umbrian language family, alternatively called the Sabellic languages. Proto-Sahaptian, the hypothetical reconstructed ancestor of Sahaptian languages. Proto-Salish, the reconstructed ancestor of the Salish languages. Proto-Salishan, synonym of Proto-Salish. Proto-Sapiens, synonym of Proto-Human. Proto-Saturn, the planet Saturn at an early stage. Proto-Science, alternative form of proto-science. Proto-science fiction, any of various early literature that contained elements that would develop into science fiction. Proto-sciences, plural of proto-science. Proto-Scythian, the reconstructed ancestor language or proto-language of Scythian. Proto-Semitic, the hypothetical proto-language of Semitic languages. Proto-Sinaitic, an ancient script found in a small corpus of about 40 inscriptions and fragments dating to the Middle Bronze Age, the vast majority from Serabit el-Khadim in the Sinai Peninsula. It is considered the earliest trace of alphabetic writing and the common ancestor of both the ancient South Arabian script and the Phoenician alphabet. Proto-Sino-Tibetan, the original language, or rather, cluster of dialects from which descended the Sino-Tibetan family of languages. Proto-Slavic, a hypothetical, reconstructed language whence all the Slavic languages later descended. Proto-South Sulawesi, a proposed common ancestor to the group of South Sulawesi languages. Proto-Strontium, the proto-metal form of strontium. Proto-Tagalog, a proposed common ancestor of Tagalog and its dialects. Proto-Teutonic, synonym of Proto-Germanic. Proto-Titanium, the proto-metal form of titanium. Proto-Thatcherian, the reconstructed ancestor of the Tocharian languages. Proto-Trans-New Guinea, the reconstructed proto-language ancestral to the Trans-New Guinea languages. Proto-Turkic, a hypothetical proto-language from which Old Turkic and all the other Turkic languages later emerged. Proto-Uralic, the ancestor language of the Uralic language family, usually written with the UPE transcription system. Proto-Uranus, the planet Uranus at an early stage. Proto-Vanadium, the proto-metal form of vanadium. Proto-Viethic, the unattested, reconstructed common ancestor of the Vietnamic languages including Vietnamese and N letter 1B0 letter 1 EDD-NG. Proto-Volta Niger, the reconstructed proto-language ancestral to the Volta Niger languages. Proto-Western Malayo-Polynesian, a proposed common ancestor to the group of Western Malayo-Polynesian languages. Proto-World, synonym of proto-human. Proto-Unicene, the hypothetical ancestor language or proto-language of the Unicene languages spoken in Central Siberia. Proto-Unicians, plural of Proto-Unicene. Proto-Ukikir, the theoretical proto-language which is the common ancestor of the Ukikir languages. Proto-Academic, that develops or may develop into an academic form. Proto-Actinium, dated form of Protactinium. Prototative, having the property that the result when applied to x plus y is less than or equal to the sum of the result when applied to x plus the result when applied to y for all values of x and y in the domain. Protoalkali, a precursor of an alkaloid, typically one that is not heterocyclic. Protoalkalides, plural of protoalkali. Protoanalysis, in the practice of the Arica school, the analysis of the complete human being from anatomy and physiology up to hair consciousness and enlightenment. Protoanalytical, relating to proton analysis. Protoancestor, the earliest ancestor. Protoancestors, plural of protoancestor. Protandrous, alternative form of protandrous. Protoneminin, a toxin found in all plants of the buttercup family Ranunculataceae, produced by an enzymatic process from the glucoside ranunculin. Protonthophyllite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, manganese, nickel, oxygen, silicon, and sodium. Protopychamon, a flavonoid that induces apoptosis. Protospidostrin, a particular steroid glycoside. Protoatmosphere, the gaseous components of a protoplanet. Protoatmospheres, plural of protoatmosphere. Protobacco, in favor of tobacco or public smoking in general. Protobacterial, or pertaining to a protobacterium. Protoberberine, any of several alkaloids related to berberine. Protoberberines, plural of protoberberine. Protobiface, a primitive biface chopping tool. Protobifaces, plural of protobiface. Protobinary, describing a system that is evolving into a binary star. Protobiological, relating to protobiology. Protobiologist, an early biologist, a practitioner of protobiology. Protobiologists, plural of protobiologists. Protobiology, the early study of biology before it became a vigorous established discipline. Protobiont, an aggregation of organic molecules surrounded by a membrane that abiotically coalesces into resemblances of living matter, thought to be the precursors of prokaryotic cells. Protobiontic. Relating to protobionts. Protobionts. Plural of protobiont. Protobiocide. A particular steroid glycoside. Protobiotic. That gave rise to early life. Protobird. Any of several extinct animals proposed as an evolutionary link between fossil reptiles and fossil birds, a provian. Protobirds. Plural of protobird. Protoblatoi. A member of the extinct insect order Protoblattoidea. Protoblatoids. Plural of protoblatoi. Protoboard. A board having a matrix of small holes to which components may be attached without solder, used for the temporary construction and testing of electrical and electronic circuits. Protoboards. Plural of protoboard. Protobranch. Any bivalve mollusk of the subclass Protobranchia. Protobranchiate. Relating to or characteristic of bivalve mollusks of the subclass Protobranchia. Protobranch. Plural of protobranch. Protobromide. Any of a series of bromides of a particular metal that has the fewest atoms of bromine per molecule. Protobromides. Plural of protobromide. Protobrosis. The first meal after a complete fast, the meal that ends or breaks a fast. Protobulge. A group of stars that accumulate into a galactic bulge. Protobulges. Plural of protobulge. Protocatechurin. Any of several polypeptides that are fragments of catechurin. Protocatecherins. Plural of protocatechurin. Protocanonical. Describing the first authorized canon of books of scripture. Protocanonicals. Protocanonical texts. Protocapitalism. Any early system of trade from which modern capitalism ultimately derives. Protocapitalists. Relating to protocapitalism. Protocapitalistic. Relating to protocapitalism. Protocapitalists. Plural of protocapitalists. Protocarbi. Any of a series of carbides of a particular metal that has the fewest atoms of carbon per molecule. Protocarbides. Plural of protocarbi. Protocarnivorous. Capable of trapping and killing insects or other animals but lacking the ability to digest or absorb nutrients from its prey. Protocataclysite. A type of cataclysite in which the matrix takes up less than 50% of the total volume. Protocatechol. Synonym of protocatechuic acid. Protocatechuraldehyde. Protocatechuic aldehyde. Protocatechuraldehydes. Plural of protocatechualdehyde. Protocatechuate. Any salt or ester of protocatechuic acid. Protocatechuates. Plural of protocatechuate. Protocatechuic. Related to protocatechuic acid, protocatechuic aldehyde or their derivatives. Protocatechuic acid. The phenolic carboxylic acid 3,4-dihydroxybenzoic acid that is a major metabolite of polyphenols. Protocause. The cause of another cause. Protocell. A self-organized, endogenously ordered, spherical collection of phospholipids proposed as a stepping stone to the origin of life. Protocells. Plural of protocell. Protocellular. Relating to a protocell. Protocephala. Plural of protocephalon. Protocephalic. Relating to the protocephalon. Protocephalon. The basic embryonic head of an anthropod. Protocerata. Any in a family protozoa of extinct Protoceratids. Protoceratids, plural of protoceratid. Protoceratine, synonym of protokeratin. Protoceratines, plural of protoceratine. Protoceratopsian, synonym of protoceratopsid. Protoceratopsians, plural of protoceratopsian. Protoceratopsid, any dinosaur in the family Protoceratopsidae. Protoceratopsids, plural of protoceratopsid. Protocircle, having a caudal fin extending around the end of the vertebral column like that which is first formed in the embryo of fishes. Difficircle. Protocerebra, plural of protocerebrum. Protocerebral, relating to the protocerebrum. Protocerebrally, in a protocerebral way. Protocerebrin, misspelling of protocerebrum. Protocerebrum, den hier yrket of yet of his vein. Protocerebrums, plural of protocerebrum. Protocetid, any of a group of extensities of the family Protoceti for the Eocene period. Protocetids, plural of protocetid. Protocitraric acid, an acid found in some lichens. Protochelin, a tris catecholamed siderophyre present in the bacterium Azotobacter vinelandii. Protochemical, relating to protochemistry, the early study of chemistry. Protochemically, in protochemical terms. Protochemist, an early chemist, a practitioner of protochemistry. Protochemistry, the chemistry of protons. Protochemists, plural of protochemists. Protochloride, any of a series of chlorides of a particular metal that has the fewest atoms of chlorine per molecule. Protochlorides, plural of protochloride. Protochlorophyllae, misspelling of protochlorophylli. Protochlorophyll, a pigment that is converted to chlorophyll by the action of light. Protochlorophyllae, any of several fluorescent pigments that are converted to chlorophyll by photoconversion. Protochlorophyllates, plural of protochlorophylli. Protochlorophyllene, a product of reduction of the green principle of chlorophyll. Protochordate, any chordate of the phyla Hemichordata, Urochordata, or Cephalochordata. Protochordates, plural of protochordate. Protochromosome, a mass of chromatin in a cell nucleus that develops into a chromosome. Protochromosomes, plural of protochromosome. Protochronism, the pseudoscientific idea that Latin or other languages are descended from Romanian as opposed to vice versa. Protochronous, pertaining to or supporting protochronism, the idea that Latin or other languages are descended from Romanian. Protochronists, plural of protochronists. Protocitizen, a person whose social status is an early approximation to the later idea of a citizen. Protocitizens, plural of protocitizen. Protocitizenship, the status of protocitizen. Protoclonal, relating to a protoclone. Protoclone, one of the first organisms produced by a cloning regime. Protoclones, plural of protoclone. Protocluster, a group of galaxies that are beginning to form a cluster. Protoclusters, plural of protocluster. Protocmeme, a primary mesonary of a Zundarian coelenterate. Protocmemes, plural of protocmeme. Protocodomer, a protein structure that develops into a codomer. Protocodomers, plural of protocodomer. Protococcidian, any protozoan of the order Protococcierida. Protococcidians, plural of protococcidian. Protococcoid, relating to or characteristic of algae of the genus Protococcus. Protocol, the anterior part of a tripartite coelom in some invertebrates. Protocollimate, any primitive animal that evolved into the coelomates. Protocollimates, plural of protocollimate. Protocols, plural of protocol. Protocol, the minutes or official record of a negotiation or transaction, especially a document drawn up officially which forms the legal basis for subsequent agreements based on it. Protocol stack, synonym of stack and implementation of a protocol suite is set of protocols forming a layered architecture. Protocol stacks, plural of protocol stack. Protocolar, alternative form of protocolary. Protocolary, the rules of conduct of a diplomat. Protocol, simple past and past participle of protocol. Protocolic, relating to protocol. Protocolligorically, in line with protocol. Protocolling, present participle and gerund of protocol. Protocolize, alternative form of protocolize. Protocolize, simple past and past participle of protocolize. Protocolizes, third person singular simple present indicative of protocolize. Protocolizing, present participle and gerund of protocolize. Protocolist, someone who prepares or writes protocols. Protocolists, plural of protocolists. Protocolization, notarization. Protocolizations, plural of protocolization. Protocolize, to notarize. Protocolize, simple past and past participle of protocolize. Protocolizes, third person singular simple present indicative of protocolize. Protocolizing, present participle and gerund of protocolize. Protocollagen, a form of collagen prior to its hydroxylation. Protocollary, of or pertaining to protocol. Protocol, simple past and past participle of protocol. Protocolling, present participle and gerund of protocol. Protocolist, alternative form of protocolist. Protocolists, plural of protocolists. Protocols, plural of protocol. Protoconal, of or pertaining to a protocone. Protoconch, the embryonic shell or initial chamber of ammonites and other cephalopods. Protoconchal, of or pertaining to a protoconch. Protoconches, plural of protoconch. Protoconch, plural of protoconch. Protocone, a cusp in the corner of an upper molar tooth in mammals. Protocones, plural of protocone. Protoconid, one of the main cusps at the etiolabial site. Protoconid, plural of protoconid. Protoconidon, any conodont of the order Protoconidontidae. Protocontinent, a landmass capable of becoming a continent. Protocontinents, plural of protocontinent. Protoconule, a minor cusp between the protocone and pericone of an upper molar. Protoconules, plural of protoconule. Protoconversation, an interaction between an adult, typically a mother and baby, that includes words, sounds, and gestures that attempts to convey meaning before the onset of language. language in the child. Proto-conversational, relating to a proto-conversation. Proto-conversations, plural of proto-conversation. Proto-cooperation, the situation where two species interact with each other beneficially without having a specific need to do so. Proto-cooperative, related to or characterized by proto-cooperation. Protocorm, a tuberous mass of cells that is the embryonic form of orchids and club mosses. Protocorms, plural of protocorm. Protocratic, pertaining to an initial or original form of social control. Protocristic, an enamel ridge that joins the metaconid and the protoconid of a mandibular molar. Protocristids, plural of protocristid. Protoctis, any of several unicellular protists of the kingdom Protista, formerly Protoctista. Protoctistan, Protoctis. Protoctistans, plural of Protoctistan. Protoctis, plural of Protoctis. Protoculture, the passing of behaviors from one generation to another among non-human primates. These cultures are very rudimentary and do not exhibit complex cultural technology. Protocultures, plural of protoculture. Protocuneiform, being or relating to an early system of Sumerian writing that developed into cuneiform. Protocyanide, any of a series of cyanides of a particular metal that has the fewest cyanide groups per molecule. Protocyanides, plural of protocyanide. Protocycloshratid, any extinct nautiloid cephalopod in the family Protocyclosratidae. Protocyclosratids, plural of protocyclosratid. Protodeacon, a highly ranked non-monastic deacon who has special privileges. Protodeacons, plural of protodeacon. Protodoration, the activation of a gold carbon bond prior to a doration of an organic compound. Protodorations, plural of protodoration. Protodeboronation, the selective removal of a boronic group to return a compound to its original state, used especially to separate different isomers or enantiomers. Protodeboronations, plural of protodeboronation. Protoderm, the primary meristem from which the epidermis develops. Protodermal, relating to the protoderm. Protoderms, plural of protoderm. Protodesylylation, any substitution reaction in which a silyl group is replaced by a hydrogen atom proton. Protodesylylations, plural of protodesylylation. Protodiastole, the initial phase of diastole during which the aortic valve closes. Protodiastolic, relating to protodiastole. Protodiacin, a steroidal saponin compound found in a number of plant species. Protodolomite, a mineral that in the right conditions will develop into dolomite. Protodolomites, plural of protodolomite. Protodonatoi, any large, extinct insect of the former order Protodonata, now Meganisoptera. Protodonatoids, plural of protodonatoi. Prototoric, of or relating to a style in which the beginnings of the Doric style are supposed to be found. Protodramatic, of or relating to primitive art forms representing an early form of drama. Protodynastic, leading to the formation of a dynasty, applied to a process of political unification in ancient Egypt that culminated in the formation of a single state to begin the early dynastic period. Proto-ecumenical, beginning or leading up to the ecumenical movement in Christianity. Proto-element, a prototypical element of something. Protoelmints, plural of protoelmint. Protolongate, any ribbed miter of the genus Protolongata. Protolongates, plural of protolongate. Protorubicide, a particular steroid glycoside. Protoscolces, plural of protoscolex. Proboscolex, protoscolex. Protothecal, relating to protothics. Proto-eukaryotes, a prokaryote that evolved into a eukaryote. Proto-eukaryotes, plural of proto-eukaryote. Protovangelion, alternative form of Provangelium. Protovangelium, alternative form of Provangelium. Protofascism, any political system that's showing the beginnings of fascism. Protofascisms, plural of protofascism. Protofascists, showing the beginnings of fascism. Protofascists, plural of protofascists. Protofeather, the hypothetical precursors of bird feathers, believed to have been grown by certain dinosaurs. Protofeather, having protofeathers. Protofeathers, plural of protofeather. Protofeminism, a philosophical tradition anticipating modern feminist concepts before their arrival. Protofeminisms, plural of protofeminism. Protofeminists, preceding but anticipating or laying the groundwork for feminism. Protofeminists, plural of protofeminists. Protofeudalism, any social system preceding and moving toward later feudalism. Protofiber, the form of a spun plastic that forms into a fiber. Protofibers, plural of protofiber. Protofibril, an elongated cluster of cells that grows into a fibril. Protofibrillar, synonym of protofibrillar. Protofibrillar, relating to protofibrils. Protofibrillary, alternative form of protofibrillar. Protofibrillization, the formation of protofibrils. Protofibrillogenesis, the formation and development of protofibrils. Protofibrils, plural of protofibril. Protofilament, a filament of polymerized tubulin in a cell, which becomes part of a microtubule. Protofilaments, plural of protofilament. Protoflaccid, a flexid between the protoconid and the anterolabial cannulid. Protoflexids, plural of protoflexid. Protoflexus, a flexus between the protocone and the anterolingual cannule. Protoflight, a strategy where no test-dedicated qualification article exists and all production hardware is intended for flight. Protofluoride, any of a series of fluorides of a particular metal that has the fewest atoms of fluorine per molecule. Protofluorides, plural of protofluoride. Protoform, synonym of erform basic or original form. Protoforms, plural of protoform. Protogalactic, pertaining to a protogalaxy. Protogalaxies, plural of protogalaxy. Protogalaxy, a cloud of gas which is starting to form a galaxy. Protogastric, that covers the gastric area of brachyurine crabs. Protogen, a fictional anthropomorphic furry animal-like character with human-like characteristics, cyborg with a robotic chest and thighs, and a visor screen upon which the creature's face is displayed. Protogenal, primitive. Protogeneous, primogenio. Protogenesis, abiogenesis. Protogenetic, protogenic. Protogenic, of or pertaining to an early or original race or lineage, primitive. Protogenoi, plural of protogenos. Protogenos, any of the first order of deities to come into existence according to Greek cosmogony. Protogens, plural of protogen. Protogeometric, of or relating to a style of ancient Greek pottery led by Athens and produced between roughly 1030 and 900 BCE, decorated with purely abstract elements, often with broad horizontal bands about the neck and belly, and concentric circles applied with compass and multiple brush. Protogen, a form of granite containing silvery flakes of talc or similar minerals. Protogens, plural of protogen. Protoglobin, a simple globin found in some archaea that can bind oxygen and carbon monoxide. Protoglobins, plural of protoglobin. Protoglomerular, related to or composed of protoglomeruli. Protoglomeruli, plural of protoglomerulus. Protoglomerulus, a structure that develops into a glomerulus. Protoglycan, misspelling of protoglycan. Protogospel, a hypothetical common gospel from which later gospels were derived. Protogospels, plural of protogospel. Protogracillin, a particular steroid glycoside. Protogrammar, a rudimentary grammar. Protogrammars, plural of protogrammar. Protograph, the original manuscript of a given text from which all further copies derive. Protographs, plural of protograph. Proto-Greek, alternative form of Proto-Greek. Protogroup, a number of galaxies that become a galaxy group over time. Protogroups, plural of protogroup. Proto-grunge, collectively, the music that influenced the later grunge movement. Protogenous, exhibiting protogeny. Protogenously, in a protogenous manner. Protogeny, the condition in which an organism begins life as a female and then changes into a male. Protoheme, alternative form of protoheme. Protohemen, alternative spelling of protohemen. Protohemens, plural of protohemen. Protohemes, plural of protoheme. Protophilo, the assemblage of material that coalesces to form a galactic halo. Protophilos, plural of protohalo. Protohalos, plural of protohalo. Proto-Hellenic, Proto-Greek. Protoheme, a synonym for any of several hemes followed by a letter. Protohemes, plural of protoheme. Protohemen, Haben. Protohemens, plural of protohemen. Protoheterotheca, a simple heterotheca. Protoheterothecal, relating to a protoheterotheca. Proto-historian, one who studies proto-history. Proto-historians, plural of proto-historian. Proto-historic, of or pertaining to proto-history. Proto-historical, of or relating to proto-history. Proto-histories, plural of proto-history. Proto-history, the period between prehistory and history, during which a culture or civilization has not yet developed writing, but other cultures have already noted its existence in their own writings. Proto-hominid, any of several primitive animals that were evolutionary ancestors of the hominids. Proto-hominids, plural of proto-hominid. Proto-homosexual, relating to the early development of homosexuality, either in an individual or in society. Proto-human, pertaining to the first humans or the beginning of humankind. Proto-humans, plural of proto-human. Proto-hypericin, a polycyclic derivative of hypericin. Proto-hypsodont, that become hypsodont. Protohypsodonty, the condition of being protohypsodont. Protoiris, synonym of protopresbyter. Protoludane, a particular sesquiterpene that is the basis of many natural products. Protoludanes, plural of protoiludane. Protoimogolite, the precursor of an amogolite. Protoimogolites, plural of protoimogolite. Protoindustrial, relating to the early beginnings of industrialization. Protoindustrialization, alternative form of proto-industrialization. Protointron, a section of RNA that develops into an intron. Protointrons, plural of protointron. Protoiodide, any of a series of iodes of a particular metal that has the fused atoms of iodine per molecule. Protoiodides, plural of protoiodide. Protoisoarubicide, a particular steroid glycoside. Proto-Jupiter, the planet Jupiter at an early stage. Protokaryote, the earliest ancestor of eukaryote. Protokaryotapes, plural of protokaryote. Protokilol, a sharp pesidranergic receptor agonist used as a bronchodilator. Protolacteal, describing the secretion of the mammary glands of primitive mammals. Proto-Lang, a constructed ancestor language from which other naturalistic conlangs are descended actually or retroactively. Proto-language, alternative form of proto-language. Proto-languages, plural of proto-language. Proto-lerogenic, that leads to tolerogenic activity. Proto-lexicon, the lexicon of a proto-language. Proto-lexicons, plural of proto-lexicon. Proto-literal, similar to liberalism but before its establishment. Proto-liberals, plural of proto-literal. Protolechisterinic acid, an acid found in some lichens. Protoliminoid, a precursor to a liminoid. Protoliminoids, plural of protoliminoi. Protolingual, of or relating to proto-language. Protolinguistic, relating to proto-language or protolinguistics. Protolinguistics, the linguistics of proto-languages. Protolipid, alternative form of protolipid. Protolipids, plural of protolipid. Protoliteracy, the state of written language being in its early stages. Protoliterase, of or related to the protoliterate period. Protoliterate period, the Yoak period. Protolith, the original precursor of any specified metamorphic rock. Protolithic, relating to a protolith. Protoliths, plural of protolith. Protoliturgical, relating to an early or prototypical form of liturgy. Protolar, alternative form of protolog. Protological, of or relating to protology. Protologically, in a protological manner. Protologies, plural of protology. Protologism, a newly coined word or phrase defined in the hope that it will become common. A recently created term possibly in narrow use but not yet acknowledged. Protologism, Plural of protologism. Protologist. A specialist in diseases of the colon and rectum. Protologistic. Of or pertaining to protologisms. Protologists. Plural of protologists. Protologs. Plural of protolog. Protolog. All the original material associated with a newly published name comprising its description or diagnosis and any of a number of other elements such as illustrations, synonymy, etc. Protologs. Plural of protolog. Protology. The branch of theology pertaining to origins and first things. Protoloph. Any harvestman of the genus Protolophus. Protolophid. Any harvestman of the family Protolophidae. Protolophids. Plural of protolophid. Protolophs. Plural of protoloph. Protolophule. A small crest in the paraflexus connected to the protocone. Protolophules. Plural of protolophule. Protolophulet. A small crest in the mesoflexid connected to the protoconid. Protolophulids. Plural of protolophulit. Protolunar. That will develop to form a moon. Protolise. Alternative form of protolise. Protolise. Simple past and past participle of protolise. Protolysis. Plural of protolysis. Protolysing. Present participle and gerund of protolyze. Protolysis. Any proton transfer reaction. Protolytic. Relating to protolysis. Protolyze. To cause or to undergo protolysis. Protolyze. Simple past and past participle of protolyze. Protolyzes. Third person singular simple present indicative of protolyze. Protolyzing. Present participle and gerund of protolyze. Protoma. Alternative form of protom. Protomammal. Any evolutionary ancestor of the mammals. Protomammalian. Relating to the protomammals. Protomammals. Plural of protomammal. Protomars. The planet Mars at an early stage. Protomartyr. Any of the first Christian martyrs. Protomartyrdom. The martyrdom of a protomartyr. Protomartyrdoms. Plural of protomartyrdom. Protomartyress. A female protomartyr. Protomartyrs. Plural of protomartyr. Protomas. Plural of protoma. Protomatter. The ultimate basis of physical substance before it has been given form. Protom. A decorative element on ancient artifacts based on the head of an animal or bust of a person. Proto-Mediterranean. Alternative form of Proto-Mediterranean. Protomer. Any prototropic tautomer. Proto-Mercury. The planet Mercury at an early stage. Protomeric. Describing a form of tautomerism in which the isomers differ only in the position of a hydrogen atom proton. Protomerite. The posterior segment of a gregarine. Protomerites. Plural of protomerite. Protomers. Plural of protomer. Protomes. Plural of protom. Protometabolic. Relating to protometabolism. Protometabolism. A series of linked chemical reactions in a prebiotic environment that has characteristics of true metabolism. Protometal. A style of music that was a precursor to heavy metal. Protomicrocotylid. Any monogenean in the family Protomicrocotylidae. Protomicrocotylids. Plural of protomicrocotylid. Protominimalists. Belonging or pertaining to an early form of minimalism. Protominimalists. Plural of protominimalists. Protomite. An immature or beginning form of atomite. Protomites. Plural of protomite. Protomitochondria. Plural of protomitochondrion. Protomitochondrial. Relating to a protomitochondrion. Protomitochondrion. The ancestral bacterial endosymbiont from which all mitochondria are thought to be derived. Proto-modern. Of an earlier style approaching what is now modern. Proto-modernism. A proto-modern style. Proto-modernists. One who uses a proto-modern style. Proto-modernists. Plural of proto-modernists. Proto-modernity. The condition of being proto-modern. Protomodular. Mathematics. Protomolecule. A collection of unstably bound atoms that has the potential to form a molecule if the structure can shed sufficient energy. Protomolecules. Plural of protomolecule. Protomont. An immature or beginning stage of atomont. Protomonts. Plural of protomont. Protomorph. Something that has the most primitive character, that which is in the earliest form. Protomorphic. Having the most primitive character, in the earliest form of stage. Protomorphs. Plural of protomorph. Protomullus. A mullet-like hairstyle which is shorter than a full-fledged mullet or which preceded the popularization of the mullet in the 1980s. Protomullets. Plural of protomullet. Protomillenite. A myelinite where most of the rock volume has not been ground into matrix and so contains its original texture. Protomillenites. Plural of protomillenite. Protomyofibroblast. A structure that develops into a myofibroblast. Protomyofibroblast. Fibroblasts. Plural of protomyofibroblasts. Protomyth. An initial form of a myth that is inferred or known about only from secondary sources, a motif that is not yet accorded the status of myth, but may it is supposed become one. Protomyths. Plural of protomyth. Proton. A positively charged subatomic particle forming part of the nucleus of an atom and determining the atomic number of an element, composed of two up quarks and a down quark. Proton capture. A nuclear reaction in which a proton is absorbed by a nucleus. Proton captures. Plural of proton capture. Proton halo. A rare nuclear structure where a nucleus has a loosely bound halo of protons orbiting around its core, causing the nucleus to have a significantly larger radius than typical nuclei. Proton halos. Plural of proton halo. Proton number. The number of protons in an atom. Proton numbers. Plural of proton number. Proton pump. Any protein in the membrane of a cell or mitochondrion whose function is to move protons across the membrane and thus establish an electrochemical potential. Proton pump inhibitor. Any chemical that totally or partly decreases one or more proton pumps from functioning. Proton pump inhibitors. Plural of proton pump inhibitor. Proton pumps. Plural of proton pump. Proton transfer. A chemical reaction that involves the transfer of protons. Proton pump. Alternative form of proton pump. Proton pump inhibitor. Alternative form of proton pump inhibitor. Proton pump inhibitors, plural of proton pump inhibitor. Proton pumps, plural of proton pump. Protonatable, able to be protonated. Protonate, to add one or more protons to a molecule, ion, or radical. Protonated, simple past and past participle of protonate. Protonates, third person singular simple present, indicative of protonate. Protonating, present participle and gerund of protonate. Protonation, the addition of a proton hydrogen ion to an atom molecule or ion normally to generate a cation. Protonations, plural of protonation. Protoncogene, alternative form of protoncogene. Protoncogenes, plural of protoncogene. Protonoma, a filament of cells that forms following the germination of the spores of mosses and liverworts. Protonemal, relating to protonemata. Protonemata, plural of protonema. Protonematal, relating to protonemata. Protoneudiosine, a particular steroid glycoside. Protoniagracillin, a particular steroid glycoside. Protoneudicorin, a particular steroid glycoside. Protoneoinogenin, a particular steroid glycoside. Protonephridia, plural of protonephridium. Protonephridial, relating to a protonephridium. Protonephridium, a type of nephridium composed of a network of flame cells or solenocytes. Protoneurid, any damselfly in the family Protoneuridae. Protoneurids, plural of protoneura. Protoneuromasts, a cell or cluster of cells that will develop into a neuromast. Protoneuromasts, plural of protoneuromast. Protoneutron, only used in protoneutron star. Protoneutron star, a star which is cooling and contracting to become a neutron star. Protoneutron stars, plural of protoneutron star. Protonic, of, pertaining to, or composed of protons. Protonics, an analog of electronics based on the movement of protons. Protonitrate, a compound of nitric acid with the protoxide of a metal. Protonitrates, plural of protonitrate. Protonium, an exotic atom consisting of a proton bound to an antiproton. Protoniums, plural of protonium. Protonization, synonym of protonation. Protonizations, plural of protonization. Protonize, synonym of protonate. Protonize, simple past and past participle of protonize. Protonlike, having the characteristics of a proton. Protonmotive, of or pertaining to the ability to transport protons. Protonography, the graphical representation of the presence of protons hydrogen ions during a chemical reaction. Protonolysis, plural of protonolysis. Protonolysis, the breakup of a molecule following protonation. Protonolytic, relating to or causing protonolysis. Protonophore, any agent that transports proteins. Protonophores, plural of protonophore. Protonophoric, relating to a protonophore. Protonosphere, synonym of geocorona, a layer of the atmosphere. Protonospheres, plural of protonosphere. Protonotaries, plural of protonotary. Protonotary. Alternative spelling of prothonotory. Protons, plural of proton. Protonym, the first legitimate name of a taxon on which the currently accepted name is based. Protonymph, the instar between larva and deutonymph. Protonymphal. Relating to a protonymph. Protonymphon, the larva of a sea spider. Protonymphons, plural of protonymphon. Protonyms, plural of protonymph. Protonyms, plural of protonym. Protoncogene, alternative form of proto-oncogene. Protungogenes, plural of protuncogene. Protuncogenic, alternative form of proto-oncogenic. Protuncoprotein, any protein that is converted to an oncoprotein. Protuncoproteins, plural of protuncoproteins. Protein. Protorganism, an organism whose nature is so difficult to determine that it might be referred to either the animal or the vegetable kingdom. Protorganisms, plural of protorganism. Proto-orthodox, before Christianity had agreed upon standards. Protopenixadial, a terpene sapogenin related to damran found in ginseng. Protopenixadials, plural of protopenixadial. Protopenixatrial, a terpene sapogenin related to damran found in ginseng. Protopenixatrials, plural of protopenixatrial. Protopapas, a protopope. Protopapaces, plural of protopapas. Protoparvovirus, any virus of the genus Protoparvovirus. Protoparvoviruses, plural of protoparvovirus. Protopathic, relating to a sensory nerve that detects the presence of a stimulus without determining its location. Protopattern, an early or prototypical pattern. Protopatterns, plural of protopattern. Protopectin, synonym of pectose. Protopectinase, any protease that breaks down protopectin. Protopectinases, plural of protopectinase. Protopectins, plural of protopectin. Protoperythesia, plural of protoperythesium. Protoperythetial, relating to a protoperythesium. Protoperythesium, a structure that develops into a perithecium. Protophase, the instantaneous phase of an oscillation such as a heartbeat. Protophases, plural of protophase. Protophenomenal, a property, not phenomenal at the individual level, but collectively able to constitute phenomenal properties. Protophenomenon, a fundamental phenomenon. Protophilic, describing a solvent that can accept protons and is therefore basic. Protophilosophic, relating to protophilosophy. Protophilosophical, relating to protophilosophy. Protophilosophies, plural of protophilosophy. Protophilosophy, an early or formative form of philosophy. Protophlome, the form of phloem that is initially formed, composed of narrow, thin-walled cells. Protophloems, plural of protophlome. Protophobic, having a low Lewis basicity. Protophorin, alternative form of protoporphyrin. Protophorins, plural of protophorin. Protoporphyrinogen, misspelling of protoporphyrinogen. Protophosphi, Any of a series of phosphides of a particular metal that has the fewest atoms of phosphorus per molecule. Protophosphides, plural of protophosphi. Protophyll, a primitive leaf in some club mosses. Protophyllae, synonym of protochlorophyllene. Protophylls, plural of protophyll. Protophysical, relating to protophysics. Protophysicist, an early physicist, a practitioner of protophysics. Protophysicists, plural of protophysicists. Protophysics, the early study of physics before it became a rigorous established discipline. Protophyte, any of various primitive organisms such as the slime molds. Protophytes, plural of protophytes. Protophytic, of or relating to the protophytes. Protophytology, paleobotany. Protopilgrimage, a journey or quest that predates or approaches being a pilgrimage. Protopilgrimages. Plural of protopilgrimage. Protopine, a benzylissaquinoline alkaloid occurring in plants of the family Papaveraceae that acts as an opioid analgesic. Protopines, plural of protopine. Protoplanet, an astronomical object approximately the size of the Moon, formed from the mutual gravitational attraction of planetesimals. They are thought to collide with each other and slowly form planets. Protoplanetary, of or pertaining to a protoplanet. Protoplanetary disk, alternative form of protoplanetary disk. Protoplanetary disks, plural of protoplanetary disks. Protoplanetary disks, a rotating disk of dense gas and dust surrounding a young newly formed star and from which planets may be formed. Protoplanetary disks, plural of protoplanetary disks. Protoplanetary nebula, a stage in stellar evolution when a star starts to shed its outer layers before becoming a true planetary nebula. Protoplanetary nebulae, plural of protoplanetary nebula. Protoplanetary nebulas, plural of protoplanetary nebula. Protoplanetesimal, a very small protoplanet. Protoplanetesimals, plural of protoplanetesimal. Protoplanets, plural of protoplanet. Protoplasm, the entire contents of a cell comprising the nucleus and the cytoplasm. It is a semi-fluid, transparent substance which is the living matter of plant and animal cells. Protoplasma, obsolete form of protoplasm. Protoplasmal, of or relating to protoplasm. Protoplasmatic, of or relating to protoplasm. Protoplasmic, of or relating to protoplasm. Protoplasmodia, plural of protoplasmodium. Protoplasmodia, relating to protoplasmodia. Protoplasmodium, a primitive plasmodium composed of an undifferentiated microscopic mass. Protoplasms, plural of protoplasm. Protoplast, created first, archetypal. Protoplastid, whose protoplast has been regenerated or transformed. Protoplastic, of or relating to protoplasts. Protoplastid, an immature plastid that is incapable of photosynthesis. Protoplastids, plural of protoplast. Protoplasting, the formation of protoplasts. Protoplasts, plural of protoplasts. Protoploi, formed prior to genome duplication. Protopod, synonym of protopodite. Protopodal, relating to a Protopod. Protopodia, plural of protopodium. Protopodial, relating to a protopodium. Protopodi, the basal segment of the limb of the crustacean. Protopodites, plural of protopodite. Protopoditic, relating to a protopodite. Protopodium, a primitive foot. Protopods, plural of protopod. Protopoetic, relating to an early stage in the development of poetry as an art form. Protopolygonetacea, a particular steroid glycoside. Protopope, a protopresbyter. Protopopes, plural of protopope. Protoporcelain, an early Chinese glazed stoneware from the Han Dynasty that had some of the characteristics of true porcelain without its translucency. Protoporcelains, plural of protoporcelain. Protopore, a structure in a cell membrane that develops into an ion channel pore. Protopores, plural of protopore. Protoporphyrin, misspelling of protoporphyrin. Protoporphyrin, misspelling of protoporphyrin. Protoporphyria, a form of porphyria characterized by excessive protoporphyrin in the erythrocytes, plasma, and feces. Protoporphyrin, any porphyrin that lacks a central metal ion. Protoporphyrin Roman IX, a porphyrin that acts as a precursor for critical compounds like heme and chlorophyll. Protoporphyrinogen, any of several precursors in the biosynthesis of protoporphyrin. Protoporphyrinogen oxidase, an enzyme responsible for the seventh step in heme production, removing hydrogen atoms from protoporphyrinogen Roman IX to form protoporphyrin Roman IX. Protoporphyrinogens, plural of protoporphyrinogen. Protoporphyrins, plural of protoporphyrin. Protopresbyter, an archpriest or, in the Russian Orthodox tradition, a non-monastic priest ranking higher yet than an archpriest. Protopresbyteries, plural of protopresbytery. Protopresbyters, plural of protopresbyter. Protopresbytery, the jurisdiction of a protopresbyter. Protopiist, the first cardinal priest in the order of precedence in the College of Cardinals, who has the honor of pronouncing the formal prayer for the new pope at the papal inauguration. Protopeists, plural of protopeist. Protoproletarian, of or relating to a protoproletariat. Protoproletariat, a group of unskilled laborers with the potential of becoming a proletariat. Protoproletariats, plural of protoproletariat. Protoprotestant, relating to a prototypical form of the Protestant religion. Protopsalti, plural of protopsaltes. Protopsaltes, the cantor in charge of the music for a service of the Byzantine Rite. Protopsychological, being or relating to an earlier form of what is now known as psychology. Protopsychologist, a person who studied what is now called psychology before it was an established discipline. Protopsychologists, plural of protopsychologists. Protopsychology, the emerging field of psychology before it was an established discipline. Protoptera, any fish in the family Protopteridae, the African lumpfishes. Protopterids, plural of protopterid. Protoptile, a feather in the first set of down in a bird that has two such sets. Protoptiles, plural of protoptile. Protopunk, collectively, the music of various genres and backgrounds that influenced the later punk movement in the 1970s. Proto-racism. Alternative form of proto-racism. Proto-racisms. Plural of proto-racism. Proto-racist. Alternative form of proto-racist. Proto-racists. Plural of proto-racists. Proto-rap. Alternative form of proto-rap. Proto-raps. Plural of proto-rap. Proterosteracii. A particular steroid glycoside. Protoreceptor. A nerve ending or similar group of specialist cells that are sensitive to light. Protoreceptors. Plural of protoreceptor. Proto-religion. An early or formative religion. Proto-religions. Plural of proto-religion. Proto-religious. Relating to an early stage in the development of religion. Protoribosome. The precursor to ribosomes. Protorosaur. An extinct archosauromorph reptile of the order Protorosauria. Protorosaurian. Alternative form of Protorosaur. Protorosaurians. Plural of Protorosaurian. Protorosaurs. Plural of Protorosaur. Protorothyridid. Any extinct reptile in the family Protorothyrididae. Protorothyridids. Plural of Protorothyridid. Photos. Plural of proto. Protosalt. The form of a salt of a particular base/acid combination that has the lowest proportion of base. Protosalts. Plural of protosalt. Protosanctuaries. Plural of protosanctuary. Protosanctuary. A precursor to a sanctuary. Protosatellite. Describing a ring of dust surrounding a young plant out of which moons develop. Protoscience. A field of study at the initial phase of the scientific method involving information gathering and hypothesis formulation, but is not yet falsifiable, or if it is, its predictions have not yet been observed. Protosciences. Plural of protoscience. Protoscientific. Relating to protoscience. Protoscolces. Plural of protoscolex. Protoscolex. The juvenile scolex formed from the germinal layer of a hydatid metacestode. Protoscolices. Plural of protoscolex. Protoscolicidal. That leads to death of scolexes. Protoscripture. Something which is not yet scripture, but which is becoming or will become scripture. Protoscriptures. Plural of protoscripture. Photos. A meat substitute made chiefly of wheat gluten and peanuts, popular in the early 20th century. Protoselenide. Any of a series of selenides of a particular metal that has the fewest atoms of selenium per molecule. Protosequence. The sequence of bases in an ancestral genome. Protosequences. Plural of protosequence. Protosexual. Of or relating to formative experiences with regard to sexuality in early life. Protosexuality. The quality of being protosexual, early or primitive sexuality. Protosign. Simple gestures that might eventually develop into a sign language system. Protosilencer. An immature silencer. Protosilencers. Plural of protosilencer. Protosilicate. A silicate formed with the lowest proportion of silicic acid or having only one atom of silicon in the molecule. Protosilicates. Plural of protosilicate. Protosinucid. Any weevil of the genus Protosinus. Protosinucids. Plural of protosinucid. Protocyanid. Any extinct mammal in the family Protocyanidae. Protocyanids. Plural of protocyanid. Protosite. Any part of a biomolecule that has the potential to be a site for the attachment of another one. Protocytes. Plural of protocyte. Protosocial. Relating to a primitive, relatively simple social system. Protosocieties. Plural of protosociety. Protosociety. A primitive, relatively simple social system. Protosociological. Being or relating to an earlier form of what is now known as sociology. Protosolar. Describing the conditions prior to the formation of the solar system, or describing the protostar that became the sun. Protosolvent. Any protonated solvent containing hydrogen atoms, especially when residually present during NMR spectroscopy. Protosolvents. Plural of protosolvent. Protosomal. Relating to protosomes. Protosome. The proboscis of hemichordate animals. Protosomes. Plural of protosome. Protosomi. One of the primitive segments or metameres of an animal. Protosomites. Plural of protosomi. Protospacer. A particular DNA motif. Protospacers. Plural of protospacer. Protospitharios. A military governor in the Byzantine Empire. Protospitharius. Alternative form of Protospitharios. Protospecies. A pre-existing type of species from which other species evolved. Protospeech. Simple utterances that might eventually develop into systematic speech. Protosphere. Misspelling of photosphere. Protospheres. Plural of protosphere. Protospine. A structure that develops into a spine. Protospines. Plural of protospine. Protospus. Describing a site in a codon into which introns are first inserted. Protosporingate. Any slime mold of the order Protosporingata. Protosporingades. Plural of protosporingate. Protospore. A unenucleate body from which a spore develops. Protospores. Plural of protospore. Protostain. A steroid hydrocarbon tetramethylnorcolstain that is a precursor of many triterpenoids and other steroids. Protostains. Plural of protostain. Protostar. A collection of gas and dust in space with high temperature that usually grows to the point of beginning nuclear fusion and becoming a star. Protostars. Plural of protostar. Protostate. An inchoate state, a geopolitical entity that might develop into a state. Protostates. Plural of protostate. Protostege. Any turtle in the family Protostegidae. Protostegids. Plural of protostegid. Protostele. A type of steel in which the vascular tissue in the stem forms a solid core with no central pith or leaf gaps. Protosteles. Plural of protostele. Protostelic. Of or possessing a protostele. Protostelid. Any of the protosteliales, a group of primitive slime molds. Protostelids. Plural of protostelid. Protostalia. Any slime mold of the order Protostelida. Protostalids. Plural of protostalia. Protostellar. Of or pertaining to a protostar. Protostelloid. Relating to the protostellids. Protostoma. Synonym of blastopore. Protostomal. Relating to a protostoma. Protostomata. Plural of protostoma. Protostomatus. Of or pertaining to a protostome. Protostome. Any animal of the taxon Protostomia in which the mouth is derived from the embryonic blastopore. Protostomes. Plural of protostome. Protostomian. Of or pertaining to the protostomes. Protostomians. Plural of protostomian. Protostoma. Relating to or composed of protostomes. Protostomus. Of or pertaining to a protostome. Protostring. A hypothetical precursor to a fundamental string that can evolve into a fundamental string as the higher dimensions compactify. Protostrings. Plural of protostring. Protostrongyliid. Any nematode of the family Protostrongylidae. Protostrongylids. Plural of protostrongyliid. Protostructure. An initial structure. Protostructures. Plural of protostructure. Protostyle. A style in front of the protocone in the protoflexus. Protostyles. Plural of protostyle. Protostylid. A stylid in front of the protoconid in the protoflexid. Protostylids. Plural of protostylid. Protosuchian. Any crocodiliform of the clade Protosuchia. Protosuchians. Plural of protosuchian. Protosuchid. Any crocodilomorph in the family Protosuchidae. Protosuchids. Plural of protosuchid. Protosulfide. Any of a series of sulfides of a particular metal that has the fewest atoms of sulfur per molecule. Protosulfides. Plural of protosulfide. Protosulfate. A compound of sulfuric acid with the protoxide of a metal. Protosulfates. Plural of protosulfate. Protosulfide. Alternative spelling of protosulfide. Protosulfides. Plural of protosulfide. Protosulfuret. A protosulfide. Protosulfurets. Plural of protosulfuret. Protosun. Synonym of protostar. Protosuns. Plural of protosun. Protosyllabic. Of or relating to a protosyllable. Protosyllable. A vocalization in speech that is the precursor to a syllable. Protosyllables. Plural of protosyllable. Protosynapse. An evolutionary precursor of the synapse. Protosynapses. Plural of protosynapse. Protosynaptic. Relating to a protosynapse. Protosyncelli. Plural of protosyncelis. Protosyncelis. The deputy of an Eastern Orthodox or Eastern Catholic bishop. Protosyntactic. Of or pertaining to protosyntax. Protosyntactical. Of or relating to protosyntax. Protosyntax. That part of syntax that omits membership. Prototetrapod. Any extinct animal that evolved into a vertebrate tetrapod. Prototetrapods. Plural of prototetrapod. Protothecin. Any alga of the genus Prototheca. Protothecans. Plural of protothecin. Protothecoi. A microalga of the species Oxynochloerella protothecoids. Protothecoids. Plural of protothecoi. Protothecosis. Infection by the parasitic green alga of the genus Prototheca. Prototheme. The first element of a name composed of two traditional name roots. Protothemes. Plural of prototheme. Prototherid. Any moth in the family Prototheridae. Prototherids. Plural of prototherid. Protover. Prototherian. Protoverse, plural of protover. Prototherial, belonging to the taxonomic subclass Prototheria. Prototherian, belonging or pertaining to the subclass Prototheria. Prototherians, plural of Prototherian. Protothetic, a particular theory of the relationships between propositions. Protothetics, plural of protothetic. Protothread, a lightweight stackless thread used in concurrent programming. Protothreads, plural of protothread. Prototile, any of the minimal set of non-congruent shapes from which a larger set of shapes, some of which may be congruent, can be produced. Prototiles, plural of prototile. Protocoronin, a particular steroid glycoside. Prototonin, accented on the first syllable. Prototoxin, any substance that is converted into a toxin. Prototoxins, plural of prototoxin. Prototribstin, a steroid glycoside found in Tribulus terrestris. Prototrope, a ciliary band in the larvae of tocophores. Prototrochal, relating to a prototrope. Prototrochs, plural of prototrope. Prototroph, any microorganism that can synthesize its nutrients from inorganic material. Prototrophic, of or pertaining to a prototroph or to prototrophy. Prototrophies, plural of prototrophy. Prototrophism, reversion to the growth factor requirements of an ancestral strain. Prototrophs, plural of prototroph. Prototrophy, the condition of being a prototroph. Prototropic, of pertaining to or exhibiting prototropy. Prototropically, in a prototropic way. Prototropy, a form of tautomerism in which the two forms differ only in the position of a proton, the transfer of a proton between these two forms. Prototypable, able to be prototyped. Prototypal, of or pertaining to a prototype. Prototype, an original form or object which is a basis for other forms or objects, particularly manufactured items, or for its generalizations and models. Prototype extension, an extension, enrichment or continuation of a declaration of a function. Prototype extensions, plural of prototype extension. Prototype pattern, a creational design pattern that determines the type of objects to create by a prototypical instance, which is cloned to produce new objects. Prototype patterns, plural of prototype pattern. Prototype race car, synonym of sports prototype. Prototype race cars, plural of prototype race car. Prototype racing, sports car racing only involving a sports prototype vehicle. Prototype theory, a theory of categorization in cognitive science, particularly in psychology and cognitive linguistics. Prototype base, making inheritance possible by cloning objects instead of instantiating them from classes. Prototype-based language, a programming language in which behavior reuse or inheritance is performed via cloning existing objects that serve as prototypes. Prototype-based languages, plural of prototype-based language. Prototype-based programming, a programming style where inheritance is achieved by using existing objects via delegation that act as prototypes. Prototype-based programmings, plural of prototype-based programming. Prototype-based scripting language, a programming language that uses prototypes to allow objects to inherit properties and methods from other objects. Prototype-based scripting languages, plural of prototype-based scripting language. Prototype-oriented, of or pertaining to a style of object-oriented programming that uses existing objects as prototypes to reuse behavior. Prototype-oriented programming, a programming paradigm that encapsulates states and operations inside prototypes to design applications and computer programs. Prototype, constructed as a prototype. Prototyper, one who or that which prototypes. Prototypers, plural of prototyper. Prototypes, plural of prototype. Prototypic, of or pertaining to a prototype, prototypical. Prototypical, constituting or representing an original type of something that others are modeled on or derived from. Prototypicality, the condition of being prototypical. Prototypically, in a prototypical manner. Prototyping, the rapid creation of prototypes of a new product for demonstration and research purposes. Prototypographer, one of the first people to introduce printing to a given city, state, etc. Prototypographers, plural of prototypographer. Prototyrant, an early tyrant. Prototyrants, plural of prototyrant. Protorism, in favor of tourism. Protovascular, non-vascular, but from which veins develop. Proto-Venus, the planet Venus at an early stage. Protoveratrine, a severatrum alkaloid. Protoveratrines, plural of protoveratrine. Protoverine, a severatrum alkaloid. Protovertebra, one of the primitive masses or segments into which the mesoblast of the vertebrate embryo breaks up on either side of the anterior part of the notochord, a mesoblastic or protovertebral somite. Protovertebrae, plural of protovertebra. Protovertebral, of or pertaining to the protovertebrae. Protovertebrae, relating to the protovertebra. Protovertebrates, plural of protovertebrate. Protoviral, relating to a protovirus. Protovirus, a DNA sequence capable of mutating into an oncogenic virus, proposed as a hypothesis to explain the origin of ribodoxaviruses as arising from normal cellular components. Protoviruses, plural of protovirus. Protoword, an early word-like utterance produced by an infant before it has acquired a true language. Protowords, plural of protoword. Proto-writing, any of the early systems of symbols that developed into writing. Protoxe, archaic form of protoxide. Protoxi, any of a series of oxides of a particular metal that has the fewest atoms of oxygen per molecule. Protoxides, plural of protoxi. Protoxidize, to combine an elementary substance with oxygen in such proportion as to form a protoxide. Protoxidize, simple past and past participle of protoxidize. Protoxidizes, third person singular simple present indicative of protoxidize. Protoxidizing, present participle and gerund of protoxidize. Protoxids, plural of protoxid. Protoxin, a rudimentary toxin. Protoxins, plural of protoxin. Protoxe, obsolete form of protoxide. Protoxids, plural of protoxe. Protoxylum, the first xylem to form in a plant. Protoxylems, plural of protoxylem. Protoionogmin, a particular steroid glycoside. Protoioxide, a particular steroid glycoside. Protozeugma, a zeugma where the word or words on which all of the phrases depend is placed first. Protozoa, plural of protozoan. Protozoa. Protozoan. Protozoan, any of the diverse group of eukaryotes of the phylum Protozoa that are primarily unicellular, existing singly or aggregating into colonies, are usually non-photosynthetic and are often classified further into phyla according to their capacity for and means of motility, as by pseudopods, flagella, or cilia. Protozoans, plural of protozoan. Protozoa, a group of larval stages in the growth of decapods in which the antennae are used for movement and mandibles for chewing. Protozoan, relating to the protozoa. Protozoite, of or relating to the protozoa. Protozoite, synonym of trophont. Protozoites, plural of protozoite. Protozoid, synonym of protozoan. Protozoids, plural of protozoid. Protozoologic, alternative form of protozoological. Protozoological, of or pertaining to protozoology. Protozoologically, regarding protozoology or protozoans. Protozoologists, a zoologist whose specialty is protozoology. Protozoologists, plural of protozoologists. Protozoology, the study of protozoa. Protozoon, a protozoan. Protozoonoses, plural of protozoonosis. Protozoonosis, infection by protozoans. Protozoonotic, of or relating to protozoonosis. Protozooplankton, protozoan plankton. Protozooses, plural of protozooses. Protozooses, infection with a protozoan. Protract, to draw out, to extend, especially in duration. Protractable, able to be protracted or extended. Protracted, simple past and past participle of protract. Protractively, in a protracted manner. Protractedness, the quality of being protracted. Protractor, rare spelling of protractor. Protractors, plural of protractor. Protractus, second person singular simple present indicative of protract. Protracta, third person singular simple present indicative of protract. Protractable, able to be protracted or extended. Protractile, that can be protracted. Protractility, the quality of being protractile. Protracting, present participle and gerund of protract. Retraction, the condition of being protracted. Protractions, plural of protraction. Protractive, drawing out or lengthening in time, prolonging, continuing or delaying. Protractively, in a protractive manner. Protractor, one who or that which protracts or causes protraction. Protractors, plural of protractor. Protracts, third person singular simple present indicative of protract. Fratre, supporting or favoring trade. Protradition, in favor of tradition. Protraditional, in favor of tradition. Protransglutaminase, the inactive precursor of transglutaminase. Protransset, in favor of public transport. Protray, misspelling of portray. Patreaty, in favor of a treaty. Protreptic, serving to instruct, didactic. Protreptical, adapted to persuade, hortatory, persuasive. Protreptics, plural of protreptic. Patin, a spicule of a sponge that has 3 forward-pointing prongs. Patins, plural of patin. Protreptili, a particular tricyclic antidepressant also used to treat ADHD. Proton, misspelling of proton. Protropin, a polypeptide growth hormone secreted by the pituitary gland, a synthetic version used medicinally. Protuberance, misspelling of protuberance. Protuberances, plural of protuberance. Protuberant, misspelling of protuberant. Protrudable, that may protrude or be protruded. Protrude, to extend from above or beyond a surface or boundary, to bulge outward, to stick out. Protrude, simple past and past participle of protrude. Protrudent, that protrudes. Protruder, that which protrudes. Protruders, plural of protruder. Protrudes, third person singular simple present indicative of protrude. Protrude, third person singular simple present indicative of protrude. Protrudin, a protein that induces neurit formation. Protruding, present participle and gerund of protrude. Protrusibility, the condition of being protrusible. Protrusible, capable of being protruded. Capable of being thrust outward. Protrusile, capable of being protruded. Protrusion, the act of protruding. Protrusional, relating to or having the form of a protrusion. Protrusions, plural of protrusion. Protrusa, that protrudes, protruding. Protrusively, in a protrusive manner. Protrusimus, the quality of protruding or sticking out. Protreptase, a precursor of tryptase. Protreptases, plural of protreptase. Puths, plural of proth. Putty, alternative form of prody. Podas, plural of prody. Putty, alternative form of prody. Protuberance, a bulge, knob, swelling, spine, or anything that protrudes. Protuberanceless, that lacks any protuberance or similar feature. Protuberances, plural of protuberance. Protuberances, plural of protuberancy. Protuberancy, the quality or state of being protuberant. Protuberant, swelling or bulging outward. Protuberential, relating to a protuberance. Protuberantly, in a protuberant manner. Protuberate, to bulge outward, producing a rounded protuberance. Protuberated, simple past and past participle of protuberate. Protuberates, third person singular simple present indicative of protuberate. Protuberating, present participle and gerund of protuberate. Protuberation, protuberance. Protuberations, plural of protuberation. Protuberosities, plural of protuberosity. protuberosity, protuberance, protuberous, protuberant, protumer, promoting the development of tumors, protumeral, promoting the development of tumors. Protumorigenic, misspelling of protumerigenic. Protumerigenic, promoting tumorigenesis. Protumer, alternative form of protumer. Protumerigenic, alternative form of protumerigenic. Protumulate, any mammal of the genus Protumulatum. Proturan, any of many proto-insects of the order Proturae that lack eyes and wings. Proturans, plural of proturan. Protusible, misspelling of protrusible. Protrusion, misspelling of protrusion. Protasa, enhancing coughing, either by making coughing more frequent or by increasing expectoration. Protasas, plural of protassive. Prota, alternative form of protal. Pretal, a hypothetical base substance from which all chemical elements were believed to have been made, subatomic particles. Protels, plural of proto. Protiles, plural of protile. Prototype, archetype, exemplar. Prototypes, plural of proti. Protypical, misspelling of prototypical. Protzmann, a surname from German. Protzmanns, plural of Protzmann. Prod, a characteristical surname. Proud as a peacock, extremely proud. Proud as a Lucifer, very proud of one's status or person. Haughty. Proud as Punch, very proud. Proud Boy, a member of the Proud Boys, a right-wing militant group. Proud Boys, plural of Proud Boy. Proud Flesh, hypertrophic scarring, excessive granulation tissue formed in a wound. Proud-hearted, alternative form of proud-hearted. Proud-heartedly, alternative form of proud-heartedly. Proud-heartedness, alternative form of proud-heartedness. Proud-stomached, haughty, arrogant. Proud, obsolete spelling of proud. Prouder, comparative form of proud. More proud. Proudest, superlative form of proud. Most proud. Proudfoot, a surname. Proudfoots, plural of proudfoot. Proudful, full of pride. Excessively proud. Proudfully, in a proudful manner. Proudfulness, the state, quality, or condition of being proudful. Proud-hearted, very proud. Proud-heartedly, in a proud-hearted manner. Proud-heartedness, pride, self-respect. Proudhonian, of or pertaining to Pierre-Joseph Proudhon or his ideas. Proudhonism, the political philosophy of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon. Proudhonist, an advocate of Proudhonism. Proudhonists, plural of Proudhonists. Proudish, somewhat proud. Proudishly, in a proudish manner. Proudeye, a monoclinic prismatic silver grain mineral containing antimony, bismuth, copper, lead, selenium, silver, and sulfur. Proudling, one who is proud. Proudlings, plural of proud. Proudling. Proudlot. A surname. Proudlocks. Plural of proudlock. Proudly. In a proud manner. Proudman. A surname. Proudness. Pride. Proudnesses. Plural of proudness. Prouds. Plural of proud. Proudsome. Characteristically proud, pridesome. Proudwork. A variant of flush work in which the stone stands proud of, rather than flush with, the wall. Proward. Obsolete spelling of proverb. Proverbs. Plural of prower. Put. A surname. Pus. Plural of prof. Prowess. A surname from French. Prowhet terjeskak problem. The problem of finding two disjoint sets A and B of n integers each, such that some sign AAI equals some BBBI for each integer I from 1 to a given k. Fruai. Obsolete spelling of provide. Prurian. Obsolete typography of pavilion. Prurians. Plural of Prusian. Pro. Obsolete form of prowl. Pro. Simple past and past participle of prowl. Frue. Obsolete form of prowler. Fruers. Plural of fruler. Frue. Present participle and gerund of prowl. Prowls. Third person singular simple present indicative of prowl. Praux. A surname from French. Prounion. In favor of trade unions. Praus. A surname. Prouses. Plural of prows. Proust. A surname from French. Proustian. Of, pertaining to, or reminiscent of Marcel Proust 1871–1922, French novelist, or his works. Proustite. A mineral Ag3 as S3, often found with pyrrhogyrite in silver veins. Proustites. Plural of Proustite. Prat. A surname. Frau de jury. Of a court case, allowing all evidence. Prout's hypothesis. An early 19th century attempt to explain the existence of the various chemical elements, the hypothesis that, since the atomic weights for known elements appeared to be whole multiples of the atomic weight of hydrogen, the hydrogen atom was the only truly fundamental object, and the atoms of other elements were actually groupings of various numbers of hydrogen atoms. Prouty. A surname. Prouties. Plural of prouty. Be. Abbreviation of pervus. Pau. Simple past and past participle of prove. Go. Abbreviation of proverbs. Provabilities. Plural of provability. Provability. The condition of being provable. Provable. Of a statement or hypothesis that can be proven. Provableness. The quality of being provable. Provably. With proof in a provable manner. Provocation. The spelling of provocation. Provaccination. Alternative form of provaccination. Provaccinationist. One who supports vaccination. Provaccinionists. Plural of provaccinionists. Provaccine. Alternative form of provaccine. Provacule. A vesicle in a cell's cytoplasm that develops into a vacuole. Provicules, plural of provicule. Proven, a surname from Middle English. Province, a surname. Provinces, plural of province. Proventure, a surname. Provend, provender. Provence, plural of provend. Frothe, a 17th century medical instrument for cleansing the stomach consisting of a whalebone rod with a silk button on the end. Provenance, plural of proveng. Provenid, any gastropod of the family Provenidae, especially those found associated with hydrothermal vents. Provenids, plural of provenid. Provence, plural of proven. Provid, provided for common or general use, as in an army, hence common in quality, i.e. inferior. Provented, simple past and past participle of provend. Proventing, present participle and gerund of provend. Province, third person singular simple present indicative of provend. Provascular, relating to the precambium. Provasculogenic, that promotes vasculogenesis. Provasodilatory, Thar promotes vasodilation. Provasopressin, synonym of coptin. Provax, alternative form of Provax. Provaxer, alternative form of Provaxer. Provax, alternative form of Provax. Provaxer, alternative form of Provaxer. Provaxers, plural of Provaxer. Prove, to demonstrate that something is true or viable, to give proof for, to bear out, to testify. Prove oneself, to demonstrate or establish one's own worth. Prove out, to turn out to be feasible, accurate, true, satisfactory, as expected, hoped, stated, etc. Provabilities, plural of provability. Provability, alternative spelling of provability. Provable, alternative form of provable. Provably, alternative spelling of provably. Provect, mature, advanced in age. Fruction, the carrying forward of a final consonant to a following word, as in a nickname from Middle English and nickname. Fructions, plural of fruction. Fructer, a contravariant operator formed by substituting signs of partial differentiation for the facients of a quantic. Fructers, plural of fructer. Fruit, simple past and past participle of proof. Proved out, simple past and past participle of prove out. Provider, one employed to procure supplies, as for an army, a steamer, etc. A purveyor, one who provides for another. Providers, plural of provider. Provedor, alternative form of provedor. Provedor, a person or business which provides supplies, particularly food and beverages. Provedors, plural of provedor. Provedors, plural of provedor. Proust, second person singular simple past indicative of prove. Provo, a white processed cheese popular in and around St. Louis, Missouri. Prove, having been proved, having proved its value or truth. Proven out, past participle of prove out. Provenance, place or source of origin. Provenance, having a provenance. Provenances, plural of provenance. Provenancing, present participle and gerund of provenance. Provenential, pertaining to the provenance of something. Provençal. Misspelling of Provençal. Provençal. Of, from or relating to Provence, a traditional geographic region roughly corresponding to the modern administrative region of Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur, France. Provençals. Plural of Provençal. Provençaux. Plural of Provençal. Provence. A maritime geographic region and former province of southeastern France bordering Italy, since 2016 included in the administrative region of Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur. Provence rose, the hybrid rose rosa times centifolia. Provence roses, plural of Provence rose. Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur, an administrative region of France. Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur Corse, a former administrative region of France, now divided into Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur and Corse-Corsica. Provencher, a surname. Provenchers, plural of Provencher. Provençal, archaic form of Provençal. Provençao, a surname. Provençaos, plural of Provencio. Provenço, Provence, Provençal. Provent, obsolete form of Provence. Provender, food, especially for livestock. Provendered, simple past and past participle of provender. Provendering, present participle and gerund of provender. Provenders, plural of provender. Provens, plural of provend. Proving, to originate, stem from. Provent, simple past and past participle of proving. Provings, third person singular simple present indicative of proving. Provenience, source, find spot, origin. Proveniences, plural of provenience. Provenient, forthcoming, issuing. Provening, present participle and gerund of proving. Provenly, in a way that has been proven. Provenness, the property of having been proven. Provent, obsolete form of provender. Proventral, in front of a ventral region. Proventricle, proventriculus. Proventricles, plural of proventricle. Proventricular, relating to the proventriculus. Proventriculi, plural of proventriculus. Proventriculitis, inflammation of the proventriculus. Proventriculus, misspelling of proventricular. Proventriculus, the part of the avian stomach between the crop and the gizzard that secretes digestive enzymes. Provenzalia, the plant calla. Provenzano, a surname. Provenzanos, plural of Provenzano. Prover, one who or that which proves. Proverb, a commonly used sentence expressing popular wisdom. Proverbed, simple past and past participle of proverb. Proverbial, of, resembling, or expressed as a proverb, cliché, fable, or fairy tale. Proverbialize, alternative form of proverbialize. Proverbialize, simple past and past participle of proverbialize. Proverbializes, third person singular simple present indicative of proverbialize. Proverbializing, present participle and gerund of proverbialize. Proverbialism, a proverbial phrase or the use of proverbs. Proverbialisms, plural of proverbialism. Proverbialist, someone who often uses proverbs in speech or writing. Proverbialists. Plural of proverbialists. Proverbiality. The state or characteristic of being proverbial. Proverbialize. To turn into a proverb. Proverbialize. Simple past and past participle of proverbialize. Proverbializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of proverbialize. Proverbializing. Present participle and gerund of proverbialize. Proverbially. In a manner that uses proverbs in or according to proverbs. Proverbialness. That quality of being proverbial. Proverbials. Plural of proverbial. Proverbic. Of or relating to proverbs, proverbial. Proverbing. Present participle and gerund of proverb. Proverbialists. A person who studies proverbs. Proverbialists. Plural of proverbialists. Proverbiality. The study of proverbs, the collective lore of proverbs. Proverb is synonym of proverbialize turn into a proverb. Proverb is simple past and past participle of proverb is. Proverb is third person singular simple present indicative of proverb is. Proverbizing. Present participle and gerund of proverb is. Proverbly. Resembling or characteristic of a proverb. Proverbs. A book of the Old Testament of Bible and of the Tanakh, being a collection of moral maxims. Proverbs come in pairs. Alternative form of proverbs run in pairs. Proverbs go in pairs. Alternative form of proverbs run in pairs. Proverbs hunt in pairs. Alternative form of proverbs run in pairs. Proverbs often come in pairs. Alternative form of proverbs run in pairs. Proverbs run in pairs. Every proverb seems to be contradicted by another proverb with an opposing or contradictory message, such as too many cooks spoil the broth and many hands make light work. Proverbs should be sold in pairs. Alternative form of proverbs run in pairs. Proverbs should be writ in pairs. Alternative form of proverbs run in pairs. Proverbs should come in pairs. Alternative form of proverbs run in pairs. Proverbs should go in pairs. Alternative form of proverbs run in pairs. Proverbs woman. A woman who meets the ideal of womanhood described in Proverbs 31, a virtuous woman according to Christian standards. Provers. Plural of prover. Hovers. Describing the tendency of a plane to roll in the same direction as yaw. Proves. Third person singular simple present indicative of prove. Proves out. Third person singular simple present indicative of prove out. Provest. Second person singular simple present indicative of prove. Prove. Third person singular simple present indicative of prove. Proviant. Provisions, especially for an army. Provitar. The deputy of a vicar apostolic. Provitars. Plural of provicar. Providable. Capable of being provided. Provide. To make a living, earn money for necessities. Provided. Only if the stipulation that follows is true. Provided that. Synonym of provided. Providi. The person to whom something is provided, the recipient. Provides. Plural of providi. Providence. Divine care or direction, the will of God or the gods, the grace of God, fate or fortune. Providence County, one of 5 counties in Rhode Island, United States. Largest city, Providence. There is no county seat. Providence Plantations, a former colonial settlement in Rhode Island, the mainland portion of Rhode Island. Providences, plural of Providence. Providentials, an island and district of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Provident, possessing, exercising, or demonstrating great care and consideration for the future. Provident Fund, pension fund. Provident funds, plural of Provident Fund. Providential, pertaining to divine providence. Providentialism, the belief that all events are predetermined by God or fate. Providentialisms, plural of providentialism. Providentialist, a believer in providentialism. Providentialiste, relating to providentialism. Providentialists, plural of providentialists. Providentially, in a providential manner. Providently, in a provident manner. Providentness, the quality or state of being provident, carefulness, prudence, economy. Provider, one who or that which provides a service, commodity, or the means for subsistence. Providers, plural of provider. Providership, the status of being a provider. Providerships, plural of providership. Provides, third person singular simple present indicative of provide. Providest, second person singular simple present indicative of provide. Provida, third person singular simple present indicative of provide. Provident, pronunciation spelling of providing. Providing, present participle and gerund of provide. Providing that, synonym of providing. Providings, plural of providing. Providor, alternative form of provider. Providor, one who makes provision, a purveyor. Providors, plural of providor. Providors, plural of providor. Provi, a member of the Provisional IRA. Provis, plural of provi. Province, a surname. Province of Canada, a British colony in British North America from 1841 to 1867. Province of Quebec, synonym of Quebec. Province-level cities, plural of province-level city. Province-level city, a city in China directly managed by the central government as a space for testing economic strategies or for developing national infrastructural projects. Province-level municipalities, plural of province-level municipality. Province-level municipality, synonym of province-level city. Provinceful, the amount that a province can hold. Provincefuls, plural of provinceful. Provincewood, the status of being a province. Provinces, plural of province. Provincetown, a town located at the extreme tip of Cape Cod in Barnstable County, Massachusetts, United States. Provincetown, someone from or residing in Provincetown, Massachusetts, United States. Provincetowners, plural of provincetowner. Province UI, throughout a province. Provincial, of or pertaining to province, provincial. Provincial capital, the capital of a province. Provincial capitals, plural of provincial. capital. Provincial park. A park maintained by one of the provinces of a country, typically open to the public for recreational purposes, notably in Argentina, Belgium, Canada, and South Africa. Provincial parks. Plural of provincial park. Provincialate. The office of a provincial monastery superior. Provincialate. Plural of provincialate. Provincialization. Alternative form of provincialization. Provincializations. Plural of provincialization. Provincialize. Alternative spelling of provincialize. Provincialize. Simple past and past participle of provincialize. Provincializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of provincialize. Provincializing. Present participle and gerund of provincialize. Provincialism. The quality of being provincial. Having provincial tastes, mentality, manners. Provincialisms. Plural of provincialism. Provincialists. One who lives in a province, a provincial. Provincialists. Plural of provincialists. Provincialities. Plural of provinciality. Provinciality. The quality of being provincial. Provincialization. The process of making something provincial. Provincializations. Plural of provincialization. Provincialize. To render provincial, to reduce or allot to provinces. Provincialize. Simple past and past participle of provincialize. Provincializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of provincialize. Provincializing. Present participle and gerund of provincialize. Provincially. In a provincial way. Provincials. Plural of provincial. Provinciate. To convert into a province or provinces. Provinciated. Simple past and past participle of provinciate. Provinciates. Third person singular simple present indicative of provinciate. Provinciating. Present participle and gerund of provinciate. Provi. To lay a stalk or branch of a vine in the ground for propagation. Provine. Simple past and past participle of provine. Provines. Third person singular simple present indicative of provine. Pruve. Present participle and gerund of prove. Proving ground. A terrain or installation for testing weapons, military equipment, or tactics. Proving grounds. Plural of proving ground. Proving out. Present participle and gerund of prove out. Provings. Plural of proving. Provining. Present participle and gerund of provine. Pro-violence. In favor of violence. Pro-violent. In favor of violence. Proviral. Of or pertaining to a provirus. Provirally. In a proviral manner. Proviria. A structure that develops into a virion. Provirians. Plural of provirian. Provirome. The genomes of all the proviruses that inhabit a particular organism or environment. Proviromes. Plural of provirome. Proviophage. A virophage of a provirus. Provirophages. Plural of provirophage. Provirus. A virus genome, such as HIV, that integrates itself into the DNA of a host cell so as to be passively replicated along with the host genome. Proviruses. plural of provirus. Proves, a surname. Provises, plural of provis. Provision, an item of goods or supplies, especially food, obtained for future use. Provisional, a member of the Provisional Irish Republican Army. Provisional government, a temporary government formed to manage a period of transition often following state collapse, revolution, civil war, etc. Provisional governments, plural of provisional government. Provisional IRA, an Irish Republican paramilitary force split from the Irish Republican Army in 1969. Provisional job, a job that can be filled without being appointed from a civil service list. Provisional jobs, plural of provisional job. Provisional license, synonym of learner's permit. Provisional licenses, plural of provisional license. Provisionality, the quality of being provisional or temporary. Provisionalization, the act or process of provisionalizing. Provisionalize, to provide with a provisional. Provisionalize, simple past and past participle of provisionalize. Provisionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of provisionalize. Provisionalizing, present participle and gerund of provisionalize. Provisionally, in a provisional way, temporarily. Provisionalis, quality of being provisional. Provisionals, plural of provisional. Provisionary, provisional. Provisioned, simple past and past participle of provision. Provisioner, one who supplies provisions. Provisioners, plural of provisioner. Provisioning, present participle and gerund of provision. Provisionings, plural of provisioning. Provisionless, without provisions or supplies. Provisionment, the supplying of provisions. Provisionments, plural of provisionment. Provisions, plural of provision. Proviso, a township in Cook County, Illinois, United States. Proviso quod, it being provided that. Provisos, plural of proviso. Provisor, a deputy of a Roman Catholic bishop. Provisories, plural of provisory. Provisorily, in a provisory manner. Conditionally. Provisorium, something provisional, a provisional solution or a preparation for a better future. Provisors, plural of provisor. Provisorship, the office or position of a provisor. Provisorships, plural of provisorship. Provisory, containing a proviso. Provisos, plural of proviso. Provisor, obsolete form of provisor. Provisors, plural of provisor. Provida de Sus, a village and commune of Prahova County, Romania. Provitamin, any biologically inactive compound that may be converted into a vitamin within an animal organism. Provitaminic, relating to provitamins. Provitamins, plural of provitamin. Provivarian, any of the hyaenodontid subfamily Provivarini of extinct mammals. Provivarians, plural of provivarii. Provivisection, in favor of vivisection. Provin, abbreviation of provision. Province, plural of proven. Fovo, a Dutch counterculture movement of the 1960s. Provo all-star, stereotypical man who lives in Utah Valley and is fit, successful, and often wears tank tops. Provo all-stars, plural of Provo all-star. Provone, a native or resident of the city of Provo, Utah, United States. Provones, plural of provone. Provocability, the condition of being provocable. Provocable, that can be provoked. Provocant, one who or that which provokes. Provocants, plural of provocant. Provocate, to provoke. Provocated, simple past and past participle of provocate. Provocates, third person singular simple present indicative of provocate. Provocateur, one who engages in provocative behavior. Provocateurs, plural of provocateur. Provocateuse, a female provocateur. Provocateuses, plural of provocateuse. Provocating, present participle and gerund of provocate. Provocation, the act of provoking, inciting, or annoying someone into doing something. Provocationism, a policy of agitation. Provocationist, one who follows a policy of provocation, an agitator or provocateur. Provocationists, plural of provocation. Provocations, plural of provocation. Provocative, serving or tending to elicit a strong, often negative sentiment in another person, exasperating. Provocatively, in a provocative manner. Provocativeness, the quality of being provocative, provocative behavior. Provocatives, plural of provocative. Provocator, one who engages in provocation. Provocators, plural of provocator. Provocatory, provocative. Provocatrix, a female provocateur. Provocatrix, a female provocator. Provoked, simple past and past participle of provoke. Provocable, that may be provoked. Provocatsia, a political event staged by an intelligence service on behalf of its government in order to accomplish some political goal. Provoke, to cause someone to become annoyed or angry. Provoked, simple past and past participle of provoke. Provokest, second person singular simple past indicative of provoke. Provokee, one who is subjected to provocation. Provokees, plural of provokee. Provokement, provocation. Provokements, plural of provokement. Provoker, a person who provokes, a troublemaker. Provokers, plural of provoker. Provokes, third person singular simple present indicative of provoke. Provocus, second person singular simple present indicative of provoke. Provoketh, third person singular simple present indicative of provoke. Provoking, present participle and gerund of provoke. Provokingly, in a provoking manner. Provokingness, the state or condition of being provoking. Provokings, plural of provoking. Provolta, an Argentine variant of provolone cheese. Pravolte. Plural of Pravolta. Provolone. A semi-hard cheese made of whole milk from cows. It comes primarily from southern Italy. Provolones. Plural of provolone. Provos. Plural of provo. Pavas. A surname originating as an occupation for a provost. Provost marshal. The person in charge of a group of military police, now usually a senior commissioned officer. Pavosto. Pertaining to a provost. Provoste. Simple past and past participle of provost. Provostess. A female provost. Provostesses. Plural of provostess. Provostio. Of or related to a provost. Provostes. Plural of provosti. Provosting. Present participle and gerund of provos. Provostario. Pertaining to a provost. Provosteries. Plural of provostry. Provostry. A district under a provost. Provosts. Plural of provost. Provostship. The state, property, or office of being a provost. Provostships. Plural of provostship. Provosti. The office or remit of a provost, especially with reference to French history. Provulgate. To publish, to make public, promulgate. Promulgation. The act of publishing, making known, promulgation. Provode. To promulge, to promulgate. A surname. Frower. Supporting war. Proud. Obsolete form of proud. Proud. Obsolete form of proud. Proudly. Obsolete form of proudly. Proud. Having a specified kind of prow. Prowl. A surname. Prowls. Plural of prowl. Prower. Comparative form of prow, more prow. Prowers. A surname. Prowers County. One of 64 counties in Colorado, United States. County seat, Lamar. Prowess. Skillfulness or extraordinary ability in a particular area of expertise, dexterity, mastery, or proficiency. Prowess. Distinguished by prowess. Prowesses. Plural of prowess. Prowess. Superlative form of prow, most prow. Pro-Western. Alternative form of pro-Western. Pro-Western. Alternative form of pro-Western. Browfish. A species of subtropical perciform saltwater fish, Zapora silenus, found in the North Pacific. Browvias. Plural of prowfish. Prow-ailing. Supporting or in favor of whaling. Prow-height. Supporting or favoring white people. Prowedness. The support or favoring of white people. Prowl. To rove over, through, or about in a stealthy manner, especially to search in as for prey or booty. Prowl car. A police patrol car. Prowl cars. Plural of prowl car. Prowl. Simple past and past participle of prowl. Prowler. One who rows about for prey, one who prowls. Prowlers. Plural of prowler. Prowlike. Resembling the prow of a boat. Prowling. Pronunciation, spelling of prowling. Prowling. Present participle and gerund of prowl. Prowlingly, in a prowling manner. Prowlings, plural of prowling. Prowls, third person singular simple present indicative of prowl. Prowman, alternative form of prowoman. Proward, procedure word. Prowards, plural of proward. Prowworker, supporting workers. Prows, a surname. Prows, a surname. Prowses, plural of prows. Prowston, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. PLUX, acronym of preferential oxidation. PLUX, abbreviation of Proxima Centauri. PLUX, abbreviation of proximate. Proxazole, a drug used for functional gastrointestinal disorders. Proxemic, of or relating to proxemics. Proxemical, relating to proxemics, the effects of physical distance between people. Proxemically, in terms of proxemics. Proxemics, the study of the effects of the physical distance between people in different cultures and societies. Proximat, a negotiator, a factor, especially one who negotiates marriages. Proxenetism, the negotiation or facilitation of a transaction between a sex worker and a customer. Proxenetes, plural of proxenet. Proxemy, plural of proxenus. Proxenes, plural of proxeny. Proxenoi, plural of proxinos. Proxinos, a citizen of a state appointed by another state to host its ambassadors and to represent and protect its interests there. Proximus, alternative spelling of proxinos. Proximy, in ancient Greece, an arrangement whereby a citizen chosen by the city hosted foreign ambassadors at his own expense in return for honorary titles from the state. Proxer, inhabitant of the Proxima Centauri system. Proxers, plural of proxer. Proxes, plural of prox. Proxabarbyl, a sedative and hypnotic drug. Proxabarbital, a barbiturate derivative with anti-anxiety properties. Proxicromo, an antiasthmatic drug. Proxy, simple past and past participle of proxy. Proxies, plural of proxy. Proxies in blank, plural of proxy in blank. Proxizome, an antidiarrheal drug. Proxygean, relating to the proxygy. Proxygean spring tide, an unusually high tide that occurs when the moon is at its closest point in its orbit to the Earth and in its new or full moon phase. Proxygean spring tides, plural of proxygean spring tide. Proxygy, an unusually close perigee resulting from epsion. Proxyges, plural of proxygy. Proxima, abbreviation of Proxima Centauri. Proxima Centauri, a red dwarf star, part of the Alpha Centauri system and the nearest star to Earth's solar system. Proxima Centaurian, an inhabitant of Proxima Centauri. Proxima Centaurians, plural of Proxima Centaurian. Proximat, toward a proximal part, or on the proximal side of. Proximal, closer to the point of attachment or observation. Proximal convoluted tubule, an intricate component of the nephron in a kidney that connects the Bowman's capsule to the loop of Henle. Proximal convoluted tubules. Plural of proximal convoluted tubule. Proximal phalange. Any of the phalanx bones of the fingers or toes which are nearest the hand or foot. Proximal phalanges. Plural of proximal phalange. Proximal phalanx. Alternative form of proximal phalange. Proximalization. Alternative form of proximalization. Proximalizations. Plural of proximalization. Proximality. The condition of being proximal. Proximalization. The process or the result of proximalizing. Proximalizations. Plural of proximalization. Proximalize. To make proximal. Proximalize. Simple past and past participle of proximalize. Proximalize. Third person singular simple present indicative of proximalize. Proximalizing. Present participle and gerund of proximalize. Proximally. Immediately, most directly. Proximal most. Most proximal. Proximate. Close or closest, adjacent. Proximate cause. An event which, in a natural and continuous sequence, unbroken by any efficient intervening cause, produces an injury, and without which the injury would not have occurred. Proximate causes. Plural of proximate cause. Proximate principle. Any of a class of substances found retiformed in animal and vegetable tissues and separable by chemical analysis, such as albumin, sugar, collagen, fat, etc. Proximate principles. Plural of proximate principle. Proximately. In a proximate manner, position or degree, immediately. Proximateness. Quality of being proximate. Proximates. Plural of proximate. Proximation. Proximity. Proximations. Plural of proximation. Proximative. Synonym of proximate. Proximatives. Plural of proximative. Proxi. Next, following. Immediately preceding or following. Proxime accessit. Runner-up or second place for an award. Proxime accessits. Plural of proxime accessit. Proximic. Spatially close together. Proximius. Proximate. Proximities. Plural of proximity. Proximitized. Brought into proximity. Proximitus. Nearby. Proximate. Proximity. Closeness. The state of being near as in space, time, or relationship. Proximity effect. A condition when a power cable carrying electric current which is non-uniformly distributed due to the presence of other power cable or conductor nearby. This phenomenon increases the apparent resistance of the power cable. Proximity fuse. A fuse that is designed to detonate an explosive automatically when close enough to the target to destroy it. Proximity fuses. Plural of proximity fuse. Proximity fuse. Alternative spelling of proximity fuse. Proximity fuses. Plural of proximity fuse. Proximity mine. A mine with a proximity fuse. Proximity mines. Plural of proximity mine. Proximo. Of next month. Proximo. ISC combining form denoting proximal location or vector. Proximabasal. Proximal and basal. Proximabasally. In a proximabasal manner or direction. Proximacaudal. Proximal and caudal. proximocatally, in a proximocaudal manner, proximocentral, proximal and central, proximocranial, proximal and cranially, proximocranially, in a proximocranial manner or direction, proximodistal, running from the center of the body out towards the distal ends of appendages, proximodistally, in a proximodistal manner, proximodorsal, both proximal and dorsal, proximodorsally, in a proximodorsal manner or direction, proximolateral, both proximal and lateral, proximolaterally, in a proximolateral direction, proximomedial, both proximal and medial, proximomedially, in a proximomedial direction, proxima palmar, proximal and palmar, proximoplantar, proximal and plantar, proximoposterior, proximal and posterior, proximoposteriorly, in a proximoposterior manner or direction, proximuventral, close to the front or to the abdomen, proximuventrally, in a proximuventral direction, proxyrdoxin, misspelling of paroxydoxin, proxysum, misspelling of paroxysum, proxystel, the proximal portion of the tail-like appendage on a homoiostel, proxystels, plural of proxystel, proxmired, unfairly obstructed for political gain, proxorphan, an opioid analgesic and antitussive drug of the morphinin family, proxy, used as a proxy or acting as a proxy, proxynulank, part blanche, proximine, a proximity mine, a mine that explodes when something approaches within a certain distance. Proxy mines, plural of proxy mine. Proxy pattern, a structural design pattern that is implemented as a class functioning as an interface for a network connection, a large object in memory, a file, or some other resource that is expensive or impossible to duplicate. Proxy patterns, plural of proxy pattern. Proxy representative, a person authorized to act on behalf of another. Proxy representatives, plural of proxy representative. Proxy server, a hardware server that acts as an intermediary between a user and another server, usually on the internet. Proxy servers, plural of proxy server. Proxy vote, a vote cast by the process of proxy voting. Proxy votes, plural of proxy vote. Proxy voting, a form of voting where a member of the electorate may delegate their decision-making power to a representative to enable a vote in the member's absence. Proxy war, a war where two powers use third parties as a supplement to, or a substitute for, fighting each other directly. Proxy wars, plural of proxy war. Proxigene, a full-length protein that has high local similarity with a specific short length of nucleic acid. Proxygenes, plural of proxygene. Proxy holder, a person authorized to act on behalf of another party in a specific matter. Proxy, present participle and gerund of proxy. Proxyl, the free radical 2,2,5,5-tetramethyl 1-pyrrolidinaloxy. Proxylus, without the use of a proxy. Proxyls, plural of proxyl. Proximeticaine, a topical anesthetic drug of the aminoester group. Proxyphyllae, a xanthine derivative that acts as a cardiac stimulant, vasodilator, and bronchodilator. Proxy ip, the office status or agency of a proxy. Freud, alternative form of parrot. Prozac, a trade name for the drug fluoxetine. Prozac, treated with the antidepressant drug Prozac fluoxetine. Prozapi, an antispasmodic drug. Posba, a document assigning one's promissory notes to a court for collection, used to evade the sabbatical year's nullification of debts. Pathals, plural of prosbal. Prosagma, a zeugma where the governing word occurs in the first clause of the sentence. Quasi, a professional magazine. A journal. Phazines, plural of prozine. Prozionism, alternative letter case form of Prozionism. Prozionist, an individual who supports Zionists. Prozionistic, alternative letter case form of Prozionistic. Prozionists, plural of Prozionists. Prozon, the range of antibody concentrations within which reaction is inhibited. Prozons, plural of prozone. Prozonite, the anterior tergite of a diplosome. Prozonites, plural of prozonite. Prozostrodont, synonym of prozostrodontian. Prozostrodontian, any cynodont of the clade Prozostrodontia. Prozostrodontians, plural of Prozostrodontian. Prozyumenchikov, a surname. Prozyumenchikovs, plural of Prozyumenchikov. Prozomite, alternative letter case form of prozomite. Prozomites, plural of prozomites, alternative letter case form of prozomites. Prozomedin, a material formed of the chromatin of the nucleus which is extruded into the cytoplasm, there becoming zymogen. Posi, a prostitute. Pos, plural of prosy. Posi, alternative form of prosy, a prostitute. Premia, plural of pruemium. Poeto, obsolete form of promiel. Proemian, obsolete form of pruemium. Premium, obsolete form of promium. Premiums, plural of pruemium. PFP, initialism of psychological refractory period. PFP, abbreviation of prion protein. PFP, initialism of phosphoribacil pyrophosphate. PFPS, plural of PRP. PIRA, initialism of pattern recognition receptor. Theta array, initialism of Puerto Rico Reconstruction Administration. PRD, initialism of Peace River Regional District. A regional division of British Columbia, Canada. PRS, initialism of porcine reproductive and respiratory syndrome, a disease causing reproductive failure in breeding pigs and respiratory tract illness in young pigs. PRI, plural of PRI. PRSV, initialism of porcine reproductive and respiratory syndrome virus, a virus that causes a disease of pigs called porcine reproductive and respiratory syndrome PRRS. PRS, initialism of pervasive refusal syndrome. Plural of PI. PRS, plural of PI. PRSE, initialism of postretinoid sexual dysfunction. PRSLE, abbreviation of press feeder. PRSAM, acronym of Precision Strike Missile, a type of surface-to-surface missile scheduled to be produced by Lockheed Martin and fielded from the mid-2020s in replacement of ATACMS. PRSMN, abbreviation of Pressman. PRE, initialism of person requiring treatment. PEF, initialism of Personnel Recovery Task Force. PEF, plural of PEF. PEG, abbreviation of printing. PES, abbreviation of printings. PER, abbreviation of printer. PERS, plural of PEF. PE, plural of PET. PU, initialism of pupil referral unit. PU, a diminutive of the female given name Prudence. Pue, obsolete form of prune dried plum. Puens, plural of puen. Prucalopride, a drug used to treat chronic constipation. Pruth, Prussian leather. Futsa, a surname from Czech. Futsas, plural of Prussia. Frut, a soft staccato noise. Frufs, plural of Pruk. Prudhoms, plural of Prudhom. Prudhom, alternative spelling of Prudhom. Prudhoms, plural of Prudhom. Fruit, a surname. Prude-like, resembling or characteristic of a prude, prudish. Fruitly, resembling or characteristic of a prude, prudishly. Pruden, a surname. Prudence, a female given name from English, one of the Puritan virtue names. Prudence Island, an island of Narragansett Bay, Rhode Island, United States, comprising part of the town of Portsmouth. Prudences, plural of prudence. Prudencies, plural of prudency. Prudencio, a surname. Prudencios, plural of prudencio. Prudency, prudence. Prudence, the quality or state of being prudish. Prudence, plural of prudent. Prudent, sagacious in adapting means to ends, circumspect in action or in determining any line of conduct. Prudent man rule, a standard for the duty of a fiduciary with responsibility over investments. Prudent man rules, plural of prudent man rule. Prudent, a surname. Prudence, plural of prudent. Prudential, characterized by the use of prudence, arising from careful thought or deliberation. Prudentialism, the policy or practice of being prudential. Prudentialist, one who is governed by or acts from prudential motives. Prudentialists, plural of prudentialists. Prudentialities, plural of prudentiality. Prudentiality, prudence. Prudentially, in a prudential manner. Prudentialness, the state of being prudential, prudent. Prudentials, plural of prudential. Prudentian, of or relating to the ancient Roman Christian poet Aurelius Prudentius Clemens. Prudently, in a prudent manner. Pruderies, plural of prudery. Prudery, the condition of being prudish, prudishness. Prudes, plural of prude. Frudho, a town and civil parish with a town council in Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NZ0963. Prudhoe Bay, a settlement in Alaska, United States. Prudham, a surname from French. Prudhams, plural of Prudham. Prudhami, character typical of a Prudham, trustworthiness, loyalty. Prudification, the increase of excessive propriety on matters related to sex. Prudifies, third person singular simple present indicative of prudify. Prudify, to make prudish. Prudifying, present participle and gerund of prudify. Prudish, of excessive propriety, easily offended or shocked, especially by sexual matters. Prudishly, in a prudish manner. Prudishness, the condition of being prudish, prudery. Prudishnesses, plural of prudishness. Prudism, prudishness. Prudist, prude. Prudistic, prudish. Prudists, plural of prudis. Prudity, prudishness. Prudnik, a city in Opel Voivodeship in southern Poland. Fredy, a diminutive of the female given name Prudence. Pru, a female given name. Brewer, a surname. Pu, plural of Pru. Prut, a surname. Prufrockian, of or relating to the love song of J. Alfred Prufrock, a poem by T.S. Eliot, published 1915, marked by weariness, regret, embarrassment, and longing. Puet, a surname. Puets, plural of Puiet. Pruixma, a surname. Prunina, a white powdery bloom found on some lichens. Pruinate, pruinose. Fruai, obsolete form of prune-dried plum. Pruins, plural of pruine. Pruinescence, synonym of pruinosity. Pruinose, having a very fine whitish powder bloom on a surface. Pruinose, pruinose. Pruinosely, in a pruinose manner. Pruinosity, the quality of being pruinose. Pruinous, alternative form of pruinose. Fruit, a surname. Pruths, plural of prut. Prut, a surname. Pruluracin, a glycoside found in cherry laurel leaves. Prulafloxacin, a synthetic chemotherapeutic antibiotic of the fluoroquinolone class. Prunupple, capable of being pruned. Prunaceous, of or relating to the prunaceae. Prunacetin A, an antitumor antibiotic found in Streptomyces draceus verpurpureus. Prunacin, a cyanogenic glucoside related to amygdaline, found in Prunus species. Prunteni, a commune and village in Valzia County, Romania. Fru, a plum. Prune belly syndrome, a rare genetic birth defect, mainly in males affecting the urinary system and often accompanied by wrinkled skin on the abdomen. Prune plum, a prune of species Prunus domestica subsp. Domestica that bears a freestone fruit. Pruned, simple past and past participle of prune. Pruneda, a surname. Prunedale, a census-designated place in Monterey County, California, United States. Prunetas, plural of pruneta. Prune-like, resembling or characteristic of a prune. Prunella, a member of the genus Prunella of herbaceous plants, the all heals. Prunella salt. Niter fused and cast into little balls. Prunellas, plural of prunella. Prunelle, a kind of small and very acid French plum, especially when stoned and dried, from Prunus spinosa. Blackthorn, sloe. Prunelles, plural of prunelle. Prunella, a species of dried plum, a prunelle. Prunellos, plural of prunello. Prunellos, plural of prunello. Pruner, a surname from German. Pruners, plural of puner. Prunus, plural of prune. Prunetin, an O-methylated isoflavone originally found in the bark of Prunus emarginata, the Oregon cherry. Prunitol, synonym of genistein. Prunny, alternative form of prunny. Prutte, a surname from French. Fruitier, plural of punnier. Pruniferous, bearing plums. Frutiform, shaped like a plum. Fruitin, a glucoside of naringenin found in dormant buds of citrus plants. Fruiting, a removal of excess material from a tree or shrub. Fruiting hook, lower. Fruiting hooks. Plural of pruning hook. Fruiting, shears, a tool consisting of two blades with bevel edges, connected by a pivot, used for gardening. Fruiting hook, alternative spelling of pruning hook. Fruiting hooks, plural of pruning hook. Fruiting hook, alternative form of pruning hook. Fruiting hooks, plural of pruning hook. Fruitings, plural of pruning. Prunizer, a village in Sebis, Arad County, Romania. Prunitrin, the glycoside of prunitin. Fruno, an improvised alcoholic drink typically produced in correctional facilities. Frut, a small piece of glass fused to the main body of a piece of glasswork and then shaped or pressed for decoration. Prunted, ornamented with prunts. Prunts, plural of prunt. Pruenti, a surname from Irish. Prunties, plural of prunti. Pradas, a type of traditional decoration on porcelain that depicts the leaves and branches of the Chinese plum, Prunus meum. Fruddy, of skin wrinkled, especially in reference to the vugosity of digits soaked in water. Berisption, the sensation of itching. Feristive, relating to or causing itching. Ferisper, a nerve ending that acts as a receptor of itching sensations. Ferisiptors, plural of ferisiptor. Pruriens, the quality of being prurient. Pruriences, plural of prurience. Pruriences, plural of pruriency. Pruriente, pruriens. Pruriere, uneasy with desire, itching, especially having a lascivious anxiety or propensity, lustful. Pruriently, in a prurient manner. Prurigenic, alternative form of puritogenic. Pruriginous, related to, affected by, or resembling prurigo. Prurigo, a skin condition characterized by itching of papules as the main symptom. Prurigos, plural of prurigo. Goes. Plural of prurigo. Prurite. Itchy, especially intensely so. Pruritic urticarial papules and plaques of pregnancy. A pruritic rash condition appearing during and after pregnancy in some women. Prurition. Etcher. Pruritus. Misspelling of pruritus. Pruritosption. Itching, especially as a result of a skin condition. Pruritosptive. Relating to pruritosption. Pruriturgen. Any substance that causes pruritus itching. Pruritogenesis. The development of pruritus and itching sensation. Pruritorgenic. That causes pruritus and itching sensation. Pruritogens. Plural of pruritogen. Pruritus. Itching, especially severe itching of undamaged skin caused by allergy, infection, lymphoma, etc. Pruritus ani. Itchiness of the skin near the anus. Prurituses. Plural of pruritus. Plural of pru. A surname from Polish. Perza. Pruzes. Plural of pruse. Pruse. A type of friction hitch. Prusite. Simple past and past participle of prusik. Prusiking. Present participle and gerund of prusik. Pruses. Plural of prusik. Prusinski. A surname from Polish. Prusinskis. Plural of Prusinski. Pruski. A surname from Polish. Pruskis. Plural of Pruski. Plus, abbreviation of Prussian. Prussia. A geographical area on the Baltic coast of Northeast Europe. Prussian. Of, from, or pertaining to Prussia. Prussian blue. An insoluble dark, bright blue pigment, ferric ferrocyanide equivalent to ferrous ferrocyanide, used in painting and dyeing and as an antidote for certain kinds of heavy metal poisoning. Prussian blues. Plural of Prussian blue. Prussian carp. A member of the family Cyprinidae, which includes other fish such as the common carp, goldfish, and the smaller minnows. Prussian carps. Plural of Prussian carp. Prussian collar. A turn-down collar. Prussian collars. Plural of Prussian collar. Prussian green. Synonym of Berlin green. Prussian greens. Plural of Prussian green. Prussian red. Potassium ferrocyanide, KFCN, a highly poisonous ferric crystal salt of potassium cyanide used as a pigment. Prussian reds. Plural of Prussian red. Prussian ton. 2,000 pounds, a short ton. Prussian tons. Plural of Prussian ton. Prussian white. The fully reduced and sodiated form of Prussian blue. Prussianize. Alternative form of Prussianize. Prussianize. Simple past and past participle of Prussianize. Prussianizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of Prussianize. Prussianizing. Present participle and gerund of Prussianize. Prunithum. The character or policies of the Prussians. Prunisms. Plural of Prunism. Prussianization. The process of making something Prussian. Prussianize. To make Prussian. Prussianize. Simple past and past participle of Prussianize. Prussianizer. One who Prussianizes. Prussianizers. plural of Prussianizer. Prussianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Prussianize. Prussianizing, present participle and gerund of Prussianize. Pranai, in a Prussian manner. Prussianness, the quality or characteristic of being Prussian. Prussians, plural of Prussian. Pate, efezed or sene. Pates, plural of Prusses. Presse, derived from Prussian blue. Prussic acid, hydrocyanuric acid. Prussite, synonym of cyanide. Prussides, plural of Prussi. Prussification, the act of making something Prussian. Prussifications, plural of Prussification. Prussify, simple past and past participle of prussify. Prussifies, third person singular simple present indicative of prussify. Prussify, to Prussianize. Prussifying, present participle and gerund of prussify. Prussic, alternative form of Prussic. Prussic, simple past and past participle of Prussic. Prussicing, present participle and gerund of Prussic. Prussics, plural of Prussic. Prussia, pertaining to Prussia. Prussophile, one who loves Prussia, the Prussian people or Prussian culture. Prussophiles, plural of Prussophile. Prussophobic, showing Prussophobia. Pust, a surname. Pusse, a sound made by tigers and snow leopards without the intent to threaten, producing a breathy snort by blowing through the nostrils whilst the mouth is closed, a low frequency equivalent of the purring found in domestic cats. Prusy, initialism of Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Fuskow, a city in Masovian Voivodeship, Poland. Frut, a river in Romania. Pruda, alternative spelling of Pruda. Pruda, a bronze coin equivalent to the Roman quadrans used in ancient Palestine. Prudes, plural of Pruda. Prudes, plural of Fruta. Prutenic, Prussian applied to the Prussian tables published in the 16th century, founded on the principles of Copernicus. Pruta, plural of Pruta. Pruta, plural of Pruta. Pruvencerin, a selective 5-HT2A receptor antagonist investigated as an insomnia treatment. Prudeny, a city in Brest Oblast, Belarus. P value, an R value that is not an X value. PI values, plural of PI value. POE, abbreviation of Puerto Rican Virgin Islands, Spanish Virgin Islands, the Passage Islands. PI Vasilov, a male given name from the Slavic languages. PVE, alternative spelling of PVT. Pry, a surname. Prybar, alternative form of prybar. Prybars, plural of prybar. Prya, a soft, white clay. Pryanik, a Russian sweet-baked good, traditionally made from flour and honey. Pryaniki, plural of pryanik. Pryanix, plural of pryanik. Pryany, of, pertaining to or containing pryan. Prybar, a tool for prizing, usually made of steel. Prybars, plural of prybar. Prybursk, a village, the administrative center of Priborsk Starostinsky Akra Ivankiv settlement Hamada Bishhorod Rayon Kiev Oblast, Ukraine. Prize, a surname. Prices, plural of price. Fry, a surname. Prides, plural of pry. Pridneprovsk, a neighborhood of Dnipro, Ukraine. PEITN Zuilip letter 456 PEOVS Yuri KE Igaki POYDNA PROVS letter to Benane KYJ. Prior, a surname. Priors, plural of prior. Prius, second person singular simple present indicative of pry. Pry, third person singular simple present indicative of pry. Prying, present participle and gerund of pry. Pryingly, in a prying manner. Pryingness, the quality of being prying or nosy. Pryings, plural of prying. Prylizny, a village, the administrative center of Prylizny, rural Hamada, Kaminkashiasky Rayon Volyn Oblast, Ukraine, founded in 1545. Prylucky, a city and rayon of Chernihiv Oblast, Ukraine. Primusin, any of a class of phytotoxins produced by the alga Promisium parvum, also toxic to fish. Primicins, plural of primicin. Primizophyte, any of many of the cellulophotosynthetic algae of the class Primizophyceae. Primizophytes, plural of primizophyte. Primizophytic, relating to the primizophytes. Primizovirus, any virus of the genus Primizovirus that have albal hosts. Primizoviruses, plural of Primizovirus. Primorsk, a city in Berdyansk Rayon, Zaporizhia Oblast, Ukraine. Primtime, archaic spelling of prime time. Prior, a surname originating as an occupation. Pryor Creek, a city, the county seat of Mays County, Oklahoma, United States. Priors, plural of prior. Alternative form of Pripyat. Prever, resistant to being pried open. Prize, plural of pry. Presley, a surname. Prize, obsolete form of prize. Prize, simple past and past participle of prize. Prizes, third person singular simple present indicative of prize. Prizing, present participle and gerund of prize. Prestai, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Ikatki Prestej. Prestai, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Ikatki Prestej. Prestai, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Ikatki Prestej. Prytane, the priest or chief magistrate who presided over a prytaneum. Prytania, plural of prytaneum. Prytanes, plural of prytanes. Prytanes, plural of prytane. Prytaneum, the town hall in an ancient Greek city. Prytanes, plural of prytany. Prytanes, official in ancient Athens. Prytany, the period during which the presidency of the Senate belonged to the Prytanes of the section. Prithee, alternative spelling of Prithi. Prychula, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Prychula. Privily, obsolete spelling of privily. Private, obsolete spelling of private. Privilia, a city in Severodonetsk Rayon, Luhansk Oblast, Ukraine. Przeworsk, a town and county of Masovian Voivodeship, Poland. Przeworsk, alternative form of Przeworsk. Przeworsk, a city in Przeworsk Subcarpathia in southeastern Poland. Przemysły, alternative spelling of Przemyslid. Przemyslids, plural of Przemyslid. Przeworski, a surname from Polish. Przeworski's finch, a bird of species Eurysynchramus pulzoi of China. Przeworski's finches, plural of Przeworski's finch. Przeworski's gazelle, a gazelle Pachyppa przeworskiae that is a member of the family Bovidae and in the wild is found only in China. Przeworski's gazelles, plural of Przeworski's gazelle. Przeworski's horse, a rare endangered horse Equus przeworskiae, native to the steppes of Central Asia. Przeworski's horses, plural of Przeworski's horse. Przeworskian, a lipophyllid dedipine found in Salvia przeworska. Przeworski, a surname from Polish. Przeworski's horse, alternative spelling of Przeworski's horse. Przeworski's horses, plural of Przeworski's horse. Przeworska, a vitreous, orthorhombic yellow or green phosphate mineral. Przeworski, a surname from Polish. Przeworski's horse, alternative spelling of Przeworski's horse. Przeworski's horses, plural of Przeworski's horse. Przerzadula, a surname from Polish. Przezabulas, plural of Przerzabla. Przezabilski, a surname. Przezabilski's star, a star about 356 light-years from Earth and in the constellation Centaurus, in which actinides up to and including at least Einsteinium have been detected. Przezabilskis, plural of Przezabilski. Przeworzitis, a surname from Polish. Przeworzitis, plural of Przeworzibis. 3. Alternative form of Preadamite, obsolete spelling of preadamite. Preadamites, plural of preadamite. Preemption, obsolete spelling of preemption. Premortem, archaic spelling of premortem. Presocratic, obsolete spelling of presocratic. Presocratics, plural of presocratic. Preamble, obsolete spelling of preamble. Preambles, plural of preamble. Praeantepenultima, archaic spelling of praeantepenultima. Praeantepenultimas, plural of praeantepenultima. Precede, obsolete spelling of precede. Preceded, obsolete spelling of preceded, simple past and past participle of precede. Precedent, obsolete form of precedent. Precedents, plural of precedent. Precedes, obsolete spelling of precede, third person singular simple present indicative of precede. Preceding, obsolete spelling of preceding. Precentor, obsolete form of precentor. Precentors, plural of precentor. Precentrix, obsolete form of precentrix. Precept, archaic form of precept. Preceptor, obsolete form of preceptor. Preceptors, plural of precept. Precepts, plural of precept. Precinct, obsolete spelling of precinct. Precincts, plural of precinct. Precipice, obsolete form of precipice. Precipices, plural of precipice. Precipitate, obsolete form of precipitate. Precipitated, obsolete form of precipitated. Precipitates, plural of precipitate. Precipitating, present participle and gerund of precipitate. Precise, obsolete spelling of precise. Precisely, obsolete form of precisely. Preclude, obsolete spelling of preclude. Precluded, simple past and past participle of preclude. Precludes, third person singular simple present indicative of preclude. Precluding, present participle and gerund of preclude. Precordia, plural of precordium. Precordial, obsolete form of precordial. Precordium, obsolete form of precordium. Precursor, obsolete form of precursor. Precursors, plural of precursor. Predator, obsolete spelling of predator. Predators, plural of predator. Predatory, obsolete form of predatory. Predecessor, obsolete spelling of predecessor. Predecessors, plural of predecessor. Predestination, obsolete form of predestination. Predicament, obsolete spelling of predicament. Predicaments, plural of predicament. Predicate, archaic form of predicate. Predicate, simple past and past participle of predicate. Predicates, plural of predicate. Predicative, obsolete spelling of predicative. Predicatives, plural of predicative. Predict, obsolete spelling of predict. Prediction, obsolete spelling of prediction. Predictions, plural of prediction. Predicts, third person singular simple present indicative of predict. Predilection, obsolete spelling of predilection. Predilections, plural of predilection. Predominant, obsolete form of predominant. Predominate, obsolete form of predominate. Predominated, simple past and past participle of predominate. Predominates, third person singular simple present indicative of predominate. Predominating, present participle and gerund of predominate. Predorsal, obsolete form of predorsal. Preeminent, obsolete form of preeminent. Preemption, archaic form of preemption. Preemptions, plural of preemption. Preface, obsolete spelling of preface. Preface, obsolete spelling of prefaced, simple past and past participle of preface. Prefaces, plural of preface. Prefacing, present participle and gerund of preface. Prefatory, obsolete spelling of prefatory. Prefect, archaic form of prefect. Prefecture, archaic form of prefecture. Prefectures, plural of prefecture. Prever, obsolete spelling of prefer. Preferred, simple past and past participle of prefer. Preferable, archaic spelling of preferable. Preference, obsolete spelling of preference. Preferences, plural of preference. Prefer, obsolete spelling of prefer. Prefer, obsolete spelling of preferred. Prefer. Third person singular simple present indicative of prefer. Preferring, present participle and gerund of prefer. Prefers. Third person singular simple present indicative of prefer. Prefiguration, obsolete spelling of prefiguration. Prefigurations, plural of prefiguration. Prefigure, alternative form of prefigure. Prefigures, alternative form of prefigures. Prefix, obsolete spelling of prefix. Prefix, obsolete spelling of prefixed. Prefixa, plural of prefixum. Prefixes, plural of prefix. Prefixing, present participle and gerund of prefix. Prefix, obsolete form of prefixed. Prefixum, obsolete form of prefixum. Pregnancy, obsolete spelling of pregnancy. Pregnant, obsolete spelling of pregnant. Prejudicate, obsolete form of prejudicate. Prejudice, obsolete spelling of prejudice. Prejudice, simple past and past participle of prejudice. Prejudices, plural of prejudice. Prejudicing, present participle and gerund of prejudice. Prelection, obsolete form of prelection. Prelections, plural of prelection. Preliminaries, plural of preliminary. Preliminary, obsolete spelling of preliminary. Prelude, obsolete spelling of prelude. Preludes, plural of prelude. Preludia, plural of preludium. Preludium, obsolete spelling of preludium. Prelusive, obsolete form of prelusive. Premarital, obsolete spelling of premarital. Premature, obsolete spelling of premature. Premia, plural of premium. Premise, archaic spelling of premise. Premise, simple past and past participle of premise. Premises, plural of premise. Premising, present participle and gerund of premise. Premise, archaic spelling of premise. Premises, plural of premise. Prenoun, obsolete spelling of premium. Premonition, archaic form of premonition. Premonitions, plural of premonition. Premunire, obsolete spelling of premunire. Premunires, plural of premunire. Premunitory, obsolete form of premunitory. Prenomen, obsolete spelling of prenomen. Prenominal, obsolete form of prenominal. Preoccupate, obsolete spelling of preoccupate. Preparation, obsolete spelling of preparation. Preparations, plural of preparation. Prepare, obsolete spelling of prepare. Prepare, obsolete form of prepared. Prepares, third person singular simple present indicative of prepare. Preparing, present participle and gerund of prepare. Preponderance, obsolete and rare spelling of preponderance. Prepose, obsolete spelling of propose. Preposition, obsolete spelling of preposition. Prepositions, plural of preposition. Prepositive, obsolete form of prepositive. Prepositor, obsolete spelling of prepositor. Preposterous, archaic spelling of preposterous. Preposter, archaic form of preposter. Preposters, plural of preposter. Preprandial, alternative form of preprandial. Preprandials, plural of preprandial alternative form of preprandials. Prepuce, obsolete form of prepuce. Prepuces, plural of prepuce. Preputial, obsolete form of preputial. Prepudium, obsolete form of prepudium. Prerogative, obsolete form of prerogative. Prerogatives, plural of prerogative. Feuilles, obsolete spelling of prise. Praesed, obsolete spelling of presage. Prescience, archaic spelling of prescience. Presciences, plural of prescience. Present, obsolete spelling of prescient. Precious, obsolete spelling of precious. Prescribed, simple past and past participle of prescribe. Prescribe, archaic spelling of prescribe. Prescribed, simple past and past participle of prescribe. Prescribes, third person singular simple present indicative of prescribe. Prescribeth, third person singular simple present indicative of prescribe. Prescribing, present participle and gerund of prescribe. Prescription, obsolete spelling of prescription. Prescriptions, plural of prescription. Presence, archaic form of presence. Present, archaic spelling of present. Presentation, archaic spelling of presentation. Presentations, plural of presentation. Presented, simple past and past participle of present. Presenta, third person singular simple present indicative of present. Presenting, present participle and gerund of present. Presently, obsolete spelling of presently. Presence, plural of present. Preserve, archaic spelling of preserve. Preserved, simple past and past participle of preserve. Preserves, plural of preserve. Preserve, third person singular simple present indicative of preserve. Preserving, present participle and gerund of preserve. Preside, archaic spelling of preside. President, archaic spelling of president. Precedence, plural of precedent. Presidial, obsolete form of presidial. Prestige, archaic spelling of prestige. Prestigious, archaic form of prestigious. Presumably, archaic spelling of presumably. Preser, archaic spelling of presume. Presumed. Simple past and past participle of presume. Presumes. Third person singular simple present indicative of presume. Presume. Third person singular simple present indicative of presume. Presuming. Present participle and gerund of presume. Presumption. Obsolete spelling of presumption. Presumptions. Plural of presumption. Presumptuous. Archaic spelling of presumptuous. Pretense. Obsolete spelling of pretense. Pretenses. Plural of pretense. Pretend. Obsolete spelling of pretend. Pretend. Third person singular simple present indicative of pretend. Pretense. Archaic spelling of pretense. Pretenses. Plural of pretense. Pretension. Obsolete spelling of pretension. Pretensions. Plural of pretension. Pretentious. Alternative spelling of pretentious. Preter. Archaic spelling of preter. Preterite. Obsolete form of preterite. Preterition. Obsolete form of preterition. Preternatural. Obsolete form of preternatural. Pretexta. Alternative spelling of pretexta. Preter. Alternative spelling of preter. Preters. Plural of preter. Praetoria. Plural of praetorium. Praetoria. Archaic spelling of praetorian. Praetorium. Alternative form of praetorium. Praetors. Plural of praetor. Prevail. Obsolete spelling of prevail. Prevail. Obsolete form of prevail. Prevailed. Simple past and past participle of prevail. Prevails. Third person singular simple present indicative of prevail. Prevailing. Obsolete spelling of prevailing. Prevails. Third person singular simple present indicative of prevail. Prevail. Obsolete form of prevail. Prevailed. Simple past and past participle of prevail. Prevalent. Obsolete spelling of prevalent. Prevails. Third person singular simple present indicative of prevail. Prevailing. Obsolete form of prevailing. Prevaricate. Obsolete spelling of prevaricate. Prevent. Archaic spelling of prevent. Prevented. Simple past and past participle of prevent. Preventing. Present participle and gerund of prevent. Prevents. Third person singular simple present indicative of prevent. Previous. Archaic spelling of previous. Prevision. Obsolete form of provision. Previsions. Plural of prevision. PS. Initialism of a number of proto-languages names. PS. Abbreviation of projects multi-story low-income housing development. PS. Abbreviation of Proto-Slavic. PS. Abbreviation of Psalms. PS/1. Ellipsis of IBM PS/1. A line of personal computers. PS/2. Initialism of Personal Systems/2, IBM's second generation of personal computers released in 1987. PS/1. Initialism of PlayStation 1. PS2. Initialism of PlayStation 2. PS3. Sony PlayStation 3. PS3 is plural of PS3. PS4. Initialism of PlayStation 4. PS4s. Plural of PS4. PS5. Initialism of PlayStation 5. PS5s. Plural of PS5. PSA. Initialism of palisylic acid. PSA. Abbreviation of psoriatic arthritis. PSI. Abbreviation of PSAMS. LEC. Abbreviation of Public Service Alliance of Canada. LEC. A decisive rabbinic ruling on halakhic law. Sati. A surname from Greek. Isagis. Plural of Saki. Sale. Relating to the fornix. A sacred song, a poetical composition for use in the praise or worship of God. Psalmsmire. A ranter, one who sings at a conventicle. Psalmsmiters. Plural of psalmsmiter. Psalmbook. A book of psalms. Psalmbooks. Plural of psalmbook. Dami. Obsolete form of psalm. Dam. Simple past and past participle of psalm. Dames. Plural of psalmi. Dame. Of or pertaining to psalms or psalmody. Psalming. Present participle and gerund of psalm. Damas. A composer of psalms. Psalmester. Synonym of psalmist. Psalmisters. Plural of psalmister. Psalmistries. Plural of psalmistry. Psalmistry. Psalmody. Psalmists. Plural of psalmists. Psalmus. Without a psalm. Psalmodial. Relating to psalms or to psalmody. Psalmodic. Relating to psalmody. Psalmodical. Alternative form of psalmodic. Psalmodically. In a psalmodic manner. Psalmodican. A simple zither-like single-stringed chordophone stringed instrument played with a bow of Scandinavian origin. Psalmodicans. Plural of psalmodican. Psalmodied. Simple past and past participle of psalmody. Psalmodies. Plural of psalmody. Psalmodican. Alternative spelling of psalmodican. Psalmodicans. Plural of psalmodican. Psalmodize. Alternative form of psalmodize. Psalmodized. Simple past and past participle of psalmodize. Psalmodizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of psalmodize. Psalmodizing. Present participle and gerund of psalmodize. Psalmodist. Someone who sings psalms, a psalmist. Psalmodists. Plural of psalmodists. Psalmodize. To write or sing psalms. Psalmodized. Simple past and past participle of psalmodize. Psalmodizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of psalmodize. Psalmodizing. Present participle and gerund of psalmodize. Psalmody. The singing or the writing of psalms. Psalmody. Present participle and gerund of psalmody. Psalmograph. A writer of psalms. Psalmographer. A writer of psalms. A psalmist. Psalmographers. Plural of psalmographer. Psalmographs, plural of psalmograph. Psalmography, the act or practice of writing psalms. Psalmotoxin, any of a group of toxins in the venom of tarantulas of the genus Psalmopoeus. Psalmotoxins, plural of psalmotoxin. Psalms, a book of the Old Testament of the Bible and of the Tanakh. Psalm writer, a writer of psalms such as the biblical King David. Psalm writers, plural of psalm writer. Psalter, synonym of psalms, particularly when printed as a separate work from the Bible. Psalter Pahlavi, a cursive abjad that was used for writing Middle Persian on paper. Psalterer, a musician who plays the psaltery. Psalterers, plural of psalterer. Psalteria, plural of psalterium. Psalterial, of or pertaining to the psalterium. Psalteria, relating to a psalter, musical. Psalteries, plural of psaltery. Psalteria, synonym of psaltery. Psalterians, plural of psalterian. Psalterist, someone who plays a psaltery. Psalterists, plural of psalterists. Psalteria. Anomasome. Psalters, plural of psalter. Psaltery, a zither-like musical instrument consisting of a soundboard with multiple strings, played by plucking the strings with the fingers or a plectrum. Psalteress, a woman who plays the psaltery. Psalteries, plural of psaltery. Psaltery. Alternative spelling of psaltery. Seba, a moon of Neptune. Samathian, of or relating to the Nereid Samoth in Greek mythology. Saplen, any of a group of cytotoxic bromoterocytin phenols e.g. ed-N-dithiody 2,1-ethanediol bis 3 bromophore hydroxyhydroxyminobenzene propanamide found in some marine sponges. Sanoplens, plural of samoplen. Saquent, a sandiaquant. Saquents, plural of samaquent. Salat, a kind of soil, an antisol consisting basically of unconsolidated sand deposits. Tamants, plural of samant. Samatichus, a male given name of historical usage, notably borne by several Egyptian pharaohs. Sai, of or pertaining to sand. Salmonid, a member of the order Salmonida. Salmonids, plural of salmonid. Salmite, any sandstone, but most often a metamorphosed rock unit with a dominantly sandstone propylith. Salmites, plural of samite. Demete, of or relating to samite. Salmo, pertaining to sand. Sadobe, any clam in the family Samobiidae. Sanobedes, plural of Samobe. Samobiotic, living exclusively in sandy environments. Samohalophyte, a halophyte that thrives in sandy conditions. Samohalophytes, plural of samohalophyte. Samoliteral, relating to sandy shores. Samologist, one who studies samology. Samologists, plural of samologists. Samology, the branch of geology concerned with the study of sand. Tamomo, a brain tumor containing concretions resembling grains of sand. Samomas, plural of samoma. Samomata, plural of samoma. Samometoi, resembling a samoma. Semomatas, of or pertaining to semomas. Now, the community of organisms living in the sandy, moist habitat along a shoreline. Salmone, relating to salmon. Samoplitic, of or relating to the mineral samoplite. Samophile, an aeronophile, a sand-loving organism. Samophiles, plural of samophile. Samophilic, thriving in sandy environments but also found in other environments. Samophilus, aeronophilus, sand-loving. Samophobia, synonym of samoxenic. Samophore, a collection of long hairs on the underside of the head of some ants that is used to carry sand. Samophores, plural of samophore. Samophyte, any plant which thrives in sandy conditions. Samophytes, plural of samophyte. Samozer, a seer originating on coastal sand. Samosers, plural of samoser. Samostade, any extinct fish in the family Samosteidae, which lived in the Devonian. Samostades, plural of samostade. Samotherapy, sand baths as a form of therapy. Tharas, of a sandy, gritty texture. Samoxenic, unable to survive in sandy environments. Initialism of public safety answering point. How? Plural of sap. Zara, a Greek island in the Aegean Sea. Daria, one of the inhabitants of the Greek island of Sara. Darians, plural of Syrian. Sarit. Daria. Sarits, plural of Saria. Sauropid, any extinct fish of the genus Sauropes. Sauropids, plural of sauropid. Cerulite, a silicified stem of tree fern found in abundance in the Triassic sandstone. Cerulites, plural of cerulite. Initialism of persistent sexual arousal syndrome. PSA, plural of PSA. Initialism of phosphosyrine transaminase. Plural of SAT. Initialism of Pampanga State Agricultural University. PSB, initialism of Public Security Bureau. PSBDM, abbreviation of Protestant School Board of Greater Montreal. PSBGAI, initialism of Philippines Superbike Championship. PSB, plural of PSB. PSC, initialism of Palestine Solidarity Campaign. PSC, abbreviation of Parsec. Tishent, the double crown of ancient Egypt, combining the white crown of Upper Egypt with the red crown of Lower Egypt, worn by pharaohs after the union of the two kingdoms in around 3000 BC. Pishents, plural of Pishent. PSC, plural of PSC. PSE, initialism of power spectral density. PSEP, initialism of Public Sector Development Program, a function of the Planning Commission of Pakistan. PSEP, plural of PSDP. PSE, plural of PSD. PSEU, Physical Layer Service Data Unit. Initialism of personal and social education. Secard, any member of the family Secredae of spiders. Secrets, plural of Sekret. Tel, a river in Russia and Ukraine, a left tributary of the Dnipro. Celophy, any beetle in the family Celophidae, now treated as Staphylinid subfamily Celophini. Celophids, plural of Celophy. Celophy, any beetle in the subfamily Celophini. Celophanes, plural of cellophane. Celism, stammering, stuttering. Celismus, alternative form of celism. Thef, pebble, small stone. Cephane, any beetle in the family Cephanidae. Cephanids, plural of cephanid. Cephism, a proposition adopted by a majority of votes, especially by the vote of the Athenian people, a statute. Cephisma, cephism. Cephismata, plural of cephisma. Cephisms, plural of cephism. Cephi, a sediment or sedimentary rock composed of fragments that are coarser than sand and which are enclosed in a matrix that varies in kind and amount. Cephites, plural of cephite. Cephadic, of or relating to cephite. Cepho, alternative form of ceph. Cephocracy, government by ballot elected representatives, representative democracy, often contrasted with democracy, with which it is unfavorably compared for its lack of democratic participation in the political process outside of elections. Cephocratic, of or relating to cephocracy. Cephological, of or pertaining to cephology. Cephalogically, in terms of or by means of cephology. Cephologists, an expert in cephology. Cephologists, plural of cephologists. Cephology, the predictive or statistical study of elections. Cephomancy, divination by drawing pebbles from a pile. Cephi, a lake bottom sediment composed of plant remains. Cephites, plural of cephite. Cephede, relating to or composed of cephite. Cetatid, any flatfish in the family Cetatidae. Cetatids, plural of cetatid. An intellectually pretentious person, a poser. Alternative form of pseudo used before a vowel other than O. Abbreviation of pseudonym. Pseudoconitine, a highly toxic alkaloid with chemical formula CHNO found in the roots of Aconitum ferox. Pseudoconitines, plural of pseudoconitine. Pseudolurine, any member of the Pseudolurus genus of fossil cats. Pseudolurines, plural of pseudolurine. Pseudisthea, phantom pain. Pseudoligeriasis, a fungal infection caused by Pseudoligeria species. Pseudendery, the use by a female writer of a male pseudonym. Pseudannuli, plural of pseudannulus. Pseudannulus, an apparent annulus of specialized cells exterior to the peristome in mosses. Pseudantechinus, any of various endemic Australian dacioid marsupials of the genus Pseudantechinus. Pseudantechinuses, plural of Pseudantechinus. Pseudantheci, any copud in the family Pseudanthecidae. Pseudanthecids, plural of Pseudantheci. Pseudanthia, plural of Pseudanthium. Pseudanthial, relating to the Pseudanthium. Pseudanthe, simulating a simple flower, but composed of more than a single axis with subsidiary flowers. Pseudanthium, an inflorescence that looks and functions as if it were a single flower. Pseudanthe, the condition of being pseudantic. Pseudapistosion, any Phaeopterine moth in the genus Pseudapistosia. Pseudapistosions, plural of Pseudapistosion. Pseudapostle, alternative form of pseudoapostle. Pseudapostles, plural of pseudapostle. Pseudarthroses, plural of pseudarthrosis. Pseudarthrosis, a bony, flexible structure resembling a joint, sometimes found after a poorly united fracture. Pseudarthrotic, relating to pseudarthrosis. Pseudaxis, plural of pseudaxis. Pseudaxis, alternative form of pseudoaxis. Pseudaembryo, a false embryo. Pseudaembryonic, of or relating to a pseudaembryo. Pseudaembryos, plural of pseudaembryo. Pseudepigraph, a text that is attributed with a false author. Pseudepigrapha, writings falsely ascribed to famous persons, historical or mythical, to lend them greater legitimacy, typically composed many centuries after the ostensible author's death. Pseudepigraphal, falsely attributed. Pseudepigraphic, of or relating to pseudepigraphy. Pseudepigraphical, of or relating to pseudepigraphy. Pseudepigraphies, plural of pseudepigraphy. Pseudepigraphon, singular of pseudepigrapha. Pseudepigraphus, inscribed with a false name. Pseudepigraphs, plural of pseudepigraph. Pseudepigraphy, the composition of pseudepigrapha, false credit of authorship to give ideas greater legitimacy. Pseudogate, the blind, wingless nymph form of a termite that performs some of the functions of a worker. Pseudogates, plural of pseudogate. Pseudories, plural of pseudory. Pseudory, the behavior of a pseudo, intellectual pretension. Pseudesthesia, an imaginary sensation felt in the absence of a stimulus. Pseudohodiaceous, of or relating to the pseudohodiaceae. Pseudomego, subimego. Pseudomegos, plural of pseudomego. Pseudomegos, plural of pseudomego. Pseudo, like a pseudo, pretentious. Pseudoism, alternative form of pseudoism. Pseudoisms, plural of pseudism. Pseudosodomon, an early style of masonry used by the Greeks, in which the courses have differing height, length, or thickness of stones, though the stones in any one course are alike. Pseudosodomum, alternative form of pseudosodomon. Pseudization, the calculation of a pseudopotential. Pseudo, an intellectually pretentious person, a pseudo-intellectual. Pseudo-analytical, alternative form of pseudo-analytical. Pseudo-anime, an animated work that has many typical characteristics of Japanese animation, but is not from Japan. Pseudo-animes, plural of pseudo-anime. Pseudo-English, alternative form of pseudo-English. Pseudo-force, synonym of fictitious force. Pseudo-forces, plural of pseudo-force. Pseudo, false, not genuine, fake. Pseudo-acronym, a term that is seemingly an acronym or other abbreviation, but does not stand for anything. Pseudo-acronyms, plural of pseudo-acronym. Pseudoactive, alternative spelling of pseudoactive. Pseudoanalytical, alternative form of pseudoanalytical. Pseudoangiosarcoma, alternative form of pseudoangiosarcoma. Pseudoangiosarcomatus, alternative form of pseudoangiosarcomatus. Pseudoanglicism, alternative form of pseudoanglicism. Pseudoanglicism, a word in a language other than English that has an English appearance but does not exist in English itself. Pseudoanglicisms, plural of pseudoanglicism. Pseudoanglicisms, plural of pseudoanglicism. Pseudoanasov, pertaining to the generalization of Anosov diffeomorphism of the torus introduced by William Thurston. Pseudoargument, alternative form of pseudo-argument. Pseudo-Aristotle, a general cognomen for authors of philosophical or medical treatises who attributed their work to the Greek philosopher Aristotle, or whose work was later attributed to him by others. Pseudo-atheism, supposed atheism that is not true atheism. Pseudo-autobiographical, relating to pseudo-autobiography. Pseudo-autobiography, fictionalized autobiography. Pseudo-borrowing, synonym of pseudo-loan. Pseudo-borrowings, plural of pseudo-borrowing. Pseudo-serial, alternative form of pseudo-serial. Pseudo-serials, plural of pseudo-serial, alternative spelling of pseudo-serials. Pseudo-city code, a short alphanumeric code used by global distribution systems to differentiate between different travel agency offices. Pseudo-city codes, plural of pseudo-city code. Pseudo-column, alternative form of pseudo-column. Pseudo-columns, plural of pseudo-column. Pseudo-complement, the relative pseudo-complement of a given element of a Heyting algebra with respect to the least element, the zero of that algebra. Pseudo-complements, plural of pseudo-complement. Pseudo-complement, a statement that sounds like a compliment, but really is not. Pseudo-complements, plural of pseudo-complement. Pseudo-conscious, alternative form of pseudo-conscious. Pseudo-controversies, plural of pseudo-controversy. Pseudo-controversy, something falsely presented as a controversy. Pseudo-coordination, a linguistic construction in which two terms, often inflected verbs, are joined by a coordinator, for example, and, as in the sentence, try and win the competition. Pseudo-counterexample, a false counterexample. Pseudo-counterexamples, plural of pseudo-counterexample. Pseudo-Cushing's syndrome, a medical condition resembling Cushing's syndrome but having a different cause, generally idiopathic. Pseudo-democracy, alternative spelling of pseudo-democracy. Pseudo-Dionysian, a validity to the theologian and philosopher Pseudo-Dionysius the Areopagite. Pseudo-directories, plural of pseudo-directory. Pseudo-directory, alternative spelling of pseudo-directory. Pseudo-discipline, alternative spelling of pseudo-discipline, area of study that has a limited resemblance to an academic discipline. Pseudo-disciplines, plural of pseudo-discipline, alternative spelling of pseudo-disciplines. Pseudo-wedge, the connection between vertices in a pseudo-Hamiltonian connected graph. Pseudo-edges, plural of pseudo-edge. Pseudo-election, alternative form of pseudo-election. Pseudo-empathy, the understanding of the thoughts, feelings, or emotional state of another person, but without identification, care, or urge to improve their condition. Pseudo-Wenglish, lexical borrowings from English that do not correspond directly to English word usage. Pseudo-fascism, politics that resemble fascism in some respects, but not in others. Pseudo-feeble-minded, alternative form of pseudo-feeble-minded. Pseudo-feeble-mindedness, alternative form of pseudo-feeble-mindedness. Pseudo-feeble-minded, alternative form of pseudo-feeble-minded. Pseudo-feeble-mindedness, alternative form of pseudo-feeble-mindedness. Pseudophile, alternative spelling of pseudophile. Pseudophiles, plural of pseudophile. Pseudo-folklore, alternative form of pseudo-folklore. Pseudo-force, alternative spelling of pseudo-force. Pseudo-forces, plural of pseudo-force. Pseudo-Foster-Kennedy syndrome, one-sided optic atrophy with papilledema in the other eye but with the absence of a mass. Pseudo-Freudianism, Freudianism considered as a pseudoscience. Pseudo-haiku, alternative form of pseudo-haiku. Pseudo-histories, plural of pseudo-history. Pseudo-history, alternative spelling of pseudo-history. Pseudo-innocently, in a pseudo-innocent manner. Pseudo-inspirational, falsely inspirational. Pseudo-intellectual, alternative spelling of pseudo-intellectual. Pseudo-intellectualism, alternative spelling of pseudo-intellectualism. Pseudo-intellectual, plural of pseudo-intellectual. Pseudo-Isidorian, of or relating to Pseudo-Isidore, unknown Carolingian-era author as behind an extensive corpus of influential forgeries intended to benefit bishops and the church. Pseudo-isochromatic, alternative form of pseudo-isochromatic. Pseudo-Jewish, inauthentically Jewish. Pseudo-Latinism, a pseudo-loan that appears to be a Latin loan found in another language. Pseudo-Latinism, alternative form of pseudo-Latinism. Pseudo-Latinisms, plural of pseudo-Latinism. Pseudo-Latinisms, plural of pseudo-Latinism. Pseudo-legality, alternative form of pseudo-legality. Pseudo-lesbian, seemingly lesbian but not truly. Pseudo-lesbians, plural of pseudo-lesbian. Pseudo-liberation, alternative form of pseudo-liberation. Pseudo-liberations, plural of pseudo-liberation. Pseudo-life, alternative form of pseudo-life. Pseudo-linguistics, work purporting to fall under the scholarly field of linguistics but falling short of its standards, linguistic pseudo-scholarship. Pseudo-lies, plural of pseudo-life. Pseudo-loan, a term which appears to be and may be thought of by speakers as a loanword from another language, even being formed from elements found in that language, but which does not exist as a word in that language with the same meaning. Pseudo-loans, plural of pseudo-loan. Pseudo-localization, the practice of using fake localization strings during development, intended to test the software's capability of handling multilingual text. Pseudologician, one who applies pseudologic. Pseudologicians, plural of pseudologician. Pseudomedicine, any system of treatment of physical ailments or substances prescribed for such treatment, purported to be medical or supported by critical medical science but which cannot be shown to be effective. Pseudomedicines, plural of pseudomedicine. Pseudometaphysics, alternative form of pseudometaphysics. Pseudo-Muslim, merely apparently, but not genuinely Muslim or Islamic. Pseudo-Muslims, plural of pseudo-Muslim. Pseudo-nation, alternative spelling of pseudo-nation. Pseudo-nations, plural of pseudo-nation, alternative form of pseudo-nations. Pseudo-obstruction, alternative form of pseudo-obstruction. Pseudo-obstructions, plural of pseudo-obstruction. Pseudo-octave, an interval whose frequency ratio is not 2:1 that of the octave, but is perceived or treated as equivalent to this ratio and whose pitches are considered equivalent to each other as with octave equivalency. Pseudo-octaves, plural of pseudo-octave. Pseudo-organizational, falsely organizational. Pseudo-participial, having the form of a participial of a verb, but for which no such verb exists. For example, for the adjective yellow-bellied there is no corresponding verb to yellow-belly. Pseudo-participials, plural of pseudo-participial. Pseudo-passive, alternative spelling of pseudo-passive. Pseudo-passives, plural of pseudo-passive. Pseudo-penannular, forming a closed ring but having two separately defined terminals which are joined by a further element. Pseudopenes, plural of pseudopenis. Pseudopenis, alternative spelling of pseudopennies. Pseudopenises, plural of pseudopenis. Pseudoperiod, alternative form of pseudoperiod. Pseudophilosophy, alternative form of pseudophilosophy. Pseudopoetic, alternative form of pseudopoetic. Pseudopolynomial time, a time algorithm whose running time is a polynomial in the numeric value of the input, but not necessarily in the length of the input. Pseudopolynomial times, plural of pseudopolynomial time. Pseudo-problem, a problem that arises solely as a result of a misuse of language. Pseudo-problems, plural of pseudo-problem. Pseudo-professional, alternative form of pseudo-professional. Pseudo-Pseudomegs syndrome, a rare manifestation of systemic lupus erythematosus, defined by the presence of a site, pleural effusions, and elevated CA 125 level. Pseudo-Pseudo-hypoparathyroidism, alternative form of pseudo-Pseudo-hypoparathyroidism. Pseudo-Pseudothrombophlebotitis, leg swelling resembling pseudothrombophlebotitis. Pseudo-quantitative, alternative form of pseudo-quantitative. Pseudo-quaternary, alternative form of pseudo-quaternary. Pseudo-random, alternative spelling of pseudo-random. Pseudo-random number generator, alternative form of pseudo-random number generator. Pseudo-random number generators, plural of pseudo-random number generator. Pseudo-randomness, alternative form of pseudo-randomness. Pseudo-reference, alternative form of pseudo-reference. Pseudo-referendum, alternative form of pseudo-referendum. Pseudo-referendums, plural of pseudo-referendum. Pseudo-Riemannian manifold, a generalization of a Riemannian manifold. Pseudo-Riemannian manifolds, plural of pseudo-Riemannian manifold. Pseudo-Ripperian, alternative spelling of pseudo-Ripperian. Pseudo-scholarship, any body of publications purported to be scholarly or supported by critical scholarship but which fails to comply with scholarly standards. Pseudo-scholarships, plural of pseudo-scholarship. Pseudoscience, alternative spelling of pseudoscience. Pseudosciences, plural of pseudoscience. Pseudoskull, an object that merely has the appearance of a skull. Pseudoskulls, plural of pseudoskull. Pseudo-socialism, an economy wherein the workers seemingly own the production means, or it is claimed to be, but practically does not. Pseudo-socialists, seemingly in favor of workers' control, but essentially not. Pseudo-socialists, plural of pseudo-socialists. Pseudo-sophisticated, affecting an air of sophistication, pretentious. Pseudo-state, alternative form of pseudo-state. Pseudo-state, plural of pseudo-state. Pseudo-telepathy, a phenomenon in quantum game theory resulting in anomalously high success rates in coordination games between separated players, without the need for communication during the game, and based on the prior sharing of a physical system in an entangled quantum state. Pseudo-TLD, a top-level domain that is not part of the official worldwide domain name system but is used in a similar way, for example on an intranet. Pseudo-TLDs, plural of pseudo-TLD. Tudo, in a style similar to Tudor or mock Tudor architecture, faux Tudor. Pseudo-type, a data type that can be only used in certain places, for example as the argument to a function. Pseudo-types, plural of pseudotype. Pseudo-umbilical, alternative form of pseudo-umbilical. Pseudo-abelian, almost abelian. Pseudo-absence, an apparent absence. Pseudo-absences, plural of pseudo-absence. Pseudo-acacia, synonym of black locust tree, Robinia. Pseudo-acacias, plural of pseudo-acacia. Pseudo-academic, apparently, but not actually, academic. Pseudo-acanthosis, an apparent acanthosis. Pseudo-accidental, apparently, but not actually, accidental. Pseudo-accommodative, relating to pseudo-accommodation. Pseudo-achalasia, an esophageal condition involving the same obstructive character as achalasia but not of a primary idiopathic nature cause. It is called pseudo-achalasia when the term achalasia is intended to mean only the type of such obstruction that is of primary nature, whereas in other terminological schemas it is classified as a type of achalasia, called secondary achalasia in coordinate rank with primary achalasia, true achalasia. Pseudoachondroplasia, a form of dwarfism with shortening of the limbs. Pseudoachondroplastic, of, related to, or suffering from pseudoachondroplasia. Pseudoachromatic, partially achromatic. Pseudoacinar, resembling the form of an acinus. Pseudoacini, plural of pseudoacinus. Pseudoacinus, a disrupted or distorted form of an acinus. Pseudoacromboly, synonym of acromgallitism. Pseudoacromial, relating to a pseudoacromion. Pseudoacromion, a lateral scapular ridge on notasaurid ankylosaurs. Pseudoactive, apparently, but not truly, active. Pseudoadaptation, the apparent adaptation of an organism to a changed environment that is however accompanied by excessive stress that causes later pathological change. Pseudoadaptations, plural of pseudoadaptation. Pseudoaddict, a person suffering from pseudoaddiction. Pseudoaddicted, suffering from pseudoaddiction. Pseudoaddiction, a purported condition resembling drug addiction but caused by underprescription of drugs to treat pain in the patient, causing them to seek more. Pseudoaddictions, plural of pseudoaddiction. Pseudoaddicts, plural of pseudoaddict. Pseudoadult, A juvenile animal that has some characteristics of an adult. Pseudo-adults. Plural of pseudo-adult. Pseudo-AL. Alial. Pseudoethelia. Plural of pseudoethelium. Pseudoethelium. A structure consisting of many sporangia packed together in certain myxomycete species. Pseudo-affectionate. Apparently, but not actually, affectionate. Pseudo-afferent. Apparently, but not actually, afferent. Pseudoagglutination. The clumping of red blood cells that resembles agglutination but occurs without the involvement of an antigen-antibody reaction. Pseudoagouti. Describing animals with some, but not all agouti genes or characteristics. Pseudo-ANHOM. Amniotic band constriction, a congenital disorder caused by entrapment of fetal parts, usually a limb or digits, in fibrous amniotic bands while in utero. Pseudo-air. An artificially created gas that mimics air. Pseudoalbinism. A defect in the pigmentation of animals. Pseudoalbino. An animal that has pseudoalbinism. Pseudoalbinos. Plural of pseudoalbino. Pseudoaldosteronism. Synonym of pseudohyperaldosteronism. Pseudoaldosteronisms. Plural of pseudoaldosteronism. Pseudoalgebra. Mathematics. Pseudoalgebras. Plural of pseudoalgebra. Pseudoalgorithm. A description of a process that resembles, but is not in fact, an algorithm, as for example by being written in vague pseudocode. Pseudoalgorithms. Plural of pseudoalgorithm. Pseudoalign. To undergo pseudoalignment. Pseudoaligned. Simple past and past participle of pseudoalign. Pseudoaligning. Present participle and gerund of pseudoalign. Pseudoalignment. A quick method of alignment of genomic reads using secondary information. Pseudoalignments. Plural of pseudoalignment. Pseudoalines. Third person singular simple present indicative of pseudoalign. Pseudoalkaloid. Any alkaloid-like compound that does not originate from amino acids. Pseudoalkaloids. Plural of pseudoalkaloid. Pseudoallel. Either of the two genes involved in pseudoallelism. Pseudoallels. Plural of pseudoallel. Pseudoallelic. Relating to pseudoallels or to pseudoallelism. Pseudoallelism. The situation in which two genes with similar functions are located so close to one another on a chromosome that they are genetically linked and tend to be inherited together. Pseudoallergic. Relating to a pseudoallergy. Pseudoallergies. Plural of pseudoallergy. Pseudoallergy. A condition that resembles an allergy but is not a true allergy. Pseudoalterin. A metal protease isolated from deep sea bacteria of a Pseudoalteromonas species. Pseudoalteromonad. Any marine bacterium of the genus Pseudoalteromonas or of the family Pseudoalteromonaceae. Pseudoalteromonads. Plural of pseudoalteromonad. Pseudo-altruistic. Apparently, but not actually, altruistic. Pseudo-amyloid. Dextrinoid. Pseudo-analytical. Having a false appearance of relying on legitimate analysis, based on technobabble, false assumptions, or false arguments. Pseudo-anaphylactic. Relating to pseudoanaphylaxis. Pseudoanaphylaxis. A kind of anaphylaxis that does not involve an allergic reaction but is due to direct mast cell degranulation. Pseudo-anatomical. Apparently, but not actually, anatomical. Pseudo-ancestral. Apparently, but not actually, ancestral. Pseudoanemia. Any of various states that may be mistaken for anemia, which usually fall into the classes of a hemodilution that is physiologic rather than pathologic and be pallor of mucous membranes with non-anemic causes. Pseudoanemic. Affected by or relating to pseudoanemia. Pseudoaneurysm. A so-called false aneurysm. A hematoma that forms as the result of a leaking hole in an artery. Pseudoaneurysms. Plural of pseudoaneurysm. Pseudoangiomatosis. A proliferation of pseudoangiomas, i.e. angioma-like papules. Pseudoangiomatus. Relating to pseudoangiomas or to pseudoangiomatosis. Pseudoangiosarcoma. Any condition that resembles angiosarcoma. Pseudoangiosarcomas. Plural of pseudoangiosarcoma. Pseudoangiosarcomatus. Relating to a pseudoangiosarcoma. Pseudoangle. The equivalent of an angle or solid angle in a non-Euclidean space. Pseudoangles. Plural of pseudoangle. Pseudoanglicism. Alternative form of pseudoanglicism. Pseudoangular. In Caecilians, the rear toothless part of the jawbone. Pseudoannual. Having the appearance of something that occurs annually, but not following a strictly annual pattern. Pseudoannuals. Plural of pseudoannual. Pseudoanodontia. Failure of the teeth to erupt from the gums. Pseudoanonymization. Alternative form of pseudonymization. Pseudoanonymize. Modified by pseudoanonymization. Pseudoanthropomorphic. Apparently, but not really, pertaining to attribution of human characteristics to non-human creatures or concepts. Pseudoanticline. An anticline caused by any non-tectonic mechanism. Pseudoanticlines. Plural of pseudoanticline. Pseudoantique. Apparently, but not actually, antique. Pseudoapologetic. Apparently, but not actually, apologetic. Pseudoapostol. A false apostle. Pseudoapostols. Plural of pseudoapostol. Pseudoappendicitis. A condition mimicking appendicitis, sometimes associated with enteric infection by Yersinia, Campylobacter, Salmonella, or other bacteria. Pseudoapproximation. An approximation where the error of approximation is greater than epsilon because calculation of a true approximation is not feasible. Pseudoapproximations. Plural of pseudoapproximation. Pseudoaquatic. Found growing in wet places but not truly aquatic. Pseudoarchaeological. Relating to pseudoarchaeology. Pseudoarchaeologies. Plural of pseudoarchaeology. Pseudoarchaeologists. Someone who practices pseudoarchaeology. Pseudoarchaeologists. Plural of pseudoarchaeologists. Pseudoarchaeology. Pseudoscientific archaeology. Pseudoarchaic. Seemingly, but not actually, archaic. Pseudoarchaism. The quality of being pseudoarchaic. Pseudoarchaisms. Plural of pseudoarchaism. Pseudoarchaeus. A person who uses or invents pseudoarchaisms. Pseudoarchaeus. Plural of pseudoarchaeus. Pseudoarchaeology. Alternative form of pseudoarchaeology. Pseudoargument. Fallacious argument, incorrect argument. Pseudo-aristocratic. Apparently, but not actually, aristocratic. Pseudo-aromatic. Having a ring containing alternating single and double bonds, but whose electrons are not delocalized and so does not have aromatic character. Pseudoarthrosis. plural of pseudoarthrosis. Pseudoarthrosis, alternative form of pseudoarthrosis. Pseudoarthrotic, alternative form of pseudoarthrotic. Pseudoarticle, a false or non-existent article piece of writing. Pseudoarticles, plural of pseudoarticle. Pseudoarticulated, having a pseudoarticulation. Pseudoarticulation, a rudimentary joint formed from a bony protrusion. Pseudoascetic, apparently but not actually ascetic. Pseudoasymmetry, the condition of an atom that is bonded to two enantiomorphic groups. Pseudoathletic, apparently but not actually athletic. Pseudoatom, a delocalized cluster of electrons that takes the place of an atom in some structures. Pseudoatomic, almost at the atomic scale. Pseudoatoms, plural of pseudoatom. Pseudoatrophy, apparent atrophy. Pseudoautocheiria, murder disguised as suicide. Pseudoautomatic, apparently but not actually automatic. Pseudoautosomal, describing genes in the X and Y chromosomes that behave like autosomes during meiosis. Pseudoautosomic, alternative form of pseudoautosomal. Pseudoaxis, plural of pseudoaxis. Pseudoaxial, describing bonds in a ring system that does not have a true axis that are approximately parallel to it, i.e. approximately at right angles to the ring. Pseudoaxis, a sympodium. Pseudoazimuthal, describing various map projections based on the azimuthal. Pseudoazurin, synonym of cuprodoxin. Pseudoazurins, plural of pseudoazurin. Pseudobacteremia, the presence of pseudobacteria in the blood. Pseudobacteria, microscopic organic particles, molecular granules, powdered inorganic substances, etc., which in form, size, and grouping resemble bacteria. Pseudobactin is siderophore produced by the bacterium Pseudomonas fluorescens. Pseudobaptigenin, an isoflavone found in Trifolium pratense red clover. Pseudobase, any compound that is readily converted into an isomeric form that is basic. Pseudobases, plural of pseudobase. Pseudobasifix, connected to the filament of the stamen by connective tissue which extends in a tube around the filament tip. Pseudobenevolent, apparently but not actually benevolent. Pseudobezoar, an indigestible object intentionally introduced into the digestive system. Pseudobezoars, plural of pseudobezoar. Pseudobicuspid, having three cusps, two of which are fused together. Pseudobinary, describing a system of two entities, at least one of which is itself binary or more complex. Pseudobinaural, apparently but not actually binaural. Pseudobiographical, apparently but not truly biographical. Pseudobiological, of relating to or employing pseudobiology. Pseudobiologically, in a pseudobiological manner, by means of pseudobiology. Pseudobiologists, a would-be biologist who advocates pseudobiology. Pseudobiologists, plural of pseudobiologists. Pseudobiology, any body of knowledge or work purporting to adhere to the scientific standards of biology that in fact does not. Biological pseudoscience. Pseudobiphasic, describing a form of biphasic extraction that uses a pseudophase. Pseudobipolar, apparently bipolar. Pseudobisexual, apparently but not actually bisexual. Pseudobulbsia. Pseudobulbsis. Pseudobulbsis. False sight, hallucination. Pseudoblock. A construct that resembles a block of source code but is not a true block. Pseudoblocks. Plural of pseudoblock. Pseudobromide. An aluminium compound with a chemical composition AlOOH. Pseudobromide. Alternative form of pseudobromide. Pseudobolite. A tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal indigo blue mineral containing chlorine, copper, hydrogen, lead, and oxygen. Pseudobond. Any of several logical or physical connections between specified atoms that are not standard covalent bonds. Examples include steric constraints logical and hydrogen bonds physical. Pseudobonds. Plural of pseudobond. Pseudobosons. Plural of pseudoboson. Pseudobranch. Pseudobranchia. Pseudobranchia. A small patch of gill-like filaments on the inner surface of the opercle near the junction of the preopercle. Pseudobranchial. Of or pertaining to the pseudobranchia. Pseudobranchs. Plural of pseudobranch. Pseudobrexia. A form of limestone that has the mottled appearance of brexia. Pseudobrexias. Plural of pseudobrexia. Pseudobrochi. An orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing iron, magnesium, oxygen, and titanium. Pseudobubo. A subcutaneous granuloma resembling a bubo. Pseudobubos. Plural of pseudobubo. Pseudobubos. Plural of pseudobubo. Pseudobulb. A storage organ in orchids derived from the part of a stem between two leaf nodes. Pseudobulbar. That is similar to effects related to the brainstem. Pseudobulbar affect. A neurological disorder characterized by episodes of uncontrollable laughing or crying, or other emotional displays. Pseudobulbil. A growth from the roots of Acreopsis javanica composed of two internodes and bearing leaves at the apex. Pseudobulbils. Plural of pseudobulbil. Pseudobulbous. Alternative form of pseudobulbar. Pseudobulbs. Plural of pseudobulb. Pseudobulge. A morphological feature of some spiral galaxies that appears similar to a conventional galaxy bulge, but with internal dynamics that are dominated by rotation rather than random motions. Pseudobulges. Plural of pseudobulge. Pseudobulk. Apparently bulk, but actually from a small sample. Pseudocheselae. Any barklaus in the family Pseudocheselae. Pseudocheselaes. Plural of pseudocheselae. Pseudocamptodactyly. The curvature of the fingers at all interphalangeal joints on dorsiflexion of the wrist. Pseudocanine. Resembling a canine tooth without being a true canine tooth. Pseudocaniniform. Having the form of a pseudocanine tooth. Pseudocapacitant. The techniques used in a pseudocapacitor, comprehending electrosorption, redox reactions, and intercalation processes. Pseudocapacitances. Plural of pseudocapacitants. Pseudocapacities. Plural of pseudocapacity. Pseudocapacitive. Of the nature of a pseudocapacitor. Pseudocapacitor. A device that stores electrical energy Faradaically by electron charge transfer between electrode and electrolyte by means of pseudocapacitance. Pseudocapacitors. Plural of pseudocapacitor. Pseudocapacity. The capacity of a pseudocapacitor. Pseudocapillaries. Plural of pseudocapillary. Pseudocapillary. A well in a cell wall that has some characteristics of a capillary. Pseudocapsule, a structure similar to a capsule that surrounds some carcinomas. Pseudocapsules, plural of pseudocapsule. Pseudocarapace, an arrangement of many bones that make up the back of some marine turtles. Pseudocarapaces, plural of pseudocarapace. Pseudocaturidae, any shark in the family Pseudocarchariidae. Pseudocaturids, plural of Pseudocarchariidae. Pseudocarcinomatous, apparently carcinomatous. Pseudocardiac, that mimics cardiac tissue disorders, etc. Pseudocardinal, a cardinal appointed by an antipope and consequently seen as illegitimate by the pope and those who recognize him. Pseudocardinals, plural of pseudocardinal. Pseudocarp, the portion of an anthocarpous fruit that is not derived from the ovary, such as the soft part of a strawberry or fig. Pseudocarpium, synonym of pseudocarp. Pseudocarps, plural of pseudocarp. Pseudocastle, a building designed to resemble a castle. Pseudocastles, plural of pseudocastle. Pseudocat, something that resembles but is not a cat. Pseudocatalase, a preparation that attempts to substitute the action of impaired catalase in cases of vitiligo. Pseudocatalytic, exhibiting some catalytic properties but not being truly catalytic. Pseudocatenane, a complex polycyclic compound that appears to be a catenane. Pseudocatenanes, plural of pseudocatenane. Pseudocaterpillar, a disjoint caterpillar. Pseudocaterpillars, plural of pseudocaterpillar. Pseudocats, plural of pseudocat. Pseudocotacea, a particular steroid glycoside. Pseudocell, alternative form of pseudocol. Pseudocelebrities, plural of pseudocelebrity. Pseudocelebrity, one who has a certain degree of celebrity status without being actually famous or noteworthy. Pseudocells, plural of pseudocell. Pseudocell, a pseudospatial cell. Pseudocellular, relating to arachnids of the genus Pseudocellus. Pseudochelli, plural of pseudocellus. Pseudocells, plural of pseudocell. Pseudocellulitis, any skin disease that shares characteristics with cellulitis. Pseudocellus, a small pore, possibly a simple eye on the head of a protuberant. Pseudocelame, relating to a pseudoceloma. Pseudocentipede, a cymbalan. Pseudocentipedes, plural of pseudocentipede. Pseudocephalon, an extension of the first segment of the thorax of an insect larva. Pseudocephalons, plural of pseudocephalon. Pseudoceramine, any of a group of brominated derivatives of spermins present in sponges of the genus Pseudoceratina. Pseudoceramines, plural of pseudoceramine. Pseudoceratinin, any sponge of the family Pseudoceratinidae. Pseudoceratinids, plural of pseudoceratinids. Pseudocereal, any plant that, although not belonging to the grass family, produces seeds that are used to make flour. Pseudocereals, plural of pseudocereal. Pseudocerata, any flatworm in the family Pseudoceratidae. Pseudoceratids, plural of pseudoceratid. Pseudochannel, a subparallel feature consisting of a central core of undeformed strata, roughly U-shaped in cross-section and cigar-shaped in plan, embedded in finer grain material. Pseudo-channels, plural of pseudo-channel. Pseudo-character, a text character invented for language recognition tests, etc., and not occurring in real-world writing. Pseudo-characters, plural of pseudo-character. Pseudo-charitable, apparently, but not actually, charitable. Pseudo-charid, any marsupial in the family Pseudoceridae, a ringtail possum. Pseudocharids, plural of pseudocharid. Pseudochemical, apparently, but not actually, chemical. Pseudochemotaxis, apparent chemotaxis due to random movement such as Brownian motion. Pseudo-china, a material that resembles and serves as a substitute for china. Pseudochiral, relating to or exhibiting pseudochirality. Pseudochiralities, plural of pseudochirality. Pseudochirality, synonym of pseudoasymmetry. Pseudochitin, synonym of tecton. Pseudochitinous, relating to or composed of pseudochitin. Pseudo-choice, alternative spelling of pseudo-choice. Pseudo-choices, plural of pseudo-choice. Pseudocholinesterase, one of the two types of cholinesterase, the other being acetylcholinesterase, found primarily in the liver where it hydrolyzes butyrylcholine. Pseudocholinesterases, plural of pseudocholinesterase. Pseudochrome, an audiocassette tape formulation similar to ferrocobalt and not containing chromium. Pseudochromes, plural of pseudochrome. Pseudochromid, any fish in the family Pseudochromidae, Adotabac. Pseudochromids, plural of pseudochromid. Pseudochromosomal, relating to a pseudochromosome. Pseudochromosome, a pseudomolecule representing a chromosome. Pseudochromosomes, plural of pseudochromosome. Pseudochyle, the fluid in a pseudochylophorax. Pseudochylophoraces, plural of pseudochylophorax. Pseudochyllophorax, a cholesterol-rich pleural effusion associated with chronic inflammatory disorders. Pseudocidal, of or relating to pseudocide. Pseudocide, a death or suicide attempt that is faked. Pseudocides, plural of pseudocide. Pseudocilia, plural of pseudocilium. Pseudocilium, a motionless whip-like body proceeding in pairs from each cell of Apiocystes browniana. Pseudocircle, the finite topological space X consisting of four distinct points A, B, C, D with an n-hostile topology at B, C, D, at B, Z, at B, D, at B, at B. Pseudocircles, plural of pseudocircle. Pseudocirrhosis, a condition of the liver resembling cirrhosis associated with some forms of cancer. Pseudocerus, a term used interchangeably with false cirrus. Pseudoclasper, a stiff ossified lobe in the tip of the intermittent organ of a fish. Pseudoclaspers, plural of pseudoclasper. Pseudoclass, a construct in code that behaves like a class but is not a true class. Pseudoclasses, plural of pseudoclass. Pseudoclassic, falsely classic. Pseudoclassical, imitative of a classical style. Pseudoclassicism, false or affected classicism. Pseudoclassicisms, plural of pseudoclassicism. Pseudoclassics, plural of pseudoclassic. Pseudocleavage, the formation of a furrow in the first cell cycle of some embryos. Pseudocleavages, plural of pseudocleavage. Pseudoglyphs, resembling or relating to a cleft sentence. Pseudoglyphing, the insertion of is what or a similar word sequenced so as to form a pseudo-cleft sentence, as when changing she bought an apple to an apple is what she bought. Pseudo-clerical, apparently, but not actually, clerical. Pseudoclimacograptid, any graptolite of the genus Pseudoclimacograptus. Pseudoclinical, apparently, but not actually, clinical. Pseudoclinality, the quality of being pseudoclinal. Pseudoclubbing, a condition resembling clubbing of the nails that is not true clubbing. Pseudococci, plural of pseudococcus. Pseudococcid, any mealybug in the family Pseudococcidae. Pseudococcids, plural of pseudococcid. Pseudococculinid, any gastropod in the family Pseudococculinidae. Pseudococculinins, plural of pseudococculinid. Pseudococcus, any pseudococcid of the genus Pseudococcus. Pseudocode, a description of a computer programming algorithm that uses the structural conventions of programming languages but omits detailed subroutines or language-specific syntax. Pseudocoded, represented in pseudocode. Pseudocodes, plural of pseudocode. Pseudocode word, the result obtained when a decoder fails to converge on a code word, but instead converges on some other code structure. Pseudocode words, plural of pseudocode word. Pseudocoding, the expression of an algorithm in pseudocode. Pseudocole, the body cavity of certain nematodes' primitive invertebrates, which is analogous to a coelom but lacking mesodermal cells, i.e. not lined with mesothelium. Pseudocolia, the fifth ventricle in the mammalian brain. Pseudocolum, synonym of pseudocole. Pseudocolumate, of, pertaining to, or possessing a pseudocole pseudocolum. Pseudocolumates, plural of pseudocolumate. Pseudocolum, alternative form of pseudocolum. Pseudocolums, plural of pseudocolum. Pseudocolomic, relating to a pseudocolum. Pseudocolums, plural of pseudocolum. Pseudocoles, plural of pseudocole. Pseudocolum, misspelling of pseudocolum. Pseudocolorable, such that there exists a neighborhood that is homeomorphic to a product, but this homeomorphism may not preserve all the desired structures or conditions that a true color neighborhood would. Pseudocollegiate, apparently, but not actually, collegiate. Pseudocolonial, relating to a pseudo-colony. Pseudocolonialism, something which resembles or appears to be colonialism in various senses, but is really not. Pseudocolonies, plural of pseudocolony. Pseudocolonization, something which resembles or appears to be colonization in various senses, but is really not. Pseudocolonizations, plural of pseudocolonization. Pseudocolony, a cluster of living things, cells, people, etc. that has only some of the characteristics of a colony. Pseudocolor, alternative spelling of pseudocolor. Pseudocolored, alternative form of pseudocolored. Pseudocoloring, alternative spelling of pseudocoloring. Pseudocolorize, to add pseudocolors, false colors. Pseudocolorize, simple past and past participle of pseudocolorize. Pseudocolorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pseudocolorize. Pseudocolorizing, present participle and gerund of pseudocolorize. Pseudocolors, plural of pseudocolor. Pseudocolor, an arbitrary color assigned to each gray level of a monochrome image, used especially in thermography. Pseudo-colored, colored using pseudocolors, rendered in false colors. Pseudo-coloring, the assignment of arbitrary colors to the gray levels of a monochrome image, used especially in thermography. Pseudocolors, plural of pseudocolor. Pseudocolpate, having one or more colpi that do not form a functional aperture. Pseudocolporate, having a colporous that does not act as a functional aperture. Pseudocolumella, a structure resembling a columella of a coral formed from its septa joining together. Pseudocolumelli, plural of pseudocolumella. Pseudocolumn, a column that yields a value when selected, but is not an actual column of the table. Pseudocolumnar, pseudostratified columnar. Pseudocolumns, plural of pseudocolumn. Pseudocomo, the neurological disorder more commonly referred to as Lockton syndrome. Pseudocomas, plural of pseudocoma. Pseudocommunal, apparently, but not actually, communal, characteristic of pseudo-community. Pseudo-communities, plural of pseudo-community. Pseudo-community, a group of people who appear to be a community, but between whom there is no genuine commonality or depth of interaction. Pseudo-compact, having a bounded image. Pseudo-compactness, the condition of being pseudo-compact. Pseudo-compensatory, apparently compensatory. Pseudo-complement, alternative form of pseudo-complement. Pseudo-complemented, having a pseudo-complement. Pseudo-complements, plural of pseudo-complement. Pseudocomplex, relating to the square root of plus or minus 1. Pseudo-complement, alternative form of pseudo-complement. Pseudo-complements, plural of pseudo-complement. Pseudo-component, several components of a mixture that are grouped together with properties averaged for the purpose of calculation. Pseudocomponents, plural of pseudocomponent. Pseudocompressibility, the condition of being pseudocompressible. Pseudoconcave, said of a function differentiable and decreasing in any direction where it has a negative directional derivative. Pseudoconcavity, the property of being pseudoconcave. Pseudoconcept, a set of things, for example, blue things, round things conceptualized by a child who is learning language, approximating a general concept of something. Pseudoconcepts, plural of pseudoconcept. Pseudo-conditioned, conditioned by means of pseudo-conditioning. Pseudo-conditioning, the production of a condition response to a neutral stimulus following repeated exposure to a conditioned stimulus. Pseudocone, one of the soft gelatinous cones found in the compound eyes of certain insects, taking the place of the crystalline cones of others. Pseudocones, plural of pseudocone. Pseudoconformable, synonym of paraconformable. Pseudoconformably, in a pseudoconformable manner. Pseudoconformal, that appears to conform, but in practice does not. Pseudoconformities, plural of pseudoconformity. Pseudoconformity, synonym of paraconformity. Pseudocongruence, apparent congruence. Pseudoconic, alternative form of pseudoconical. Pseudoconical, describing various map projections based on the conical. Pseudoconoi, a coiled collection of microtubules in some flagellates. Pseudoconoids, plural of pseudoconoi. Pseudocanopia, plural of pseudocanopium. Pseudocanopium, a hyaline flap of silica forming a cavity on the external vowel face of a marine diadem. Pseudoconscience, a mindset or mental faculty that is mistaken for a conscience, but lacks the truly ethical nature thereof. Pseudo-conscious, seemingly or nearly conscious but not truly so, set of processes within the human mind of people, of software, or of machines running software. Pseudo-consciousness, a state or condition that is not consciousness but seemingly or nearly approaches it or simulates it. Pseudo-consensus, apparent consensus that is not, in fact, genuine. Pseudo-conservative, apparently, but not actually, conservative. Pseudo-contact, apparent contact, typically between dipoles in a molecule. Pseudo-contacts, plural of pseudo-contact. Pseudo-contiguous, apparently contiguous but having small breaks between. Pseudo-contacts, plural of pseudo-contact. Pseudo-contiguous, apparently contiguous but having small breaks between elements. Pseudo-continent, apparently continent, especially while undergoing medication. Pseudo-continuous, apparently continuous but actually discrete. Pseudo-contractive, satisfying the equation Tx ties less or equal xy alpha asterisk xy2 where T is the mapping that is pseudo-contractive, x and y are points in the metric space that denotes the norm in the metric space and alpha is a constant. Pseudo-convex, of a function, differentiable and increasing in any direction where it has a positive directional derivative. Pseudo-convexity, the property of being pseudo-convex. Pseudocopies, plural of pseudocopy. Pseudocopolymer, a form of copolymer that is a mixture of different forms of the same monomer. Pseudocopolymers, plural of pseudocopolymer. Pseudocopula, synonym of semicopula. Pseudocopulas, plural of pseudocopula. Pseudocopulate, to carry out pseudocopulation. Pseudocopulated, simple past and past participle of pseudocopulate. Pseudocopulation, any of various processes amongst diverse animals in which male gametes are passed from one individual to another without sexual union. Pseudocopulations, plural of pseudocopulation. Pseudocopulatory, resembling copulation though not fulfilling the sexual function. Pseudocopy, an imperfect mutated or incomplete copy of a gene that is inserted into another segment of the DNA or RNA. Pseudocoronal, relating to a pseudocorona. Pseudo-correct, seeming or presented to be correct, but actually incorrect. Pseudo-correctness, the quality or condition of being pseudo-correct, of being incorrect, but seemingly correct. Pseudo-correlation, an approximation to a cross-correlation made using Monte Carlo methods. Pseudocorrelations, plural of pseudocorrelation. Pseudocaustate, false ribbed, as where a marginal vein is formed by confluence of the true veins. Pseudocottonite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing chlorine, lead, and potassium. Pseudocount, a number added to a number of observations so as to change a generated probability to one obtained by prior knowledge. Pseudocounts, plural of pseudocount. Pseudocowpox, a viral disease of cattle, whose symptoms include ring or horseshoe scabs on the teats. Pseudocoxalgia, Legg-Galbay-Pers disease. Pseudocrater, a volcanic landform formed by wet land being cooled by hot flowing lava. Pseudocraters, plural of pseudocrater. Pseudocriminal, apparently, but not actually, criminal. Pseudocritical, being an approximation to a critical pressure, temperature, etc. Pseudocrocodilite, synonym of tiger's eye. Pseudocroup, the form of croup caused by a virus and not by the diphtheria bacterium. Pseudocryptic, morphologically recognizable as distinct only after other methods have unveiled their existence. Pseudocrystal, a substance that appears to be crystalline, even under a microscope, but does not have a true crystalline diffraction pattern. Pseudocrystalline, having the form of a pseudocrystal. Pseudocrystallographic, apparently, but not actually, crystallographic. Pseudocrystals, plural of pseudocrystal. Pseudoctenodont, having many short teeth transverse to the hinge margin in groups related to teeth that are longitudinally directed. Pseudocubic, describing a rhombohedral structure that is almost cubic. Pseudocultivated, apparently, but not actually, cultivated. Pseudocultural, relating to pseudoculture. Pseudocumene, an isomer of cumene, 1,2,4-trimethylbenzene. Pseudocumene, plural of pseudocumene. Pseudocusp, a structure resembling a cusp. Pseudocusps, plural of pseudocusp. Pseudocycle, a cosicle. Pseudocycles, plural of pseudocycle. Pseudocyclic, describing a variant of the cyclic photophosphorylation process of photosynthesis in which molecular oxygen replaces one of the other moieties in part of the cycle. Pseudocyclopea, any copod of the family Pseudocyclopeidae. Pseudocyclopeids, plural of pseudocyclopea. Pseudocyases, plural of pseudocyasis. Pseudocyasis, a false pregnancy, the appearance of signs and symptoms associated with pregnancy when the person or animal is not pregnant. Pseudocylindrical, representing the central meridian and each parallel as a single straight line segment, but not the other meridians. Pseudocephal, a structure in lichens that appears as a tiny pore on the outer surface caused when there is a break in the cortex of the lichen and the medullary hyphae extend to the surface. Pseudocyphalae, plural of pseudocephala. Pseudocyphalate, having pseudocyphaly. Pseudocess, a pathological collection of fluid differing from a cyst in lacking a clearly defined epithelial cell layer. Pseudocystic, of or relating to a pseudocyst, resembling a cyst. Pseudocystography, radiography of a pseudocyst. Pseudocystogenostomies, plural of pseudocystogenostomy. Pseudocystogenostomy, jejunostomy of a pseudocyst. Pseudocysts, plural of pseudocysts. Pseudodata, data that is artificially generated in order to test a program, test data. Pseudodata set, a data set composed of pseudodata. Pseudodata sets, plural of pseudodata set. Pseudodebate, something presented as a debate in which there is no real disagreement. Pseudodebates, plural of pseudodebate. Pseudodeficiencies, plural of pseudodeficiency. Pseudodeficiency, an apparent deficiency. Pseudodeficient, apparently deficient, having a pseudodeficiency. Pseudodemented, suffering from pseudodementia. Pseudodementia, a mild form of dementia from which the patient, often an elderly woman, may recover. Pseudodementias, plural of pseudodementia. Pseudodemocracies, Plural of pseudodemocracy. Pseudodemocracy. A government that holds elections but restricts civil liberties. Pseudo-democratic. Of or pertaining to pseudodemocracy. Pseudo-dental. Apparently, but not actually, dental. Pseudodentary. In Caecilians, the front tooth-bearing part of the jawbone. Pseudodentition. The set of pseudo-teeth of an animal. Pseudodepressed. Exhibiting pseudodepression. Pseudodepression. The signs and symptoms of depression from a non-depressive, often organic etiology. Pseudodepressions. Plural of pseudodepression. Pseudodevice. An entry in a file system that acts like a physical device without having the corresponding hardware. Pseudodevices. Plural of pseudodevice. Pseudodematids. Any member of the pseudodematidae. Pseudodematids. Plural of pseudodematidae. Pseudodiagnosis. Pseudoscientific diagnosis. Pseudodiarrhea. A condition of increased stool frequency more than 3 times daily within normal daily stool weight of less than 300 g. It may accompany irritable bowel syndrome, hyperthyroidism, and anortal disorders such as proctitis. Pseudodiarrhea. Alternative form of pseudodiarrhea. Pseudodifferential. Describing an extension to differential calculus that deals with Fourier transforms and similar structures. Pseudodifferential operator. An extension of the differential operator used in the theory of partial differential equations and quantum field theory. Pseudodifferential operators. Plural of pseudodifferential operator. Pseudodifferentially. In a pseudodifferential manner. Pseudodiffusion. Mixing due to the action neighboring motion rather than true diffusion. Pseudodiffusions. Plural of pseudodiffusion. Pseudodiffusive. Relating to, causing, or by means of pseudodiffusion. Pseudodigraph. A graph that resembles a directed graph but violates one of the normal rules, as for example by including a directed loop. Pseudodigraphs. Plural of pseudodigraph. Pseudodihedral. The angle between successive alpha helices of a protein chain. Pseudodihedrals. Plural of pseudodihedral. Pseudodimension. The largest cardinality or infinite of a set of points in a function class that can be shattered. Pseudodimensions. Plural of pseudodimension. Pseudodimer. An apparent dimer. Pseudodimeric. Apparently, but not actually, dimeric. Pseudodimers. Plural of pseudodimer. Pseudodaptide. Any compound that has a fragment of general formula CnHCONHCQ but is not derived from 2 amino acids. Pseudodipeptides. Plural of pseudodipeptide. Pseudodipeptidic. Relating to a pseudodipeptide. Pseudodiphtheria. Any of several infections, such as pharyngitis or tonsillitis, that resemble diphtheria but are caused by a different microorganism. Pseudodiphtheritic. Relating to pseudodiphtheria. Pseudodiploid. Diploid, but with chromosomal translocations. Pseudodiploids. Plural of pseudodiploid. Pseudodiploidy. The condition of being pseudodiploid. Pseudodipteral. Falsely or imperfectly dipteral, like a temple with the inner range of columns surrounding the cella omitted, so that the space between the cella wall and the columns is very great, being equal to 2 intercolumns and 1 column. Pseudodipteran. A pseudodipteral structure. Pseudodipterans. Plural of pseudodipteran. Pseudodirectories. Plural of pseudodirectory. Pseudodirectory. a virtual directory entry that does not represent a directory on the underlying file system on disk, instead being automatically generated to represent some other objects in the form of files, for example /proc in Linux. Pseudodisaccharide, the pseudosaccharide form of a disaccharide. Pseudodisaccharides, plural of pseudodisaccharide. Pseudodiscipline, an area of study that has a limited resemblance to an academic discipline. Pseudodisciplines, plural of pseudodiscipline. Pseudodiscrete, apparently, but not actually, discrete. Pseudodesks, plural of pseudodisk. Pseudodistance, a pseudometric having some characteristics of distance. Pseudodistances, plural of pseudodistance. Pseudodistamine, any of a class of piperidine alkaloids isolated from tunicates of genus Pseudodistoma. Pseudodistamines, plural of pseudodistamine. Pseudodiverticula, plural of pseudodiverticulum. Pseudodiverticular, relating to a pseudodiverticulum. Pseudodiverticulum, a pouch that extends along the wall of the intestine from a tumor of smooth muscle. Pseudodivision, any of several methods of division that employ addition and shifting of digits. Pseudodivisions, plural of pseudodivision. Pseudodocumentaries, plural of pseudodocumentary. Pseudodocumentary, a film that mimics the style of a documentary but is not actually produced by filming real events. Pseudodog, something that resembles but is not a dog. Pseudodogs, plural of pseudodog. Pseudodomain, a non-existent top-level domain that is assigned a meaning in certain specialized contexts. Pseudodomains, plural of pseudodomain. Pseudodominance, the situation in which the inheritance of a recessive trait mimics a dominant pattern. Pseudodominant, exhibiting or relating to pseudodominance. Pseudodot, a pseudo-harmonic quantum dot. Pseudodots, plural of pseudodot. Pseudodox, not true in opinion or doctrine, false. Pseudodoxes, plural of pseudodox. Pseudodoxies, plural of pseudodoxy. Pseudodoxy, false opinion or belief. Pseudo-dragon, a small dragon-like creature, not a true dragon. Pseudo-dragons, plural of pseudo-dragon. Pseudo-grammatic, apparently, but not actually, dramatic. Pseudo-dual, mathematics. Pseudo-duality, the condition of being pseudo-dual. Pseudodynamics, dynamics that are inferred from secondary evidence. Pseudodysphagia, the fear of swallowing or choking. Pseudo-early, apparently, but not actually, early. Pseudo-economic, apparently, but not actually, economic, having certain aspects of an economy. Pseudo-educational, apparently, but not actually, educational, offering ingenuine education. Pseudo-effective, having a non-negative intersection product with every Apple divisor and numerically eventually free if the intersection product with every positive divisor is non-negative. Pseudo-elastic, exhibiting pseudo-elasticity. Pseudo-elastically, in a pseudo-elastic manner. Pseudo-elasticities, plural of pseudo-elasticity. Pseudo-elasticity, an elastic impermanent response to relatively high stress caused by a phase transformation between the austenitic and martensitic phases of a crystal, exhibited in shape memory alloys. Pseudo-election, a sham election, an election organized without any significant political choice or real impact on the results, often held in dictatorial regimes to feign the appearance of public legitimacy. Pseudo-elections, plural of pseudo-election. Pseudo-element, an object in code that behaves like an HTML element but is not a true element. Pseudo-elements, plural of pseudo-element. Pseudo-embryo, alternative form of pseudo-embryo. Pseudo-embryonic, alternative form of pseudo-embryonic. Pseudo-embryos, plural of pseudo-embryo. Pseudo-emotional, apparently, but not actually, emotional. Pseudo-enantiomer, a diastereomeric compound that behaves similar to an enantiomer during a chiral induction. Pseudo-enantiomers, plural of pseudo-enantiomer. Pseudo-energetic, relating to pseudo-energy. Pseudo-energies, plural of pseudo-energy. Pseudo-energy, the sum of potential energy and kinetic energy of a system. Pseudo-enlightenment, false enlightenment. Pseudo-enlightenments, plural of pseudo-enlightenment. Pseudo-enophthalmos, the impression that the eye is sunken caused by a narrow palpable aperture. Pseudo-enthusiastic, apparently, but not actually, enthusiastic. Pseudo-environmentalists, a false environmentalist. Pseudo-environmentalists, plural of pseudo-environmentalists. Pseudo-enzymatic, relating to or caused by a pseudoenzyme. Pseudoenzyme, any protein that has some biochemical function but is not a true enzyme. Pseudoenzymes, plural of pseudoenzyme. Pseudoephedrine, a sympathomimetic alkaloid commonly used as a decongestant, a chemical compound, an isomer of ephedrine with the formula CH-NO. Pseudoephedrines, plural of pseudoephedrine. Pseudoepidemic, an outbreak of a disease that has some characteristics of an epidemic but has no obvious physical cause. Pseudoepidemics, plural of pseudoepidemic. Pseudoepileptic, paroxysmal and resembling an epileptic seizure. Pseudoepiphysis, plural of pseudoepiphysis. Pseudoepiphysis, a secondary point of ossification distinct from the normal epiphysis. Pseudoepiphyte, a plant such as an aroid whose stems die away at the base, the upper part deriving its nourishment from its own aerial roots. Pseudoepiphytes, plural of pseudoepiphyte. Pseudoepiplural, relating to a pseudoepiplurin. Pseudoepiplurin, a false epiplurin. Pseudoepistaxis, blood flow exiting the nostrils that is not due to a true nosebleed, that is, not truly originating from the nasal cavity. Examples include blood coughed up through the airway and ending up in the nasal cavity, then dripping out. Pseudoepithelial, relating to pseudoepithelium. Pseudoepitheliomatous, resembling epitheliomatous change. Pseudo-equalitarian, apparently, but not actually, equalitarian. Pseudo-equatorial, describing bonds in a ring system that does not have a true axis that lie approximately in the plane of the ring. Pseudo-equilibria, plural of pseudo-equilibrium. Pseudo-equilibrium, a transient equilibrium. Pseudo-erotic, apparently, but not actually, erotic. Pseudoeroticism, the quality of being pseudoerotic. Pseudoerysipelas, a condition that resembles erysipelas. Pseudoerythrocytosis, Transiently high erythrocyte count (RBC count) that does not represent erythrocytosis despite that it would seem to if interpreted in isolation out of clinical context, ignoring hemoconcentration. Also called relative erythrocytosis, relative polycythemia, or Gaisberg syndrome. Pseudoesotropia. The false appearance of esotropia. Pseudoestrus. A condition similar to estrus initiated by external hormones. Pseudoethical. Apparently, but not actually, ethical. Pseudo-etymological. Apparently, but not actually, etymological. Pseudo-etymology. False etymology, folk etymology. Pseudo-evangelical. Apparently, but not actually, evangelical. Pseudo-event. A happening that is orchestrated for some ulterior purpose. Pseudo-events. Plural of pseudo-event. Pseudo-evidence. False or even fake evidence. Pseudo-exacerbation. A sudden relapse in cases of multiple sclerosis brought on by certain factors such as elevated temperature. Pseudo-exacerbations. Plural of pseudo-exacerbation. Pseudo-exfoliation. A form of exfoliation especially in the eyes in which the surface layer is not actually detached. Pseudo-exfoliations. Plural of pseudo-exfoliation. Pseudo-exfoliative. Relating to or causing pseudo-exfoliation. Pseudoexon. A sequence of nucleic acid bases that has the characteristics of an exon but takes no part in the splicing of genes. Pseudoexonization. The formation of a pseudoexon. Pseudoexonizations. Plural of pseudoexonization. Pseudoexons. Plural of pseudoexon. Pseudoexophthalmos. A condition similar to exophthalmos caused by facial asymmetry. Pseudo-experience. A simulated or inauthentic experience. Pseudo-experiences. Plural of pseudo-experience. Pseudo-extinct. Extinct, but with members of a daughter species remaining alive. Pseudo-extinction. Phyletic extinction. The situation where all members of a species are extinct, but members of a daughter species remain alive. Pseudo-extinctions. Plural of pseudo-extinction. Pseudofact. Something that seems to be a fact, but is not. Pseudofactin. A particular biosurfactant obtained from Pseudomonas fluorescens. It is a novel cyclic lipopeptide biosurfactant. As a surface-active compound, it has potential to be broadly used in medicine, anti-cancer, and antibacterial properties, cosmetics, and industry. Pseudofacts. Plural of pseudofact. Pseudofecal. Of or relating to pseudofeces. Pseudofeces. Particles rejected by a mollusk as unsuitable for food and expelled without passing through the digestive tract. Pseudophomous. Apparently, but not actually, famous. Pseudopharisy. Epizootic lymphangitis, a disease of horses. Pseudofatalistic. Rare spelling of pseudofatalistic. Pseudofault. A feature resembling a fault but resulting from other factors such as weathering or the spreading of ridges. Pseudofaults. Plural of pseudofault. Pseudofecal. Alternative form of pseudofecal. Pseudofeces. Alternative form of pseudofeces. Pseudo-feeble-minded. Falsely appearing as feeble-minded. Pseudo-feeble-mindedness. Quality of being pseudo-feeble-minded. Pseudofaith. Plural of pseudofoot. Pseudo-feminine. Feminine or apparently feminine in certain aspects, but not truly feminine. Pseudo-feminism. A belief system that resembles, but is not in fact, feminism. Pseudo-feminisms. Plural of pseudo-feminism. Pseudo-feminists. Seemingly feminist. Feminist perhaps in form, but certainly not in essence. Pseudo-feminists. Plural of pseudo-feminists. Pseudo-fermion. A form of fermion that has integer spin. Pseudo-fermione. Relating to pseudo-fermions. Pseudo-fermions. Plural of pseudo-fermion. Pseudo-fever. A high body temperature that resembles, but is not in fact, a fever. Pseudo-fevers. Plural of pseudo-fever. Pseudo-fiction. Writing that resembles fiction but lacks key attributes of fiction. For example, an autobiographical novel. Pseudo-fictions. Plural of pseudo-fiction. Pseudofilament. A line of algae or similar organisms in a shared gelatinous sheath. Pseudofilaменtation. The growth of pseudofilaments. Pseudofilamentations. Plural of pseudofilamentation. Pseudofilamentous. Relating to or composed of pseudofilaments. Pseudofilaments. Plural of pseudofilament. Pseudofilaria. One of the two elongated vibratile young formed by fission of the embryo during the development of certain Gregarinae. Pseudofilary. Plural of pseudofilaria. Pseudophile. A file that does not represent a file on the underlying file system on disk, but instead is automatically generated to represent some other object in the form of a file, for example /proc/CPU info in Linux. Pseudophiles. Plural of pseudophile. Pseudofinal. Denoting a kind of steady-state voltage distribution. Pseudofinite. Of a field, both quasi-finite perfect with a unique extension of every positive degree and pseudo-algebraically closed every absolutely irreducible variety over the field has a point defined over the field. Pseudo-ficitunicate. Apparently, ficitunicate. Pseudoflower. An inflorescence produced on a fungus by a pathogen in order to facilitate transmission of spores by insects. Pseudoflowers. Plural of pseudoflower. Pseudofluid. Resembling, but not actually, a fluid. Pseudofluids. Plural of pseudofluid. Pseudofluorescence. Apparent fluorescence due to internal reflection of light. Pseudofluorescent. Relating to pseudofluorescence. Pseudofolk. Resembling, but not actually, folk music, literature, etc. Pseudo-folklore. False folklore, literature presented as folklore that is actually not. Pseudofollicle. A structure in some malignant lymphomas, morphologically and immunologically similar to a follicle. Pseudofollicles. Plural of pseudofollicle. Pseudofollicular. Relating to pseudofollicles. Pseudofolliculitis. A condition resembling folliculitis, usually caused by shaving. Pseudofolliculitis barbae. Synonym of razor bump. Pseudofoot. An appendage which appears to be or acts like a foot. Pseudoforce. Alternative spelling of pseudoforce. Pseudoforces. Plural of pseudoforce. Pseudophorus. An undirected graph in which every connected component has at most one cycle. Pseudoforests. Plural of pseudoforest. Pseudoform. A pseudo-differential form. Pseudo-formal. Attempting to be formal, but not actually doing so. Pseudoforms. Plural of pseudoform. Pseudofossil. Any object, marking, or impression that resembles a fossil but whose origin is non-biological. Pseudofossils. Plural of pseudofossil. Pseudophobia. An area of the retina in which an image is fixated in a person with strabismus. Pseudophobias, plural of pseudophobia. Pseudofractal, having some characteristics, especially the appearance of the fractal system. Pseudofracture, a localized flaw in bone tissue presenting a radiologic appearance similar to that of a fracture. It is a radiologic sign that contributes to the diagnosis of osteomalacia. Pseudofractures, plural of pseudofracture. Pseudofruit, a fruit which includes tissue not derived from the ovary, but from some adjacent tissue. Pseudofruits, plural of pseudofruit. Pseudofunction, mathematics. Pseudofunctionalization, a deleterious mutation that does not actually add function. Pseudofunctions, plural of pseudofunction. Pseudofunctor, a mapping between categories that is just like a functor except that fxy equals fx fy and f1 equals 1 do not hold as exact equalities, but only up to coherent isomorphisms. Pseudofunctors, plural of pseudofunctor. Pseudofungi, plural of pseudofungus. Pseudofungus, any chromist of the phylum Pseudofungi. Pseudofusion, the situation in which the heart rate becomes indistinguishable from that of an implanted pacemaker. Pseudofusions, plural of pseudofusion. Pseudogalena, false galena, or blend. Pseudogame, an activity or situation with certain aspects of a game. Pseudogames, plural of pseudogame. Pseudogamic, relating to or exhibiting. Pseudogamy. Pseudogamas, relating to or exhibiting pseudogamy. Pseudogamy, gynogenesis. Pseudoganglia, plural of pseudoganglion. Pseudoganglion, a localized thickening of the main part or trunk of a nerve, resembling a ganglion but having only nerve fibers and no nerve cells. Pseudogap, an energy level that has few electronic states associated with it. Pseudogapped, having a pseudogap. Pseudogapping, a form of ellipsis that elides most but not all of a non-finite verb phrase, as in he drinks milk more often than he does water. Pseudogaps, plural of pseudogap. Pseudogaripe, any pseudoscorpion in the family Pseudogaripidae. Pseudogaripids, plural of pseudogaripid. Pseudogaseous, apparently, but not actually, gaseous. Pseudodoll, a material that has some characteristics of a gel. Pseudogels, plural of pseudogel. Pseudogenation, the formation of pseudogenes. Pseudogene, a segment of DNA that is part of the genome of an organism and which is similar to a gene but does not code for a gene product. Pseudogenera, plural of pseudogenus. Pseudogeneric, of or relating to a pseudogenus. Pseudogenes, plural of pseudogene. Pseudogenic, relating to a pseudogene. Pseudogenization, alternative form of pseudogenization. Pseudogenizations, plural of pseudogenization. Pseudogenized, alternative form of pseudogenized. Pseudogenization, the conversion of a gene into a pseudogene. Pseudogenizations, plural of pseudogenization. Pseudogenize, to convert a gene into a pseudogene. Pseudogenized, converted or mutated to a pseudogene. Pseudogenizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pseudogenize. Pseudogenizing, present participle and gerund of pseudogenize. Pseudogenome. A collection of genes that is only an incomplete genome. Pseudogenomes. Plural of pseudogenome. Pseudogenous. Relating to a pseudogenus. Pseudogentile. Apparently, but not actually, gentile. Pseudogentilitia. Plural of pseudogentilicium. Pseudogentilicium. Any irregularly formed nomen gentilicium. Pseudogenus. A spurious genus based on apparent similarities in unrelated organisms. Pseudogestational. Of a sac, caused by an intrauterine buildup of fluid that has an appearance mimicking that of a gestational sac. Pseudogland. A structure that has some resemblance to a gland. Pseudoblenders. Malioidosis. Pseudoblends. Plural of pseudoblend. Pseudoblendular. Having some characteristics of glands used especially to describe a phase in the development of the embryonic long before ciliated cells are formed. Pseudobly. Synonym of stagnous. Pseudoblees. Plural of pseudoblee. Pseudobleoma. Inflammation of the eye that resembles glioma of the retina. Pseudoglobal. Not quite global, but pertaining to almost everything. Pseudoglyptodont. An extinct sloth, Pseudoglyptodon chilensis from South America. Pseudoglyptodonts. Plural of pseudoglyptodont. Pseudogothic. Shambothic. Pseudogout. A medical condition with symptoms resembling gout but caused by precipitation of calcium pyrophosphate crystals in the joints instead of monosodium urate crystals. Pseudogouty. Having pseudogout. Pseudo-government. An apparent or false government. Pseudo-governmental. Apparently, but not actually. Governmental. Pseudo-governments. Plural of pseudo-government. Pseudo-grain. Synonym of pseudo-cereal. Pseudo-grains. Plural of pseudo-grain. Pseudogranophyte. An orthorhombic sphenoidal colorless mineral containing fluorine, lead, oxygen, and sulfur. Pseudograph. A graph that may contain loops as well as multiple edges between vertices. Pseudographer. One who creates pseudographs, a forger or counterfeiter. Pseudographers. Plural of pseudographer. Pseudographical. Having the appearance of graphics, though actually text-based. Pseudographics. An approximation of graphics achieved through the use of text characters. Pseudographies. Plural of pseudography. Pseudographs. Plural of pseudograph. Pseudography. False writing, forgery. Pseudograssery. A disease of the gypsy moth caused by a coccobacillus with symptoms resembling those of grassery. Pseudogravitation. Synonym of pseudogravity, artificial gravity. Pseudogravitational. Relating to or involving pseudogravitation, artificial gravity. Pseudogravity. Any force mimicking gravity, artificial gravity. Pseudogroup. An algebraic structure having elements that are homeomorphisms between subsets of a space. Pseudogroups. Plural of pseudogroup. Pseudoguanolides. Plural of pseudoguanoli. Pseudogynecomastia. Alternative form of pseudogynecomastia. Pseudogyne. An agamic or asexual female of certain insect species, such as plant lice, that reproduce by parthenogenesis. Pseudogynecomastia. An enlargement of the breast as due to excessive deposition of fat or skin, as opposed to true gynecomastia, which results from the development of glandular breast tissue. Pseudogynes. Plural of pseudogyne. Pseudogenes, pertaining to or characteristic of a pseudogyne. Pseudogeny, the property of being pseudogenous. Pseudohemal, relating to the vascular system of annelids. Pseudo-haiku, false or free-form haiku, any form of syllabically parsimonious or otherwise pithy poetry, usually comprising 3 lines of verse per poem. Pseudohalide, a chemical compound that is not a halide, but which resembles a halide in its charge and reactivity. Pseudohalides, plural of pseudohalide. Pseudohalitosis, the delusion that one has bad breath. Pseudohallucination, at bevill auditory experience as economies with experience as biennial. Pseudohallucinations, plural of pseudohallucination. Pseudohallucinatory, of, pertaining to, or producing pseudohallucination. Pseudohalogen, a binary inorganic compound with a structure similar to that of the interhalogens but containing at least one non-halogen radical such as cyanide. Pseudohalogens, plural of pseudohalogen. Pseudohalorid, any ammonite in the family Pseudohaloridae. Pseudohaloridids, plural of pseudohaloridid. Pseudohalter, one of the rudimentary front wings of certain insect stylops, resembling the halters or rudimentary hind wings of Diptera. Pseudohalters, plural of pseudohalter. Pseudo-Hamiltonian, a generalization of a pseudopotential, where in addition to changing the potential, the mass is varied to achieve the desired properties of the valence states. Pseudo-Hamiltonians, plural of pseudo-Hamiltonian. Pseudo-Handle, a special value that can be treated as a handle, for example, to identify a process but is not a true handle. Pseudo-handles, plural of pseudo-handle. Pseudohaploid, haploid but with chromosomal translocations. Pseudohaplotype, a group of alleles located on the same paternal or maternal chromosome. Pseudohaplotypes, plural of pseudohaplotype. Pseudoharmonic, having the appearance of being harmonic. Pseudoheader, a simplified header used in the TCP and UDP protocols in order to calculate a checksum. Pseudoheaders, plural of pseudoheader. Pseudoheart, any contractile vessel of invertebrates that is not of the nature of a real heart, especially one of those pertaining to the excretory system. Pseudohearts, plural of pseudoheart. Pseudohelical, approximately helical. Pseudohemal, alternative form of pseudohemal. Pseudohemianopia, the inability to perceive 2 simultaneous stimuli in each visual field. Pseudohemophilia, any of several disorders of prolonged blood clotting time, seeming clinically similar to the hemophilias, but pathophysiologically different therefrom, without the same clotting factor derangements as found therein. At least some of these disorders are types of von Willebrand disease, and nowadays would be called and diagnosed thus. Pseudohemophilias, plural of pseudohemophilia, denoting types of the uncountable sense. Pseudoheritabilities, plural of pseudoheritability. Pseudoheritability, a form of estimate used to determine heritability. Pseudohermaphrodite, an individual that has the external genitalia of one sex, but the internal sex organs of the other. Pseudohermaphrodites, plural of pseudohermaphrodite. Pseudohermaphroditic, relating to or exhibiting pseudohermaphroditism. Pseudohermaphroditism, a condition in which an individual has the internal reproductive organs of one sex but the external genitalia of the other. Pseudohermaphroditisms, plural of pseudohermaphroditism. Pseudohermitian, having the Hermitian properties except that the eigenvalues may be complex and the eigenvectors need not be orthogonal. Pseudohernia, an abdominal wall bulge that may be mistaken for a hernia. Pseudohernias, plural of pseudohernia. Pseudoherniation, the formation of a pseudohernia. Pseudo-heroic, apparently, but not actually, heroic. Pseudo-heterosexual, something which appears to be heterosexual but is in fact homosexual in nature. Pseudo-heterosexuality, behavior which appears to be heterosexual but is really homosexual. Pseudo-heterocyte, synonym of sclerite. Pseudo-heterozygous, apparently, but not actually, heterozygous. Pseudo-hexagon, a shape that is approximately a hexagon. Pseudo-hexagonal, being or pertaining to a pseudo-hexagon. Pseudo-hexagonally, in a pseudo-hexagonal way. Pseudo-hexagons, plural of pseudo-hexagon. Pseudo-hexamer, an apparent hexamer that is actually composed of 3 different dimers or 2 different trimers. Pseudo-hexameric, relating to or composed of pseudo-hexamers. Pseudo-hexamers, plural of pseudo-hexamer. Pseudo-historian, a would-be historian who deals in pseudo-history. Pseudo-historians, plural of pseudo-historian. Pseudo-historic, alternative form of pseudo-historical. Pseudo-historical, of or pertaining to pseudo-history. Pseudo-histories, plural of pseudo-history. Pseudo-history, false history. Pseudo-hitchhiking, a form of hitchhiking caused by genetic drift at a nearby locus. Pseudo-hole, a depression in the epiretinal membrane at the fovea that does not make a complete hole in the membrane. Pseudo-holes, plural of pseudo-hole. Pseudo-holomorphic, mathematics. Pseudo-homolog, either of a pair of lanthanides or actinides and related transition elements that have similar chemical properties because of similar electronic structure. Pseudo-homologs, plural of pseudo-homolog. Pseudo-homolog, alternative form of pseudo-homolog. Pseudo-homologs, plural of pseudo-homolog. Pseudo-homophone, a non-word that is mistaken for a homophone, such as work for work. Pseudo-homophones, plural of pseudo-homophone. Pseudo-homophony, the condition of being a pseudo-homophone. Pseudo-homosexual, according to Lionel Ovesey, having become a male homosexual as a result of abnormal interpersonal relationships rather than having an innate homosexual orientation. Pseudo-homosexuality, the property of being a pseudo-homosexual. Pseudo-homosexuals, plural of pseudo-homosexual. Pseudo-homophalic, heterophalic but producing self-fertile mycelium. Pseudo-homotholism, the condition of being pseudo-homophalic. Pseudo-homozygous, apparently, but not actually, homozygous. Pseudo-human, apparently, but not actually, human. Pseudo-humans, plural of pseudo-human. Pseudo-hydrophobia, a neurotic or hysterical manifestation resembling rabies. Pseudo-hydrophobic, of or relating to pseudo-hydrophobia. Pseudo-hyperaldosteronism, a medical condition that mimics hyperaldosteronism. Pseudo-hyperbolic, mathematics. Pseudo-hypersin, an aromatic polycyclic dione closely related to hyperricin. Pseudohyperkalemia, alternative form of pseudohyperkalemia. Pseudohyperkalemia, falsely elevated serum potassium level, usually due to preanalytical error or blood cell disorders. Pseudohyperkalemias, plural of pseudohyperkalemia. Pseudohypernatremia, a falsely elevated sodium level in the blood. Pseudohyperparathyroidism, a condition caused by the abnormal sensitivity to the parathyroid hormone. Pseudohyperphosphatemia, a condition where the measured phosphate levels in the blood appear elevated, but the actual phosphate concentration is normal. Pseudohypersensitive, describing the effect of minor changes in the coordination environment of some transition metals on their absorption spectra. Pseudohypersensitivity, the effect of minor changes in the coordination environment of some transition metals on their absorption spectra. Pseudohypertelorism, any condition such as telecanthus that resembles, but is not in fact, hypertelorism. Pseudohypertension, a falsely elevated blood pressure or blood pressure reading, often as a result of age-related arterial stiffness. Pseudohypertrophic, falsely hypertrophic. Pseudohypertrophies, plural of pseudohypertrophy. Pseudohypertrophy, enlargement at the site of an organ or part resulting from an increase in size or number of a separate tissue. Pseudohypha, a chain of blastic anidia. Pseudohyphae, plural of pseudohypha. Pseudohyphal, relating to pseudohyphae. Pseudohypoaldosteronism, a medical condition that mimics hypoaldosteronism. Pseudohypocone, a cusp similar to a hypocone that develops from a protocone rather than the cingulum. Pseudohypocones, plural of pseudohypocone. Pseudohyponatremia, a falsely low serum sodium concentration. Pseudohypoparathyroidism, a condition caused by resistance to the parathyroid hormone. Pseudohypoxemia, a spurious measurement of oxygen saturation of blood, giving a false appearance of hypoxemia. It can happen via technical problems such as a malfunctioning pulse oximeter or even when all technical details are correct but hyperleukocytosis or thrombocytosis is present and the testing method is blood gas analysis. Pseudohypoxia, a condition in which the symptoms of hypoxia are caused by metabolic complications, such as those associated with diabetes. Pseudohypoxic, relating to pseudohypoxia. Pseudoidal, the set of all lower bounds of the set of all upper bounds of a subset of a partially ordered set. Pseudoidals, plural of pseudoidal. Pseudoidentities, plural of pseudoidentity. Pseudoimage, an image constructed from secondary sources. Pseudoimages, plural of pseudoimage. Pseudoimpartial, apparently, but not actually, impartial. Pseudo-improvement, an apparent improvement that does not represent a real bettering of the situation. Pseudo-improvements, plural of pseudo-improvement. Pseudo-incest, sexual involvement between family members who are not blood relations, for example siblings by adoption, step-parents and stepchildren, in-laws. Pseudo-incestuous, of, related to, or involving pseudo-incest. Pseudo-inclusion, an apparent inclusion. Pseudo-inclusions, plural of pseudo-inclusion. Pseudo-independent, apparently, but not actually, independent. Pseudo-windican, iridoid. Pseudo-windicans, plural of pseudo-windican. Pseudo-infarction, any condition which imitates the characteristics of an acute myocardial infarction, especially in its pattern on an electrocardiogram. Pseudoinfarctions. Plural of pseudoinfarction. Pseudoinfection. The presence of pathogenic microorganisms in a host without an actual infection. Pseudoinfections. Plural of pseudoinfection. Pseudoinfectious. That causes pseudoinfection. Pseudo-infinite. Pertaining to a finite number that, in a given context, has the property of infinite. It is so large as to be indistinguishable from infinite in a particular scenario. Pseudo-information. Synonym of misinformation. Pseudo-innocence. False innocence. What appears to be innocent but is in fact not. Pseudo-innocent. Having a false appearance of innocence. Pseudo-innocence. Plural of pseudo-innocent. Pseudo-instruction. A command that resembles, but is not in fact, a machine instruction, such as a special directive or a command that is mapped to a sequence of real instructions. Pseudo-instructions. Plural of pseudo-instruction. Pseudo-intellectual. A person who claims proficiency in scholarly or artistic activities while lacking in-depth knowledge or critical understanding. Pseudo-intellectualism. Pseudo-intellectual thinking or behavior. Pseudo-intellectually. In a pseudo-intellectual manner. Pseudo-intellectuals. Plural of pseudo-intellectual. Pseudo-intelligent. Apparently, but not actually, intelligent. Pseudo-interaction. An apparent interaction. Pseudo-interactions. Plural of pseudo-interaction. Pseudo-interface. A software component that acts like a network interface, but is not a true interface. Pseudo-interfaces. Plural of pseudo-interface. Pseudo-internuclear ophthalmoplegia. Slow adducting saccades not secondary to medial longitudinal fasciculus dysfunction, usually caused by ocular myasthenia gravis. Pseudo-intersection. A set for which the number of elements that are not in the intersection of two infinite sets is finite. Pseudo-intersections. Plural of pseudo-intersection. Pseudo-invasion. An apparent invasion of carcinomas. Pseudo-invasions. Plural of pseudo-invasion. Pseudo-invasive. Being or relating to a pseudo-invasion. Pseudo-inverse. Any of several structures similar to inverses related to complex matrices. Pseudo-inverses. Plural of pseudo-inverse. Pseudo-inversion. An operation that approximates an inversion, a reversal of the ends while maintaining a constant central region. Pseudo-inversions. Plural of pseudo-inversion. Pseudo-inverted. Converted into a pseudo-inverse by pseudo-inversion. Pseudo-islet. An artificial structure having a structure similar to an islet cell aggregate. Pseudo-islets. Plural of pseudo-islet. Pseudoism. Intellectual spuriousness or artificiality. Pseudoisms. Plural of pseudoism. Pseudo-isochromatic. Having many asychromatic characteristics. Pseudo-isenzyme. A variant conformation of an enzyme that appears to be an isenzyme. Pseudo-isenzymes. Plural of pseudo-isenzyme. Pseudo-isomer. A metastable isomer that is in equilibrium with another. Pseudo-isomeric. Relating to pseudo-isomers. Pseudo-isomers. Plural of pseudo-isomer. Pseudo-isotropic. That is isotropic in the three physical dimensions, but not in some higher dimension. Pseudo-jasper. A rock that resembles, but is not, jasper. Pseudojaspers, plural of pseudojasper. Pseudojaundice, a medical condition that resembles jaundice but is not in fact jaundice, such as hypercarotenemia, which can also cause yellow skin. Pseudogervine, a gerveratrum alkaloid. Pseudogermo, an ingenuine journal, especially a pseudoscientific journal. Pseudojournalism, that which resembles but is not in fact journalism. Pseudojournalist, someone who imitates but is not in fact a journalist. Pseudojournaliste, resembling but not in fact journalism. Pseudojournalists, plural of pseudojournalists. Pseudogermals, plural of pseudogermal. Pseudogergibogenin, a sapogenin present in the water hyssop, Bacopa monnieri. Pseudo-justification, a justification for a proposition, statement, or assertion that is erroneous, fallacious, dishonest, or incorrect. Pseudo-cairn, a type of land formation that has features that resemble a cairn. Pseudocairns, plural of pseudocairn. Pseudokarst, a feature resembling a karst but created by a different mechanism. Pseudokarste, relating to a pseudokarst. Pseudokarsts, plural of pseudokarst. Pseudogoronopsid, any hypotrich of the family Pseudogoronopsidae. Pseudogoronopsids, plural of pseudogoronopsid. Pseudokidney, a reniform intussusception visible in the imaging of some colon cancers. Pseudokidneys, plural of pseudokidney. Pseudokinase, a protein containing a catalytically inactive kinase domain. Pseudokinases, plural of pseudokinase. Pseudoknot, a secondary structure in RNA in which half of one stem is intercalated between the two halves of another stem. Pseudoknots, plural of pseudoknot. Pseudoknote, having one or more pseudoknots. Pseudolabia, plural of pseudolabium. Pseudolabium, of spirited nematodes, any of the folds of tissue at the opening of the vulva. Pseudolalia, human sounds resembling speech that are not language. Pseudolandmark, any of a number of points used to quantify a shape. Pseudolandmarks, plural of pseudolandmark. Pseudolanguage, something written or spoken that resembles language but is not a true language. Pseudolanguages, plural of pseudolanguage. Pseudolatex, a colloidal dispersion of particles prepared from water-insoluble polymers by emulsification and evaporation. Pseudolatexes, plural of pseudolatex. Pseudolatry, false worship. Pseudolite, a monoclinic prismatic orange mineral containing hydrogen, iron, manganese, oxygen, and phosphorus. Pseudolamontite, a hydrosilicate mineral containing aluminium, iron, magnesium, and potassium. Pseudolaw, supposed law or legal doctrine that is actually false. Pseudoleather, any artificial material used as a substitute for leather. Pseudolegal, having a superficial appearance of according with the legal profession but in reality lacking competence in it or flouting its values. Pseudo-legality, the appearance of legality of something that is not actually legal, the use of courts, police, or legal procedures to accomplish pseudo-legal results. Pseudo-legendary, apparently, but not actually, legendary. Pseudo-leprochonism, synonym of Patterson syndrome. Pseudo-lesbian, alternative spelling of pseudo-lesbian. Pseudo-lesbians, plural of pseudo-lesbian. Pseudo-lesian, a condition that appears to be a lesion but is in fact a developmental abnormality. Pseudolesions, plural of pseudolesion. Pseudoliter, a sign or symbol that has the characteristics of a letter but is not found in any alphabet. Pseudoliters, plural of pseudoliter. Pseudoleucite, a pseudomorph of leucite that is a mixture of nepheline and orthoclase. Pseudoleucites, plural of pseudoleucite. Pseudoleukemia, a condition in which there is a leukocytosis resembling that of leukemia. Pseudoleukemias, plural of pseudoleukemia. Pseudoleukocytosis, transiently high leukocyte count WBC count that does not represent leukocytosis despite that it would seem to if interpreted in isolation as opposed to the following of trends over serial measurements. Pseudoleukopenia, transiently low leukocyte count WBC count that does not represent leukopenia despite that it would seem to if interpreted in isolation as opposed to the following of trends over serial measurements. Pseudoleukemia, obsolete form of pseudoleukemia. Pseudolexical, describing terms such as prefixes or suffixes that cannot stand alone as words. Pseudoliberal, apparently, but not actually, liberal. Pseudoliberalism, false liberalism. Pseudoliberation, false liberation, the process or instance of appearing to be liberation while not actually liberating. Pseudoliberations, plural of pseudoliberation. Pseudolichen, a lichen that has no algal layer of its own, but is parasitic on another lichen thallus. Pseudolichens, plural of pseudolichen. Pseudolife, something that has many of the characteristics of life but which is not life. Pseudoligand, a charged ligand associated with a solvent. Pseudoligands, plural of pseudoligand. Pseudolikelihood, an approximation to the joint probability distribution of a collection of random variables. Pseudolikelihoods, plural of pseudolikelihood. Pseudolane, a curve that shares certain topological properties with a line. Pseudolinear, both pseudoconvex and pseudoconcave. Pseudolinearity, the property of being pseudolinear. Pseudolinearization, a pseudolinear approximation of a nonlinear system. Pseudolines, plural of pseudoline. Pseudolinguistic, of or pertaining to pseudolinguistics, falling short of linguistic standards. Pseudolinguistics, alternative form of pseudolinguistics. Pseudolith, a pseudolabium. Pseudolips, plural of pseudolip. Pseudolisten, to pretend to listen, to feign attention to what is being said. Pseudolistened, simple past and past participle of pseudolisten. Pseudolistening, present participle and gerund of pseudolisten. Pseudolistens, third person singular simple present indicative of pseudolisten. Pseudolite, something that is not a satellite which performs a function commonly in the domain of satellites. Pseudoliterary, apparently but not actually, literary, having pretensions to literature. Pseudolithiasis, a medical condition that resembles, but is not in fact, lithiasis. Pseudolives, plural of pseudolife. Pseudolivid, any member of the pseudolividi. Pseudolivids, plural of pseudolivid. Pseudolone, it's plural of pseudolivid. Pseudolone, alternative form of pseudolone. Pseudolones, plural of pseudolone. Pseudolobula, of or relating to pseudolobules. Pseudolobule, a structure resembling a lobule found in hepatic fibrosis. Pseudolobules, plural of pseudolobule. Pseudolocality, the condition of being pseudolocal. Pseudolocalization, the testing of software for internationalization compliance using modified versions of the original text with the use of foreign script etc. rather than genuine translations. Pseudolocking, the situation where a person has difficulty flexing or extending a joint as though it were locked in place, but without any structural cause. Pseudolocular, of or relating to a pseudoloculus. Pseudoloculate, having pseudoloculi. Pseudoloculi, plural of pseudoloculus. Pseudoloculus, in diatoms, a chamber formed on the outer valve surface by expansion of the distal parts of anastomus encosti. Pseudologarithmic, apparently, but not actually, logarithmic. Pseudologia fantastica, compulsive lying telling of falsehoods. Pseudologia fantastica, alternative form of pseudologia fantastica. Pseudologic, false logic, a logical argument that deliberately omits an outcome so that a false conclusion is reached. Pseudological, relating to pseudology. Pseudologically, in a pseudological manner. Pseudologics, plural of pseudologic. Pseudologies, plural of pseudology. Pseudologize, alternative form of pseudologize. Pseudologize, simple past and past participle of pseudologize. Pseudologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pseudologize. Pseudologizing, present participle and gerund of pseudologize. Pseudologist, someone who says falsehoods. A liar is pseudolog. Pseudologists, plural of pseudologists. Pseudologize, to speak in a pseudological way, to lie. Pseudologized, simple past and past participle of pseudologize. Pseudologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pseudologize. Pseudologizing, present participle and gerund of pseudologize. Pseudolog, a pathological liar. Pseudologs, plural of pseudolog. Pseudology, falsehood of speech. Pseudolongitudinal, not actually longitudinal, but treated that way. Pseudolymphocytosis, transiently high lymphocyte count that does not represent lymphocytosis despite that it would seem to if interpreted in isolation as opposed to the following of trends over serial measurements. Pseudolymphoma, cutaneous lymphoid hyperplasia, a benign cutaneous disorder characterized by collections of lymphocytes, macrophages, and dendritic cells in the skin. Pseudolymphomas, plural of pseudolymphoma. Pseudolymphomata, plural of pseudolymphoma. Pseudolysine, a peptidase enzyme that has the characteristics of a lysine. Pseudolysins, plural of pseudolysine. Pseudolysogeny, a phage that undergoes pseudolysogeny. Pseudolysogenic, relating to pseudolysogeny or to a pseudolysogen. Pseudolysogens, plural of pseudolysogen. Pseudolysogeny, an interaction between a phage and a host cell in which the nucleic acid of the phage remains dormant. Pseudomastonism, the practice of appropriating to Slavic Macedonia the name, symbolism, and history of ancient Greek Macedonia. Pseudomagnetic, that interacts with an electric field in a similar fashion to a magnet. Pseudomagnitude, a measurement that gives an indication of size but which is not a true magnitude. For example, some pseudomagnitude values can be negative. Pseudomagnitudes, plural of pseudomagnitude. Pseudomalachite, a mineral containing copper, hydrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus. Pseudomalachites, plural of pseudomalachite. Pseudomale, an apparently male pseudohermaphrodite. Pseudomales, plural of pseudomale. Pseudomalignancy, the quality of being pseudomalignant. Pseudomalignant, apparently malignant clinically or histologically. Pseudomama, a kind of supernumerary nipple with areola and fat tissue. Pseudomame, plural of pseudomama. Pseudomanganite, synonym of pyrolusite. Pseudomania, compulsive lying. Pseudomanic, resembling mania. Pseudomanifold, a special type of topological space that looks like a manifold at most of its points, but may contain singularities. Pseudomanifolds, plural of pseudomanifold. Pseudomartyr, one who dies like a martyr, but for example because of heretical religious views is not a true martyr. Pseudomartyrdom, false or pretended martyrdom. Pseudomartyrdoms, plural of pseudomartyrdom. Pseudomartyrs, plural of pseudomartyr. Pseudomasculine, masculine or apparently masculine in certain aspects, but not truly masculine. Pseudomasculinity, the quality of being pseudomasculine. Pseudomass, a constriction, typically of an airway that has the appearance of a mass. Pseudomasses, plural of pseudomass. Pseudomathematical, of, pertaining to or involving pseudomathematics. Pseudomathematics, any pseudoscientific form of mathematics. Pseudomatrix, a lithic fragment that has been deformed to become a traditional sandstone matrix. Pseudomovine, a dye related to movine. Pseudomaxillary, apparently connected to the maxilla typically of a fold in the mouth of a coelacanth. Pseudomeasure, a distribution that can be extended to a continuous functional. Pseudomeasures, plural of pseudomeasure. Pseudomeatus, a deep indentation that appears to be an opening of the body. Pseudomedian, a measure of centrality for data sets and populations which agrees with the median where the data are symmetric. Pseudomedians, plural of pseudomedian. Pseudomedical, apparently, but not actually, medical, posing as medicine. Pseudomedicine, alternative form of pseudomedicine. Pseudomedicines, plural of pseudomedicine. Pseudomedieval, seemingly, but not actually, medieval, resembling the Middle Ages or something from that era. Pseudomeiotic, relating to pseudomeiosis. Pseudomelanae, any extinct gastropod in the family Pseudomelanidae. Pseudomelanaids, plural of pseudomelanae. Pseudomembrane, a layer which resembles a membrane, especially one forming over a mucosal surface. Pseudomembranous, alternative form of pseudomembranous. Pseudomembranes, plural of pseudomembrane. Pseudomembranous, characterized by the presence of a pseudomembrane. Pseudomemories, plural of pseudomemory. Pseudomemory, a false memory, as elicited by hypnosis. Pseudomeningitis, a condition that resembles but is not in fact meningitis. Pseudomeningocele, an abnormal collection of cerebrospinal fluid CSF that communicates with the CSF space around the brain or spinal cord but is not confined by the dura mater. Pseudomeningocele, plural of pseudomeningocele. Pseudomenopause, a state similar to that of the menopause brought about by the administration of hormones. Pseudomenopausas, plural of pseudomenopause. Pseudomenses, blood-tinged vaginal discharge in a female neonate with an appearance resembling that of menses. Pseudomenstruation, uterine bleeding or blood-tinged vaginal discharge that resembles menstruation but is not associated with the typical endometrial changes thereof. Pseudomenstruations, plural of pseudomenstruation. Pseudomentalizing, a mild form of hypermentalizing. Pseudomerohedral, having some merohedral characteristics. Pseudomerohedraly, in a pseudomerohedral manner. Pseudomerohedry, the condition of being pseudomerohedral. Pseudomesothelioma matis, relating to a pseudomesothelioma. Pseudomessiah, a false messiah, someone putatively claiming to be the Messiah. Pseudomessiahs, plural of pseudomessiah. Pseudometallic, falsely or imperfectly metallic in luster. Pseudometallophyte, any plant that can tolerate a high metal content in its environment, but also thrives under normal conditions. Pseudometallophytes, plural of pseudometallophyte. Pseudometalloph, a structure resembling a metalloff. Pseudometallophes, plural of pseudometalloph. Pseudometameric, having clear internal metamerism but no corresponding external metamerism. Pseudometamerism, the condition of being pseudometameric. Pseudometaphysical, pertaining to pseudometaphysics. Pseudometaphysics, a hypothesized explanation of the nature of reality that lacks the rigor of true metaphysics, especially one that involves a supersensual realm or phenomena which transcend the physical world. Pseudometastatic, apparently, but not actually, metastatic. Pseudometeorite, a rock that is believed to be a meteorite but is in fact terrestrial in origin. Pseudometeorites, plural of pseudometeorite. Pseudometric, describing a generalization of a metric space in which the distance between two distinct points can be 0. Pseudometrics, plural of pseudometric. Pseudomycellar, relating to pseudomycels. Pseudomycel, a particle that has the outward appearance of the micelle. Pseudomycels, plural of pseudomycel. Pseudomicrobe, synonym of pseudobacteria. Pseudomicrobes, plural of pseudomicrobe. Pseudomicrobial, relating to pseudomicrobes. Pseudomilitaristic, apparently, but not actually, militaristic. Pseudomilitary, apparently, but not actually, military. Pseudomineral, a pseudomorph of a mineral. Pseudominerals, plural of pseudomineral. Pseudoministerial, apparently, but not actually, ministerial. Pseudomiraculous, apparently, but not actually, miraculous. Pseudomitosis, a process resembling the start of mitosis triggered by viral infection where spindle poles are formed in a cell. Pseudomnesia, a false memory. Pseudomodel, an incomplete or inaccurate version of a model. Pseudomodels, plural of pseudomodel. Pseudomoder, apparently, but not actually, modern. Pseudomodernists, having a modernist or postmodernist appearance but not having the associated qualities. Pseudomodists, apparently, but not actually, modest. Pseudomolecular, having some characteristics of molecules. Pseudomolecule, a concatenation of contigs with a small sequence between them, intended to represent a larger, native-sized molecule. Pseudomolecules, plural of pseudomolecule. Pseudomoment, a numerical entity that combines the properties of moments and metrics. Pseudomoments, plural of pseudomoment. Pseudomomentum, the property of a wave, analogous to momentum, that determines the force exerted by the wave when it interacts with matter. Pseudomonocidal, that kills Pseudomonas aeruginosa bacteria. Pseudomonad, any of many bacteria of the family Pseudomonidaceae, some of which are pathogenic. Pseudomoniads, plural of Pseudomonas. Pseudomonadicity, the property of being pseudomonadic. Pseudomonads, plural of pseudomonad. Pseudomonal, of, pertaining to, or produced by a pseudomonad bacteria. Pseudomonas, a pseudomonad. Pseudomonastic, apparently, but not actually, monastic. Pseudomoniasis, Pseudomonas infection, a bacterial infection caused by any of various species of the genus Pseudomonas. Such infections occur in various host animals, especially certain fish. In humans, immunodeficiency is typically a predisposing factor. Pseudomonic, of or pertaining to pseudomonic acid. Pseudomonic acid, bandidiotic mubiusin. Pseudomonochromatic, apparently or approximately monochromatic. Pseudomonocotyledonous, having two coalescent cotyledons. Pseudomonoid, a structure similar to a monoid that supports associativity and an identity element, but does not include all the constraints that are required to qualify as a monoid. Pseudomonoids, plural of pseudomonoi. Pseudomonomer, a molecule that seems to be a monomer upon chemical and physicochemical investigation but is in reality of another character, such as a dimer. Pseudomonomerous, apparently monomerous, but actually composed of two fused parts. Pseudomonomers, plural of pseudomonomer. Pseudomonophasic, apparently, but not actually, monophasic. Pseudomonopolar, apparently monopolar. Pseudomonosaccharide, the pseudosaccharide form of a monosaccharide. Pseudomonosaccharides, plural of pseudomonosaccharide. Pseudomonosis, synonym of pseudomoniasis. Pseudomonotheistic, appearing to be, but not truly monotheistic. Pseudomonotone, almost, but not entirely monotone. Pseudomoral, apparently, but not actually. Moral. Pseudomorality, false morality. Pseudomorph, a deceptive, irregular, or false form, specifically. Pseudomorphed, modified by pseudomorphism. Pseudomorphic, of or pertaining to a pseudomorph or to pseudomorphism. Pseudomorphically, in a pseudomorphic manner. Pseudomorphine, an inactive natural dimerization product of the morphine molecule in tandem and thus a common impurity in morphine concentrations. Pseudomorphines, plural of pseudomorphine. Pseudomorphing, present participle and gerund of pseudomorph. Pseudomorphism, the state of having or the property of taking a crystalline form unlike that of the species. Pseudomorphisms, plural of pseudomorphism. Pseudomorphose, to pseudomorph. Pseudomorphosed, simple past and past participle of pseudomorphose. Pseudomorphoses, plural of pseudomorphosis. Pseudomorphosing, present participle and gerund of pseudomorphose. Pseudomorphosis, a change of substance without any change in appearance, the formation of a pseudomorph. Pseudomorphous, not having the true form. Pseudomorphously, in a pseudomorphous manner. Pseudomorphs, plural of pseudomorph. Pseudomorph, a motif that is part of a pseudogene. Pseudomotifs, plural of pseudomotif. Pseudomucin, synonym of metylbutane. Pseudomucinous, of or pertaining to pseudomucin. Pseudomugellid, any member of the Pseudomugellidae. Pseudomugellids, plural of pseudomugellid. Pseudomultilocular, apparently, but not actually, multilocular. Pseudomultiplication, any of several methods of multiplication that employ addition and shifting of digits. Pseudomultiplications, plural of pseudomultiplication. Pseudomurine, synonym of pseudopeptidoglycan. Pseudomurines, plural of pseudomurine. Pseudomusical, quasi-musical. Pseudomuslim, rare form of pseudomuslim. Pseudomuslims, plural of pseudomuslim. Pseudomutant, relating to or produced by pseudomutation. Pseudomycelium, an association of cells in some bacteria and yeast that resembles a mycelium. Pseudomystoma, a mycosis of the skin resembling mycetoma. Pseudomycin, any of a class of peptide antimycotics isolated from Pseudomonas syringae. Pseudomycins, plural of pseudomycin. Pseudomycosis, an infectious disease with ulceration resembling mycosis. Pseudomycotic, of or relating to pseudomycosis. Pseudomiasis, the presence of fly larvae in the body but without a true infestation, for example when larvae have been ingested with food. Pseudomyopia, an intermittent and temporary shift in refraction of the eye towards myopia. Pseudomyotonia, an abnormally slow contraction and relaxation of muscles in response to mechanical or electrical stimulation, but, unlike myotonia, it is silent on electromyography. Pseudomyoconias, plural of pseudomyotonia. Pseudomyotonic, relating to pseudomyotonia. Pseudomystical, apparently, but not actually, mystical, having pretensions of mysticism. Pseudomythical, apparently, but not actually. Mythical, resembling a myth, having mythic elements. Pseudomythological, having certain aspects of myth, apparently, but not actually, mythological. Pseudomythologies, plural of pseudomythology. Pseudomythology, a literary creation or fantasy having certain aspects of myth, a mythos. Pseudomyxoma, a cancer that has some characteristics of a myxoma. Pseudomyxomas, plural of pseudomyxoma. Pseudomyxomata, plural of pseudomyxoma. Pseudomyxomatus, of or relating to pseudomyxoma. Pseudonamespace, a false namespace achieved by other means. Pseudonamespaces, plural of pseudonamespace. Pseudonarrative, apparently, but not actually, narrative. Pseudonation, an entity that falsely purports or is purported to be a nation. Pseudonational, apparently, but not actually, national. Pseudonations, plural of pseudonation. Pseudonavicella, alternative form of pseudonavicula. Pseudonovelist, Pseudonaviculae, plural of Pseudonavicella. Pseudonavicula, one of the mid-spindle-shaped embryos of Gregarinae and some other protozoa. Pseudonaviculae, plural of Pseudonavicula. Pseudonaviculus, plural of Pseudonavicula. Pseudoneck, an appendage which appears to be or is analogous to a neck. Pseudonex, plural of pseudoneck. Pseudoneck. Negative, resembling a negative state or condition. Pseudoneglect, a mild asymmetry in spatial attention displayed by neurologically normal individuals in which the left side of space tends to be favored, making leftward errors in line bisections as well as in the judgment of brightness, numerosity, and size quite common. Pseudoneologism, something which appears to be a neologism, a newly coined term, but is not. Pseudoneologisms, plural of pseudoneologism. Pseudoneonatal, apparently, but not actually, neonatal. Pseudoneuritic, of or relating to pseudoneuritis. Pseudoneuritis, a condition resembling neuritis, such as optic disc drusen. Pseudoneurological, apparently, but not actually, neurological. Pseudoneuropterus, of or pertaining to the Pseudoneuroptera, a former division of insects somewhat resembling the Neuroptera. Pseudoneurotic schizophrenia, a postulated mental disorder categorized by the presence of two or more symptoms of mental illness such as anxiety, hysteria, and phobic or obsessive-compulsive neurosis. Pseudoneutral, having only the pretensions or appearances of being neutral. Pseudoneutrals, plural of pseudoneutral. Pseudoneutropenia, transient low neutrophil count that does not represent neutropenia despite that it would seem to if interpreted in isolation as opposed to the following of trends over serial measurements. Pseudonization, misspelling of pseudogenization. Pseudonarcoideaceous, of or relating to the pseudonarcoideaceae. Pseudonodular, relating to or composed of pseudonodules. Pseudonodule, a benign structure similar to the nodule of a lymphoma. Pseudonodules, plural of pseudonodule. Pseudonorm, pseudonormal. Pseudonormal, apparently or deceptively, but not actually, normal. Pseudonormalization, alternative form of pseudonormalization. Pseudonormalizations, plural of pseudonormalization. Pseudonormalize, alternative form of pseudonormalize. Pseudonormalize, simple past and past participle of pseudonormalize. Pseudonormality, an abnormal state that resembles normality. Pseudonormalization, the process of becoming pseudonormal, such as usually, more specifically. Pseudonormalizations, plural of pseudonormalization. Pseudonormalize, to make or to become pseudonormal. Pseudonormalize, simple past and past participle of pseudonormalize. Pseudonormalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pseudonormalize. Pseudonormalizing, present participle and gerund of pseudonormalize. Pseudonuclei, plural of pseudonucleus. Pseudonull, a null result obtained as a result of error or interference. Pseudonulls, plural of pseudonull. Pseudonumber, pseudorandom number. Pseudonumbers, plural of pseudonumber. Pseudonumerical, numerical in some ways, for example rank order, but not others, such as supporting arithmetic operations. Pseudonutrition, pseudoscientific dietary practices, Pseudonutritional, of or relating to pseudonutrition. Pseudonym, a fictitious name, more literally, a false name, as those used by writers and movie stars. Pseudonymal, pseudonymous. Pseudonymic, being pertaining to or as a pseudonym. Pseudonymization, alternative spelling of pseudonymization. Pseudonymize, alternative spelling of pseudonymize. Pseudonymized, simple past and past participle of pseudonymize. Pseudonymizer, alternative form of pseudonymizer. Pseudonymizers, plural of pseudonymizer. Pseudonymizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pseudonymize. Pseudonymizing, present participle and gerund of pseudonymize. Pseudonymities, plural of pseudonymity. Pseudonymity, the state of being pseudonymous, of hiding one's true identity behind a pseudonym. Pseudonymization, the replacement of all data in a database, etc. that identifies a person with an artificial identifier or pseudonym. Pseudonymize, to depersonalize or anonymize data, a procedure by which the most identifying fields within a data record are replaced by one or more artificial identifiers or pseudonyms. Pseudonymized, simple past and past participle of pseudonymize. Pseudonymizer, a person who pseudonymizes. Pseudonymizers, plural of pseudonymizer. Pseudonymizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pseudonymize. Pseudonymizing, present participle and gerund of pseudonymize. Pseudonymous, of or pertaining to a pseudonym. Pseudonymously, under a pseudonym. Pseudonymousness, the quality of being pseudonymous. Pseudonyms, plural of pseudonym. Pseudonymy, the use of a pseudonym. Pseudo-obstruction, any of several conditions that prevent passage through the intestines/bowels without a physical obstruction. Pseudo-obstructions, plural of pseudo-obstruction. Pseudo-oligomer, a form of oligomer composed of two similar but not identical monomers. Pseudo-oligomers, plural of pseudo-oligomer. Pseudo-oligosaccharide, any oligomer containing residues of both sugars and sugar alcohols. Pseudo-oligosaccharides, plural of pseudo-oligosaccharide. Pseudo-order, a false taxonomic order. Pseudo-orders, plural of pseudo-order. Pseudo-orthorhombic, having three unequal axes at right angles. Pseudopalate, a retainer-like plate lined with electrodes placed on the roof of the mouth in some forms of palatography. Pseudopalates, plural of pseudopalate. Pseudopalatine, any phytosaur of the subfamily Pseudopalatini, now named tribe Mystriaceae. Pseudopalatines, plural of pseudopalatine. Pseudopalindrome, a word or sequence of words that almost reads the same forwards and backwards. Pseudopalindromes, plural of pseudopalindrome. Pseudopalindromic, being or relating to a pseudopalindrome. Pseudopalisade, a hypercellular zone that typically surrounds necrotic tissue. Pseudopalisades, plural of pseudopalisade. Pseudopalisading, that forms pseudopalisades. Pseudopapillary, having the outward appearance of a papilla. Pseudopapilledema, a condition resembling papilledema, such as optic disc drusen. Pseudoparallel, employing or relating to pseudoparallelism. Pseudoparallelism, the execution of parallel processes on a unicore system. Pseudoparalysis, voluntary restriction or inhibition of motion because of pain, incoordination, orgasm, etc. not due to actual muscular paralysis. Pseudoparaphilia, plural of pseudoparaphilium. Pseudoparaphilium, a structure that has the appearance of a paraphilium. Pseudoparaphysis, plural of pseudoparaphysis. Pseudoparasite, a temporary parasite, typically present due to accidental ingestion. Pseudoparasites, plural of pseudoparasite. Pseudoparasitic, being or relating to a pseudoparasite. Pseudoparasitization, infestation with pseudoparasites. Pseudoparasitize, to infest with pseudoparasites. Pseudoparasitize, simple past and past participle of pseudoparasitize. Pseudoparasitism, parasitism by a pseudoparasite. Pseudoparasitization, alternative form of pseudoparasitization. Pseudoparasitize, alternative form of pseudoparasitize. Pseudoparasitize, simple past and past participle of pseudoparasitize. Pseudoparenchyma, a fungus tissue that resembles parenchyma found in plants, but is actually tangled hyphae. Pseudoparenchymas, plural of pseudoparenchyma. Pseudoparenchymata, plural of pseudoparenchyma. Pseudoparenchymatal, relating to a pseudoparenchyma. Pseudoparenchymatic, alternative form of pseudoparenchymatus. Pseudoparenchymatose, having pseudoparenchymata. Pseudoparenchymatus, relating to pseudoparenchymata. Pseudoparticle, enenstentin. Pseudoparticles, plural of pseudoparticle. Pseudopassive, a construction where the object of a preposition has been promoted to the role of subject, as in the problem was talked about. Pseudopassives, plural of pseudopassive. Pseudopathological, apparently, but not actually, pathological, resembling the effect of a disease though not actually caused by one. Pseudopathologies, plural of pseudopathology. Pseudopathology, an apparent pathology. Pseudopatient, a person who pretends to be ill, especially to gain some benefit. Pseudopatients, plural of pseudopatient. Pseudopatriotic, apparently, but not actually, patriotic. Pseudopelade of Brock, an irregularly shaped alopecia that may begin in a moth-eaten pattern with eventual coalescence into larger patches. Pseudopelatirine, an alkaloid, a homologue of tropinone derived from pomegranate bark. Pseudopeans, plural of pseudopennies. Pseudopennies, anything that resembles a penis in form or function. Pseudopeptidase, synonym of pseudoprotease. Pseudopeptidases, plural of pseudopeptidase. Pseudopeptide, an amide of an amino acid that does not occur in natural peptides or proteins, especially one introduced into a polypeptide chain. Pseudopeptides, plural of pseudopeptide. Pseudopeptidic, relating to a pseudopeptide. Pseudopeptidoglycan, a major cell wall component of some archaea that differs from bacterial peptidoglycan in chemical structure, but resembles eubacterial peptidoglycan in morphology, function, and physical structure. Pseudoperfect, of a number having proper divisors, some or all of which sum to the number itself. Pseudoperfect number, synonym of semiperfect number, a number, some or all of whose proper divisors sum to itself. Pseudoperfect numbers, plural of pseudoperfect number. Pseudoperiant, the cup-shaped envelope of the archegonium which develops after fertilization in certain liverworts. Pseudoperiants, plural of pseudoperiant. Pseudoper is cyclic, describing a transformation within a cyclic array of atoms in which bonding and non-bonding orbitals exchange roles. Pseudoperidia, plural of pseudoperidium. Pseudoperidial, relating to the pseudoperidium. Pseudoperidium, a membranous layer that surrounds the eciospores and rust fungi. Pseudoperiod, a solution function that is not technically periodic, but nevertheless displays repetitive behavior. Pseudoperiodic, apparently or approximately periodic. Pseudoperiplasm, a compartment outside the cytoplasm of a cell envelope. Pseudoperiplasme, relating to pseudoperiplasm. Pseudoperipteral, falsely or imperfectly peripteral. Pseudoperipteros, a type of peripteros, some of whose columns are attached to the walls instead of standing free. Pseudoperithecea, plural of pseudoperithecium. Pseudoperithecium, a covering of sporidia resembling a perithecium. Pseudoperitonal, relating to pseudoperitonium. Pseudoperitonium, synonym of Chilaiditi's sign. Pseudoperoxidase, any non-enzymatic material or process that has peroxidase activity. Pseudoperoxidases, plural of pseudoperoxidase. Pseudopedal, the petiole of some monocotyledon leaves which is not part of the lower leaf zone. Pseudopedales, plural of pseudopediole. Pseudophacodonces, a vibration of the lens of the eye caused by movement of an implant. Pseudofake, a person with pseudophakia. Pseudofakes, plural of pseudofake. Pseudophakia, the substitution of the natural crystalline lens of the eye with a synthetic lens. Pseudophakic, relating to pseudophakia. Pseudophacodontces, alternative form of pseudophacodontces. Pseudophallic, apparently, but not actually, phallic. Pseudopharmaceutical, apparently, but not actually, pharmaceutical. Pseudopharmaceuticals, plural of pseudopharmaceutical. Pseudophase, a microemulsion of immiscible liquids that appears to be a single phase. Pseudophases, plural of pseudophase. Pseudophenotype, a pseudovariable used in genetic analysis that takes the place of a phenotype. Pseudophenotypes, plural of pseudophenotype. Pseudophilanthropic, apparently, but not actually, philanthropic. Pseudophyllopsite, a variety of phylloxite containing less silica. Pseudophilosopher, one who practices pseudophilosophy. Pseudophilosophers, plural of pseudophilosopher. Pseudophilosophic, pseudophilosophical. Pseudophilosophical, apparently, but not actually, philosophical, having pretensions to philosophy. Pseudophilosophies, plural of pseudophilosophy. Pseudophilosophy, fake or very bad philosophy. Pseudophobia, a purported phobia whose existence is uncorroborated. Pseudophobias, plural of pseudophobia. Pseudophobic, of or pertaining to pseudophobia. Pseudophone, a device that changes the apparent direction that a sound comes from. Pseudophones, plural of pseudophone. Pseudophore, any extinct gastropod in the family Pseudophoridae. Pseudophorids, Plural of pseudophore. Pseudophosphatase. A pseudoenzyme that is a catalytically inactive phosphatase. Pseudophosphatases. Plural of pseudophosphatase. Pseudophosphorylated. Modified by pseudophosphorylation. Pseudophosphorylation. Any modification of a protein that has a similar effect as phosphorylation. Pseudophosphorylations. Plural of pseudophosphorylation. Pseudophotograph. A photorealistic painting. Pseudophotographic. Resembling a photograph, but not actually photographic. Pseudophotographs. Plural of pseudophotograph. Pseudophotosphere. The equivalent of a photosphere in radiation other than visible light, especially at infrared. Pseudophotospheres. Plural of pseudophotosphere. Pseudo-PHB. Abbreviation of pseudo-hypoparathyroidism. Pseudophilic taucarp. A hydrocladium that resembles a phylic taucarp. Pseudophilic taucarps. Plural of pseudophilic taucarp. Pseudophilidia. Relating to flatworms of the order Pseudophilidia. Pseudophilidians. Plural of pseudophilidian. Pseudophiline. Any insect of the subfamily Pseudophiline. Pseudophilines. Plural of pseudophiline. Pseudopilin. A form of pilin that lacks disulfide bonds between its folds. Pseudopilins. Plural of pseudopilin. Pseudopoes. A structure in gram-negative bacteria that expels exoproteins from the cell. Pseudopymelidae. Any catfish in the family Pseudopymelidae. Pseudopymelidids. Plural of pseudopymelidid. Pseudopynin. Organic chemistry. Pseudopious. Apparently, but not actually, pious. Pseudopit. A congenital pit that develops in the optic nerve in the case of glaucoma. Pseudopits. Plural of pseudopit. Pseudoplacenta. A membranous organ in some insects that functions as a placenta. Pseudoplacental. Relating to a pseudoplacenta. Pseudoplacentas. Plural of pseudoplacenta. Pseudoplacodialic acid. An acid found in some lichens. Pseudoplankton. Any plankton that lacks buoyancy and so attaches itself to a floating object. Pseudoplanktonic. Describing any marine organism, a pseudoplankton that lacks buoyancy and so attaches itself to a floating object. Pseudoplanktons. Plural of pseudoplankton. Pseudoplasmodia. Plural of pseudoplasmodium. Pseudoplasmodial. Relating to a pseudoplasmodium. Pseudoplasmodium. A multicellular assembly formed by dictyostylid amoebae. Pseudoplastic, whose viscosity decreases as shear stress increases, as with paint and ketchup, for example. Pseudoplasticity, the quality of being pseudoplastic. Pseudoplastics, plural of pseudoplastic. Pseudoplatanus. A false plane tree Acer pseudoplatanus. Pseudopneumoprytanium. A disturbance having the appearance of pneumoprytanium. Pseudopneumoprytaniums. Plural of pseudopneumoprytanium. Pseudopocket. An illusory periodontal pocket detectable by probing measurements, but actually caused by gingival hyperplasia. Pseudopockets. Plural of pseudopocket. Pseudopie. A temporary projection of the cytoplasm of certain cells, such as phagocytes, or of certain unicellular organisms, such as amoebas, that serves in locomotion. Pseudopodal. relating to a pseudopod. Pseudopodicial, relating to a pseudopodium. Pseudopodia, plural of pseudopodium. Pseudopodial, of or relating to a pseudopod or to pseudopodia. Pseudopodian, alternative form of pseudopodial. Pseudopodic, characteristic of a pseudopod. Pseudopodium, pseudopod. Pseudopods, plural of pseudopod. Pseudopoetic, apparently, but not actually, poetic, having a false appearance of poetry. Pseudopoetical, alternative form of pseudopoetic. Pseudopolitical, apparently, but not actually, political. Pseudopallianion, any polymer that becomes anionic in the presence of a suitable electrolyte. Pseudopallianions, plural of pseudopallianion. Pseudopolycythemia, uncontrolled and rapid cellular reproduction and maturation that causes proliferation or hyperplasia of all bone marrow cells. Pseudopolycythemia, alternative form of pseudopolycythemia. Pseudopolynomial, a function where fn plus k identical to fn mod k for all integers n greater or equal to 0, k greater or equal to 1. Pseudopolynomials, plural of pseudopolynomial. Pseudopolyp, a projecting mass of scar tissue that develops from granulation tissue during the healing phase in repeated cycles of ulceration. Pseudopolyps, plural of pseudopolyp. Pseudopomazid, any fly in the family Pseudopomasidae, now considered to be the Cypselosmatid subfamily Pseudopomazini. Pseudopomazids, plural of pseudopomazid. Pseudopopular, apparently, but not actually, popular. Pseudopopulation, a subset of a population used in simulations. Pseudopopulations, plural of pseudopopulation. Pseudopopulism, false populism. Pseudopopulists, apparently but not actually populist. Pseudoporate, having non-functional pores. Pseudopores, plural of pseudopore. Pseudopornographic, apparently but not actually or entirely pornographic. Pseudoporous, relating to pseudopores. Pseudoporphyria, a bullous photosensitivity resembling Porphyria cutanea tarda, but without any abnormality in urine or serum porphyrin. Pseudopotential, a simplified approximation of the effective potential of electrons in a complex system such as a crystal lattice. Pseudopotentials, plural of pseudopotential. Pseudopouch, a skin fold that forms in the mammary region of certain marsupials when reproducing, rather than the true permanent pouch seen in others. Pseudopouches, plural of pseudopouch. Pseudopox, a disease of various types of fruit causing depressions and protuberances in the fruit. Pseudopressize, apparently but not actually precise, exhibiting pseudoprecision. Pseudoprecision, a spurious appearance of precision, as for example when an inaccurate figure is given to very many decimal places. Pseudoprefix, a word element that looks like a prefix but is not, such as sub in sublime. Pseudoprefixes, plural of pseudoprefix. Pseudopregnancies, plural of pseudopregnancy. Pseudopregnancy, pseudocesis or false pregnancy. Pseudopregnant, of, pertaining to, or undergoing pseudopregnancy. Pseudopressure, a value based on pressure but taking into account the compressibility and viscosity of gases. Pseudopressures, plural of pseudopressure. Pseudoprimary, apparently but not actually, primary. Pseudo-prime, an integer that possesses at least one characteristic of a prime number without actually being prime. The characteristic is typically chosen to make such false primes very rare. Pseudo-primes. Plural of pseudo-prime. Pseudo-probabilities. Plural of pseudo-probability. Pseudo-problem. Alternative form of pseudo-problem. Pseudo-problems. Plural of pseudo-problem. Pseudoproct. The anal opening on the pseudoembio of an echinoder. Pseudoprocs. Plural of pseudoproct. Pseudo-profession. A job that is not considered a true profession, but has many characteristics of a profession. Pseudo-professional. Seeming professional, or professionally competent, but lacking true professionalism. Pseudo-professions. Plural of pseudo-profession. Pseudo-profound. Apparently, but not actually, profound, having pretensions of depth. Pseudo-profundity. Illusory profundity, pretensions of depth. Pseudoprogeria. Hallam-Streiff syndrome. Pseudoprogression. Apparent progression following treatment. Pseudoprogressive. Apparently, but not actually, progressive in a political sense. Pseudoprogressives. Plural of pseudoprogressive. Pseudoproper. Describing any system that has some proper characteristics. Pseudo-prophet. A false prophet, one who only claims to be a prophet. Pseudo-prophetess. A female pseudo-prophet. Pseudo-prophetic. Relating to a pseudo-prophet or to pseudo-prophecy. Pseudo-prophetical. Alternative form of pseudo-prophetic. Pseudo-prophets. Plural of pseudo-prophet. Pseudo-proposition. A spurious or meaningless proposition. Pseudo-propositions. Plural of pseudo-proposition. Pseudo-perspective. Describing an analysis, design, etc. that approximates a perspective one by using already available data. Pseudoprotase. A rhomboid protease that lacks the amino acid residues that are essential for proteolysis, implying that it cannot cleave substrates. Pseudoproteases. Plural of pseudoprotase. Pseudoprotein. A mammal polypeptide that has some properties of a protein. Pseudoproteins. Plural of pseudoprotein. Pseudoprotocol. Something that can be accessed in the manner of a protocol, but is not in fact a protocol. Pseudoprotocols. Plural of pseudoprotocol. Pseudoprotodiazine. A particular steroid glycoside. Pseudoproxies. Plural of pseudoproxy. Pseudoproxy. A simulated model of a climate that is used to reconstruct temperature distributions in the distant past. Pseudo-dementia. Organic brain disease, which features dementia presenting in a manner that mimics cognitive impairment secondary to a primary psychiatric disorder. Pseudo-gout. Hydroxyapatite arthropathy. Pseudo-hypoparathyroid. Of, relating to, or having pseudo-hypoparathyroidism. Pseudo-hypoparathyroidism. A mild inherited condition in which the sufferer has symptoms similar to those of pseudo-hypoparathyroidism. Pseudo-seizure. An epileptic seizure manifesting in a manner that makes it prone to be misdiagnosed as a psychogenic non-epileptic seizure. Pseudo-seizures. Plural of pseudo-seizure. Pseudo-psychological. Apparently, but not actually, psychological, employing false psychology. Pseudopsychologies. Plural of pseudopsychology. Pseudopsychology. A false or superficial version of psychology. Pseudopsychopathic. Relating to pseudopsychopathy. Psychopathy. Pseudopsychopathy. A feigned psychopathy. Pseudopterain. Any soft coral of the genus Pseudoptera gorgia family Gorgoniidae. Pseudopterains. Plural of Pseudopterain. Pseudopterali. Any of a group of cytotoxic diterpenoids present in pseudopterains. Pseudopteralides. Plural of Pseudopterali. Pseudopterostigma. A group of cells in the outer wing of insects that have the appearance of a pterostigma. Pseudopterostigmas. Plural of Pseudopterostigma. Pseudopterygium. A pterygium formed by damage to the eye or by disease. Pseudopterygoi. Relating to a pseudopterygium. Pseudoptics. The study of optical illusions. Pseudoptosis. A ptosis-like presentation with intact levator palpebris superior's function. Pseudoptotic. Relating to pseudoptosis. Pseudopuberty. Secondary sexual development induced by sex steroids from abnormal sources. Pseudopunacine. Synonym of pseudopelatirine. Pseudopupa. A stage intermediate between the larva and pupa of bees and certain other Hymenopterous insects. Pseudopupae. Plural of pseudopupa. Pseudopupal. Relating to a pseudopupa. Pseudopupal. A dark spot that moves across the compound eye of an invertebrate as it is rotated, caused by absorption and reflection of incident light by the ommatidia. Pseudopupils. Plural of pseudopupil. Pseudopyloric. Apparently, but not actually, pyloric. Pseudoqualitative. Apparently, but not actually or fully, qualitative. Pseudoquantitative. Having most, but not all, characteristics of a quantitative procedure. Pseudoquaternary. Resembling a quaternary ammonium ion. Pseudoquaternion. Synonym of coquaternion. Pseudoqueen. A bee that temporarily takes over the role of a lost or dead queen. Pseudoqueens. Plural of pseudoqueen. Pseudoquotient. A value in pseudodivision more or less corresponding to the quotient in normal division. Pseudoquotients. Plural of pseudoquotient. Pseudoherpes. A highly contagious herpes virus infection that affects the central nervous system of many animals. Pseudorabies virus. The virus responsible for pseudorabies. Pseudorabies viruses. Plural of pseudorabies virus. Pseudoracemate. A deliberate mixture of enantiomers or a solid solution of enantiomers. Pseudoracemates. Plural of pseudoracemate. Pseudoracemic. Containing a mixture of non-racemic crystals. Pseudoracism. Discrimination which is similar to but not necessarily the same as racism, for example because it occurs between castes or between members of the same group. Pseudoraces. Pertaining to or exhibiting pseudoracism, discrimination which is similar to racism. Pseudoradical. One who only claims or appears to be a political radical. Pseudoradicals. Plural of pseudoradical. Pseudoradicular. That seems to be associated with nerve roots. Pseudorandom. Of a sequence of numbers, such that it has all the properties of a random sequence following some probability distribution except true randomness, but is actually generated using a deterministic algorithm. Pseudorandom number generator. A device or algorithm that deterministically produces a succession of values that appear in an unpredictable sequence or apparently random order. Pseudorandom number generators. Plural of pseudorandom number generator. Pseudorandomization. Alternative form of pseudorandomization. Pseudorandomizations. plural of pseudorandomization. Pseudorandomize, alternative form of pseudorandomize. Pseudorandomization, the generation of pseudorandom values. Pseudorandomizations, plural of pseudorandomization. Pseudorandomize, to make pseudorandom. Pseudorandomize, simple past and past participle of pseudorandomize. Pseudorandomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pseudorandomize. Pseudorandomizing, present participle and gerund of pseudorandomize. Pseudorandomly, in a pseudorandom manner. Pseudorandomness, the state of being pseudorandom. Pseudorange, an approximate range obtained by analysis of GPS signals. Pseudoranges, plural of pseudorange. Pseudoraph, the part of a raphless valve of a diatom that corresponds to a raph. Pseudoraphs, plural of pseudoraph. Pseudorapidities, plural of pseudorapidity. Pseudorapidity, a measure of the velocity of a particle relative to that of a beam of particles approximated by a function of its angle. Pseudo-radiometric, apparently, but not actually, radiometric. Pseudo-rational, supposedly, but not actually, rational, having only a veneer of reason or logic. Pseudo-rationalism, a school of thought that believes that all actions can be subject to rational analysis. Pseudo-rationalists, relating to pseudo-rationalism. Pseudo-rationalists, plural of pseudo-rationalists. Pseudo-reaction, an apparent reaction to a medical test, etc., that does not, in fact, represent a positive test result. Pseudo-reactions, plural of pseudo-reaction. Pseudo-re, a read sequence of genes generated from